Mic check, mic check. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. If everyone can find their seats and get settled in for day 2. Oh, you're so much quicker than preschoolers. Welcome back, everyone. So excited to see you back today on another nice sunny day. We're excited to get started this morning. Do you need reminders from yesterday about where things are, or you're experts now at where the restrooms are and where everything is around here? I'm just going to quickly introduce Amanda Varley from the Minnesota Department of Education, and she's going to tell you a little bit more about the preschool development grant that made this event possible. And then she'll hand off to Rosemarie and Jasmine, and we'll just be going for the day, right on track.
Thanks, Carmen. I'm just going to talk for a minute. My name is Amanda Varley, and I manage our preschool development grant at the Department of Education. And the preschool development grant is an oddly named grant, but it's a prenatal through age 5 planning grant from the feds. That's a partnership between the Departments of Education, Health, Human Services, as well as the Children's Cabinet. And it aims to figure out how we can better coordinate all of our early childhood work that we do in the state, understanding that kids don't come in pieces. And so the main products of the grant are a needs assessment and a strategic plan, which we'll be releasing in the next few weeks. The grant, like I said, is just 1 year, so it started December 30th, 2018, and then ends. We got a little extension, so it ends at the end of February this year. And then we applied for an implementation grant that would hopefully will be awarded, and then we'll be able to implement a lot of the things that are in our strategic plan. So the strategic plan really works to center equity in everything that we do, and so that's why one of the many reasons why we're so thrilled to have Dr. Allen and Jasmine here today. On Monday, a lot of state staff attended this training, and already there's a lot of conversation about how we can take what we're learning and apply it to program policy and our practice. And so without any further ado, I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Allen. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We really have to honor and embrace those who make it possible for us to do the work that we do. So we really appreciate you and all of the partners who make this possible. So, you came back. Did yesterday fly by to you all as fast as it did for us? It was really, really amazing. And even though it flew by, we did not get through day 1. So we are going to go through our slides so that we can catch up this morning. But before we get started, I just want to know if you had a chance just to reflect on yesterday, if any of you had a chance to watch the video on children and race, and just from yesterday, what were some of your aha moments? Anything that resonated or made you think that you kind of carried with you through the evening? The hair, isn't that amazing? The whole idea about hair. What about hair? What did you learn? What resonated? What did you think about?
I'm stuck on teaching and exploring with young kids, I guess.
Teaching and exploring.
And what's exploration was like touch, smell, like I guess I'm wondering what's a teachable moment?
Mm-hmm.
And what is
Yes, thank you so much for that. And I love the idea. And while we're very sensitive to having our hair touched, just think about how you can bring in hair and talk about texture. You know, go to a beauty supply, especially a Black's beauty supply store, and bring in hair that's more of an afro, more hair that's curly like mine, locks like Jasmine's. 2 days ago, someone asked about the term locks versus dreadlocks. We use the term locks because they're not dreadful. We don't dread them. And it's real interesting driving here. I know you all know we got lost coming here yesterday, and we crossed the river and ended up in downtown Minneapolis. And it was real funny because we realized that we're 5 minutes from here. We're right up 7th Street. So as we were driving down 7th Street, I saw a retail establishment. I think it was a retail. Anyway, the name of it was Dreadlocked Dingoes. And it just caused me to have a reaction. You know, I wonder what that's about. I have no idea. I know it has something to do with doggy daycare or something, but it was real interesting just to see that. What else did you think about? I know that Hope and Tammy, who are our pyramid model people, they thought about how we incorporate this into the pyramid model seamlessly. And incorporate is not the term I would use, but to highlight it in training, because the pyramid model is very culturally responsive and addresses equity, but not as intentionally as we need to. Yes.
So thinking about it just from a system standpoint, and with the way our schools are set up, you regularly introduce children and talked about how do we, as educators and people that support that, preserve these beautiful little spirits that come into our classrooms, while at the same time trying to work within the systems that are already set up. And that is just a wicked problem. And I just have been thinking about that a lot.
Deb, you really touch my heart with that. Because there is a professor from Howard University, Dr. Hakeem Rashid, and he talks about how these babies come to us brilliant and bright-eyed and ready to learn. And then they leave us at risk, broken spirits, suspended multiple times. How do we preserve their spirits, these amazing humans that we have the honor of caring for, without breaking them, without releasing them broken to the world? And when they've been suspended and expelled multiple times, they came to us so amazing and so bright-eyed, and they're so broken when they leave, and then their trajectory is just down here. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
For me, I was thinking about early on, it was so early in the presentation yesterday, about the acknowledging of feelings. And the more I was thinking about it, I was thinking how that's more than just what we need to do with the kids, right? I think we just have to do that with everyone all the time. And when I think of, speaking of the white privilege, of how much monitoring we do about how people have to think and how they can't take offense. You know, why are you taking offense? I didn't mean anything by that. And we have to really, I mean, it's only recently that I've really learned to just kind of, I have to listen, you know, and just shut up sometimes, you know, and acknowledge those feelings. And I have to remind myself it's not just kids who have to do that. We have to do that with everyone.
Janet, you really touched on something. I used to say, and I still believe, that every single thing that we say is good for children is good for adults. Everything. And we forget that we have adults in our environment who have experienced trauma, who's having a hard time working with children, who are going through some of the same things our children are going through, and we forget that they too need to be healthy in order to deal with children in a healthy manner. Yes. And we're going to use the mic today because our friends who are joining us remotely can't hear if we don't. Where was that hand? Okay.
I echo what the woman in the front said about just thinking of not breaking the spirits of those little confident kiddos you showed on the videos, and how cute they are in a video, but how in a classroom, what do we, like, hoping for some practical strategies for how to help them. And then I'm also wondering if Robin gets to go to the Timberwolves game. Do we know? Do we know?
Where's Robin's?
Jessica?
Is Jessica still? Did he get to go to the game?
Here, I have the remote right here.
Okay.
She said he decided not to go. Well, thank you for finishing today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I see a hand over here.
I was teaching a class last night on literacy and language with young children, and so I went back and first of all, I went through my presentation very carefully, looking at language and looking at the language of the adults, and I also revised my book list. So all the resources that they got, I included some new and additional books based on the things that we talked about yesterday. And they had never heard of your books, so they're now on the list.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much, Kristen. I'm going to make an observation, but I'm going to put someone on the spot, but I want to make sure that it's okay, so hold on for a second. And of course, now this is awkward because... Abdenon, African-American man, probably more African than American. I noticed him yesterday. And I just want to talk to you about how we hold space. Abdenor sits like this. For some of us, that could be very closed, especially from a therapeutic point of view. But Abdenor is a guy. He's not a big guy, but kind of big. Kind of just medium-sized, but bigger than the women he's sitting between. And I'm making some assumptions. Remember yesterday we did? And I'm thinking he's doing this to make space for the women who are sitting next to him. Is that what you're doing? Can I tell you how often black men have to hold themselves in and shrink to make white women comfortable? And you do it all the time, don't you? Yes. And he's sitting here. You can't see him, but those of you close to him, do you see him? He did that all day yesterday.
I was actually wondering how your back was feeling.
Now, let me see if you take your arms out. I'm putting you on the spot. Put them down. Put them down. Relax. Can you encourage him to relax? But this happens. I have a colleague, Dr. Elmer Harris. He's 6'5", and if you could see the way that his body changes when he walks in a room. He's in early childhood of predominantly white women. He physically shrinks. I said, "Why do you do that?" He said, "I have to make sure other people are comfortable." Is that the saddest thing? So we don't want to do that. Thank you for letting me talk about that. I didn't know if I should, but I think we've created a safe space. Do you all feel safe where we can have these conversations and where we can learn new things about each other in a way that we could take them and present them to our classes that we teach? I'm so impressed that as early as yesterday, you took this information and used it. And we share freely. The slides that you get, feel free to share them. Cite properly. Give us credit where credit is due, but feel free to use anything. And if you need other information from us, just shoot us an email. If we have it, it's yours, because we want this information to be spread out, to be spread throughout. I got good news this morning. How many of you saw this? The governor proclaimed this week your Minnesota governor as Inclusive Schools Week. Isn't that awesome? Let's give him a hand. Governor Tim Walz. So I'm just going to read it. I'm going to try real hard. Whereas Minnesota is committed to providing education in schools and classrooms that is welcoming and inclusive for all Minnesota children. And whereas Minnesota educators recognize that each child is unique and learns better if teaching is tailored to their abilities and interest, and whereas the educators and families of Minnesota have been working hard to ensure that classrooms and schools are characterized as being high-performing and inclusive, and whereas through these efforts, the educators and families of Minnesota have contributed significantly to building a stronger and more inclusive community, and whereas Minnesota educators and families deserve to celebrate their successes and to reflect on how they can contribute to further improve, and whereas Minnesota's families and educators join with schools, districts, and communities around the country celebrating Inclusive Schools Week. Now, therefore, I, Tim Walz, Governor of Minnesota, do hereby proclaim the week of December 2nd through 8th, 2019 as Inclusive Schools Week. Is that awesome? So, as we move forward, and we're going to get through these slides today, because it's our last day, I want us to think about our norms and expectations. We didn't do this yesterday, but I want to make sure we do it today, because we're going to have some sensitive conversations about race, about difference, and I just want to make sure that we all agree that we're going to be open to new ideas, new ways of thinking, and new ways of being present. That we're going to be authentic, we're willing to delve deeper, and respond in a manner that's respectful, thoughtful, and meaningful. That we want to make sure we're respecting opposing points of view. Where we are is okay. Where we are right now is okay, because it's where we are. If you feel agitated to grow, that's even better. I heard it, so where we are is okay, it's just not okay to stay there. Once we know better, we have to do better. Reinforce and support rather than blame and shame. This is not a blame and shame space. We are all in the process of becoming. None of us have arrived. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to offend. We're going to do that. But as long as we're willing to grow and change, that's all we ask. So there are some 4 agreements, and these were developed by Mr. Singleton from his series on Courageous Conversations. And the first agreement is that we stay engaged. So what does that mean? As we begin to talk about race and how we talk about race, and we delve deeper this afternoon, you may become uncomfortable. And when we're uncomfortable, we tend to escape. So you go, oh, I don't want to deal with that, and you might pull out your phone or you might pull out your computer. Just because you do that, don't think that we think you're trying to escape. I had someone come to me yesterday and said, I'm going to be on my computer a little bit. And I said, oh, I get it, because if I were in the audience, I'd be on my computer and my phone. I have ADHD. I can't learn any other way except to be busy. So do what you need to do, but don't use it as an escape. Is that okay? And then speak your truth. And what does that mean? Speak your truth, but don't speak for someone else. And speak your truth. And you can say, I'm having a hard time with this. When I hear white privilege, it makes me uncomfortable. When this happens, I don't know what to do. So speak your truth. And then also experience discomfort. This is uncomfortable. It's not an easy conversation, but we are not allowed or encouraged to sit in our discomfort and kind of recognize it and feel it and peel back the layers to notice and wonder why. So I want you to do that. And then the hardest for me is to accept and expect non-closure, because we throw a lot out there. And some of you are like, okay, what am I going to do with it? I'm ready to fix it. I'm ready to go. Tell me what to do. And it's not going to be wrapped up neatly in a package and fixed. This is ongoing. And we're always, always, always going to have to deal with this and uncover it and discover it and eliminate it, and then it just grows right back. So in your packet, or the sheets that you picked up today, there is a 4 agreements matrix. And I just want you to take a look at that and try to find out where you are. And this matrix is just for you, and it is for you. Oh, you don't have it? Oh, yes. Okay, it's blue and white, may I? It looks like this. What does it say? I'm sorry, it does not say 4 agreements matrix. That's why you didn't know. It says the Courageous Conversations Protocol Development Scale. And I'm going to hold on to yours for 1 second. So first it says to stay engaged. That's one of the first agreements. So where are you? Are you in knowledge where I know I should be engaged? Are you at comprehension? I understand that staying engaged is essential for advancing the conversation and involves full participation of my mind, body, and spirit. Or are you at the application phase? I demonstrate engagement by actively listening, inquiring, and responding to racialized situations and circumstances. Or are you at the analysis stage? I identify my levels of engagement as well as what my triggers are, what makes me defensive, what makes me disconnect, and our search for detours. Or are you at synthesis, where I devise a method for recognizing a pathway, and I have a typo in there, so forgive me, I just saw that, through possible detours towards heightened engagement? Or are you at the interruption? I engage at the personal, professional, and organization levels as a way of addressing and eliminating racism. So interruption is actually that action phase. So take a look at it, try to figure out where you are, and hold on to this throughout your journey. Because what I'd love for you to do is recognize your growth over a period of time. Because how many of you have come to culturally responsive, culturally competent, multicultural trainings before? Wonderful. Now, some of you may have had a hard time at the first. Okay, this is hard, I don't want to hear it. And then maybe by the second you go, okay, I know I have to hear this. And then maybe by the third you go, oh yeah, I know this. Where am I? So hold on to this matrix so that you can see your own growth. Any questions so far? All right, so now we are going to, I'm going to go ahead and start, and Jasmine's going to pick up when she comes back. We're going to talk about the expectation gap. Yesterday, we talked about implicit bias. We talked about addressing challenging behaviors. We talked about seeing things through a cultural lens, that understanding where cultural disconnects exist. And now we're going to talk about behavior and behavioral stages. The organization 0 to 3, they conducted a national survey for parents. And they wanted to know what parents knew about child development and behavioral expectations. And what they found was that the majority of parents believe that children start developing self-control much earlier than is biologically possible. And they coined this the expectation gap. That having expectations and rules for children that was beyond their developmental level. So the expectations were much higher than what the child can developmentally do. So what did that look like? There's a disconnect between what's expected of children and their reality in terms of brain development. And they found that more than half of parents thought they could resist doing something that was forbidden before they turned 3 years old, which is absolutely impossible, especially for 2-year-olds and younger. And that nearly half of the parents said that children could resist breaking rules that were forbidden by age of 3 or older. But the reality is that children do not develop impulse control until closer to 4 years old. So Jasmine's going to take you through these stages and help you to see how children lack self-control, and they're going to sometimes, almost definitely, break rules.
So let's just review what are developmentally appropriate expectations for different age groups. So from 2 to 3, it's appropriate and normal for children to become easily frustrated when things don't turn out as they expected or go their way. They begin to test the limits of their behavior and the limits of the rules that you set. They may throw tantrums. They start to establish friendships. That's when they move from the parallel play to actually engaging with each other. They become a little bit more independent. They find their own limits. They really want to please adults. They will follow rules in order to please adults, and they're able to follow simple rules, and we want to keep them very simple. We keep ourselves safe, we keep our friends safe, we keep our classroom safe. And they are beginning to comprehend the relationship between what I do and the consequences of my actions, their actions. So strategies to support 2 or 3-year-olds is to have clear, simple rules, like we keep our You know, keep ourselves safe, we keep our friends safe, we keep our things safe. You praise good behavior. You want to be careful not to praise character, and you want to be very specific in your praise. And you know, I really like the way that you shared that block with Jason. You want to be consistent in managing the behavior, using the same technique rather than a different one each time. That's really important. I realize as a 2-year-old teacher that parenting, one of the parts that is fatiguing is saying the same thing over and over and over again. So being consistent is key. Preschoolers, 4 to 5-year-olds, they tend to ask tons of questions. They become more critical in their thinking. They compare themselves to others. They start to notice that Jasmine has locks and Dr. Rosemarie has curly hair. They start making simple judgments of good and bad, right or wrong, win or lose. And they begin to understand the consequences of their behavior, that their behavior actually can produce something. They start to use words to hurt others. This is really interesting to me when I was a 2-year-old teacher, because I could always tell who were the youngest siblings of older siblings, because they would introduce into my 2-year-old classroom the concept of not going to one's birthday party. They need encouragement to support their self-esteem. They learn how to be a good friend, to learn how to be a friend. They start to become competitive, and they're able to make appropriate decisions before they act on something. They're able to say, I noticed this shift with my goddaughter when she was eating ice cream really fast, and my good friend Allie said, Anna, you want to slow down, because do you remember what brain freeze feels like? And she's like, yes, I do. So she slowed down. So I thought that was really interesting. Strategies to support 4 and 5-year-olds, you want to explain to the child what you want them to do and why. You know, let's use our walking feet, because if you run on the ice, you could slip and fall, and that will really hurt you. Don't have too many rules. You want to keep the same rules that you had from when they were little, but you want them to be able to be all-encompassing. So we use walking feet inside, because that's how we keep our classroom and our friends safe and ourselves safe. You want to teach them their expectations. They don't know them automatically. And you want to provide many opportunities for them to practice. And again, you want to use specific praise and praise behavior rather than making character judgments. So, impulse control, it's something that we all struggle with. In fact, our prefrontal cortex, brain development says it doesn't really grow into what age? 25. So to expect a 5-year-old, they're still 20 years behind the curve, right? So to help them with that, there's games that we can do. Simon Says, red light, green light, hide and seek, freeze, duck, duck, goose. Those games where it's like, move your hands and stop, and then counting, etc. What? Yes?
Here in Minnesota, it's duck, duck, gray duck.
Duck, duck, gray duck? All right, fair. So, yeah, are there? It's hilarious.
And with duck, duck, gray duck, let's just talk about behavioral expectations. Now, I love when Jasmine said, create your rules, but create very few rules that encompass a lot. I mean, no one wants to be in a situation where you're told you can't, you don't, you shan't, you must, you shall. It just doesn't feel good. But when we create rules for children, it should be created in a way that keeps everyone safe. But when we think about these rules, we have to think about behavioral norms and who gets to say what's appropriate and what's not. When I talked to you yesterday about, for instance, the Somali children who are encouraged to run and jump and laugh and play and really do things that children should be doing, who gets to say, no, that's not okay? Did I tell you all yesterday, when you've done 2 workshops in a row, you can't remember what you said? Did I tell you about the field trip to the Black church and the Buddhist temple yesterday? No. So I have a course that's called Cultural Socialization for Young Children. And it's a course, an 8-week intensive, and it's a course full of field trips. My students are predominantly white middle-class women who have not had a lot of exposure outside of their own affluent communities. So there are places they've never gone to. So we take them to the worst area of town. That's a surprise field trip. We talk about implicit bias, and then I said, now that we've learned about bias, we're going to hop on the train and go to 5 Points. The weeping and wailing and crying and calling of parents that occur is unbelievable. I was told never to go to that area. I can't go. I don't have my pepper spray, my dad said. Just 2 semesters ago, a dad was a police officer. She called her dad on the phone, and he goes, are you crazy taking my daughter to that area? I have to tell you, it's been so gentrified. I was the only black person in the coffee shop for 2 hours as I was waiting, so they were shocked, but I love the field trip because it helps them come face to face with their bias. I was so terrified, and of what? So we go to those places. We go to a mosque where they actually learn about Islam, and then they watch the prayer, the midday prayer, which is amazing. We go to a Jewish temple. We go to a Buddhist temple. We go to a black church. We feed the homeless. It's just a wonderful experience. But there are 2 field trips that I have back to back. So the first one is on a Sunday when we go to the Buddhist temple. And I do this because there's a part of the day where the minister, the sensei, will call all the children up to the front of the temple and tell a story about something about Buddhism. And after he tells this short story to all the children, he asks, are there any questions? And the children who have questions raise their hands. And he calls on every child whose hand is raised. And after the last hand goes down, he says, are there any other questions? Seeing none, you can go back to your families now. And the first time I saw that, it was so shocking because as a teacher, you're praying, please no more questions, because I have to move forward. And he waited for that. And then after the Buddhist temple, the next Sunday we go to the black church. And they go to my church. And I told you yesterday, I said, hallelujah, thank you, Jesus. Everybody get up and shout when they get ready. You dance when you get ready. You clap. If the pastor says something that you love, you can say amen. You can stand up. If the choir is singing a song and you're touched by the Spirit, you can stand there and wave your hands. It's so funny that children who are brought up in that, they know that they can talk back to the pastor. There was one time when the pastor was preaching, and those of you who have seen TV or gone to a black church, you know it's like a lot of preaching and Lord have mercy, that kind of thing. So the preacher was saying, do you hear me? Are you listening? And my son, who was about 3 or 4, stood up and said, no, I'm not listening because I'm playing Game Boy. So even doing something he shouldn't be doing, he knew he had the opportunity, the right to stand up and talk back to the preacher. So we go back to class after that, and we talk about behavioral expectations. And I ask the students, what behaviors can you expect from children who are brought up in the Buddhist religion? Because when they go there on Sundays, it's usually part of their life. They're Mondays for this and Tuesdays for that. So what can you expect? And we talk about how you can expect those children to sit down, listen quietly to a story, and raise their hands. But what might throw them off? They might get really confused when a teacher says what most of us have said, I'm only going to take one more question. Because that child might say, but my hand is raised. But I didn't get a chance. You can't move forward if you don't call on me. Can you see that disconnect? How confusing that would be? The same way with the child from the black church. There's a lot of call and response. Deb said over here yesterday, and the connection, I don't know if you know this, Deb, but you nod a lot, you smile a lot. That give and take from the audience is critical to a child's learning, critical to my speaking here. It makes a difference in how you perform. So just imagine you have a child from the black church and you open up your book to read it. You're about to read a story time. I'm going to read the story of Pete the cat. Teacher, I like Pete the cat. I have that story at home. Okay. Well, Pete the cat was so-and-so and so-and-so. Pete the cat, and he was sassy and fat. My mama said sassy is not a good word. You can't say that. Can't you see that call and response? And if you don't understand and you think children should sit down and be quiet, then that's a cultural disconnect. So when you're setting behavioral norms, who decides what's normative? This is when you work with your families and your communities to talk about what's normal, because there's really no such thing. What is it that you expect from your child, and what rules can we create together? How is culture considered when behavioral expectations are decided? Yesterday, Jasmine was so right when she said, you're the expert in your classroom, but parents are the experts with their families. How do we negotiate space to make sure that those children's needs are met? Because we know a lot about child development, but I don't know a lot about how Deb is raising her children. And Deb might be raising her children to speak freely and to have that interchange and that call and response. And if that's not my experience, I might be stifling her children's growth by making them sit still and be quiet. And then how are children encouraged to manage their emotions, to control their impulses, to develop empathy, and promote their own interests within their cultural norms? Right here. So these are some of the things that we're encouraging you to consider. And the other thing is that we sure give children a lot of directions without a lot of teaching. You need to share. You need to take turns. You need to do this. You need to do that. But we do not intentionally teach them how to do it. We make assumptions that children should know. It's just the most amazing thing. It's almost like by osmosis. My son was about 7 years old. He walked past me on the couch, went into our service area where my husband keeps all the light bulbs, came out with a floodlight, you know, the kind that you put like outside by the garage. And he came out and he has this floodlight, and I'm wondering, what is he doing? I said, hey, babe, what's going on? I'm going to change my light bulb. Like, oh, that's great. And I'm thinking, oh, you're going to set the house on fire. So he walked, and I said, let's see. I said, let me see the kind of bulb you have. See, Mommy, I like the big ones. And I said, well, let's go upstairs and make sure it's going to fit. And again, you don't want to kill a child's spirit. I could have said, no, that's not the right light bulb. Let me show you. But it's all part of learning, and it's part of teaching. So I said, let's go and see. So we went to where his lamp was, and he said, it's out, so I'm going to change it. And I said, well, let's look at the bulb that's there. And I said, let's compare it. Is this the same size as the bulb in your lamp? And he goes, no, but I want the big one. And I said, well, let's just take a look because we have to make sure we're safe. So I unscrewed the light bulb that was in, and I said, you see these numbers here? This is the wattage, and the wattage tells us the power. Now, those of you who are scientific, I know I'm not using the right words, but that's all I knew. And I said, tell us the power of the light in the bulb. And what is the power of this one? It's 65. And I said, what's the power of the one that you like? It's 140. And I said, this one has a lot more power than that one. And if we put this in, it might set a fire because it's way too much power for your lamp. He said, okay. I said, well, let's go find one that has a power of 65, that has 65 watts. And we went back to the service area, and we found a light bulb that had 65, and he screwed it in. And that was that. When his dad came home, when my husband came home, I told him what happened. He goes, what? That boy knows better than that. I said, well, how? He's seen me change light bulbs. I said, but did you teach him? How many of you could see how that happens? Did you teach him? Unless we intentionally teach, we can't expect them to know. How many of you have had a teenager learning to drive? Oh my goodness, I got in the car with her 5 minutes and thought, I'm going to pay somebody to do this. I just can't. It was so hard. But how many of you were shocked that your teen had no idea how to get to places you took them to every day? Is it shocking? It's like, where were you? You were in the car. What do you mean you don't know how to drive yourself to school? We go every day. But we assume because they're in the car that they know how to get there, and we're not teaching them. So those of you who have 13 and 14-year-olds, you have to start now teaching them. We're going to go to school. I know, Mom. But how do you get there? I'm just going to drive. Tell me how to get there. You're going to be shocked that they have no idea. Most of the time they're on their phones, they're daydreaming, they're not paying attention because you're the driver. So we have to intentionally teach children pro-social skills. So We need to teach them how to share rather than saying you need to share. This is a Rosemarieism, and it could just be me, but I think sharing is abnormal. I don't think I will willingly give up anything I want. I mean, I have to like you a whole lot to share some things with you. You know, and especially for a child at an egotistical stage, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work for some adults. I still don't understand how children accept siblings. You know, you have this baby and you love them to death and they're the only one, and then all of a sudden you bring a new one home and say, I have so much love in my heart, I love both of you. Because I can't even imagine my husband bringing a new wife home and saying, oh, I love you so much, but I have enough love for two. That's just not going to work. But we find a way to do it. But for children, we need to teach them how to share, what that looks like. What are the stages? How do you ask for something you want? Do you know that at 2 or 3, if you want something, if I want the pen, I don't have the skills to ask for it. Oh, you got it? I want it? Let me do this. And actually, I have to tell you, I come from a big family, as you heard yesterday, of 8. We own nothing. Everything belonged to everybody. So even if we go to restaurants, we order different food and we share. My husband came from a very nuclear military family. The first time he went out with us and said, you order this, and we're eating off each other's plate, he's like, do you want me to order you this? Because this is mine. So we have to teach children how to share. We have to teach them how to initiate play. There are people in this room right now who are pretty shy or socially awkward. They see someone they'd like to get to know better and have no idea how to start that conversation. I'm one of those people. I am, if you can believe it, I am innately shy. If I come over here to Hope and I see her and I think, oh, I really like her, and we have pyramid model and what do you call it? In common, and I want to get to know her better, I have no idea how to start that. It would be very, very awkward. We're going to be at the same conference, NTI, so I want you to remember that. I know when I go to NTI, National Training Institute on Challenging Behaviors, most everyone who attends knows me. But there are times I have lunch alone. Notice that. There are times, so Hope, remember that. Because I'm shy and everyone assumes, oh, you have lunch with lots of people. And I don't. Know that. But what if someone would have taught me this at 4? How to say, hey, Deb, you want to go to lunch? When I started my master's program, it was 1 weekend a month. And the first night, we took a break for dinner. And I'm sitting there, heart racing, palpitations, thinking, you've got to say something, or for the next 1.5 years, you're going to have dinner alone. Breakthrough. Anybody else ever go through that? Breakthrough. So I'm watching this group of people, and they're going, oh, there's a restaurant nearby, there's this nearby, and no one's talking to me. And I don't have the skill set to go to them. And I'm sitting thinking, just ask me, please ask me to go, and that would be easier. And then when no one came towards me, I thought, you have to do this. And my grandmother would say, just swim to the surface, break the surface, swim to the surface. And I thought, swim to the surface. And I walked over and I said, what restaurant are you guys going to? Do you mind if I join you? Even right now, my heart races saying that. It was one of the hardest things I'd ever done. But imagine if at 4, someone would have taught me those skills. Then I wouldn't be 60, still trying to swim to the surface. We also have to teach children how to take turns. The video we saw yesterday, the second video where the little boy was having a fit and the teacher said, yeah, I know it's hard to wait. Sometimes it's hard. And then she said, look at my watch. Now she must have known he was fascinated by watches, because our pyramid model friends and other friends would know that you need a visual timer. That you have to have something that shows that when this is done, then it's your turn. Because when you're involved in something you really love, you don't want to stop. When we went to Mall of America Sunday night, and after we ate, and we were so excited on our way to Nordstrom Rack, and the guy goes, I'm sorry, but we're about to close. It's like, you can't close. We're not inside. We need to be in there. That was hard. Very hard. So as hungry as we were yesterday, we didn't eat. We went straight to Nordstrom Rack, so we wouldn't have that problem again. But we have to help children understand when time is up and we have to do something else. And sometimes that's really, really hard. And after we teach them these amazing social skills, we have to give them opportunities to practice, which means that they're practicing and they're going to make mistakes. And those mistakes are just learning opportunities. Just like the little guy yesterday, Mason. Mason, your turn was up. Would you like me to put your name on the board so that you will be on the list for tomorrow? No, I want to do it right now. They want to do it now, so practicing. And she didn't give in. That's another thing. When you're doing this work, you cannot operate on a feel-like-it basis. And you know what that's like. Oh, goodness gracious, I just don't feel like Connor's tantrum. We've been there. I know if I stop, he's going to melt down, and I just don't feel like it. You have to follow through every time. And once we give them opportunities to practice, we reinforce those skills, just like Jasmine said, with very specific praise. Good job, way to go, doesn't tell a child anything. I saw you give so-and-so a turn when the timer went off. Very, very specific so children know exactly what they're being praised for. When we reinforce those skills, then challenging behaviors will be greatly reduced. We can really reduce this. I want you to think about all of this information also through a culturally responsive equity lens. And what do I mean by that? I mean, when we give them opportunities to practice, some children aren't punished when they don't know yet. Some children will get this much faster than others. Some have siblings. I was a great sharer because I didn't own anything. Okay, it's my turn. All right, I know that when you're sharing with 7 other kids in the house. So some will learn quicker than others, but even when it takes them a longer period of time, they're not punished. They're taught, they're loved through it, they're nurtured. So we reinforce those skills. Challenging behaviors are greatly reduced. Now also, we have to use engaging academic rigorous instruction. I went to observe a classroom, 4-year-olds. Because my coworker's son was being sent home about 3 times a week for challenging behaviors. So I went in to observe the dynamics between the teacher and the classroom, teacher and the child. This teacher spent 20 minutes trying to get children to sit down for circle time. And at one point, these are 4-year-olds, he goes, okay, well, I'm just done. If you're not sitting, I'm just going to write your name on my paper and you don't get to go outside. Circle time shouldn't be 20 minutes, let alone trying to get them to sit down for 20 minutes. So children were everywhere and turning flips and wouldn't sit down, and they just weren't engaged, and the challenging behaviors just went up, up, up. So we have to make sure that we are engaging children, that we're considering the cultural, developmental, and learning needs of children. Because just like the governor recognized us early childhood people today by saying that we address the unique styles of children, that we're meeting their individual needs. And we have to focus more on children's learning than on teaching. That's huge, especially in an era where there are standards at preschool. There are standards at kindergarten. Is kindergarten mandatory in Minnesota? So a child can technically start kindergarten on a learning plan when they're not even mandated to be there. So think about that. So we need to focus on learning more than teaching. When my son left his expeditionary learning outward bound program to go to a standard high school, I'll never forget the day that he broke my heart about how teachers teach. He said, Mom, I get it. These teachers really don't care if you learn the material. They have a schedule, they have to stay on the schedule, and they keep going on their schedule whether you learn it or not. That broke my heart. But how true is it? So we have to make sure children are learning, and that children's learning is the primary outcome for us. We also have to allow children to move, to be active. I mean, when we talk about Somali families and how children are encouraged to move, that should not be unusual for us. They move, they are active. So I want you to take a look at this. Oh, it comes in. Imagining a safe space for movement.
sensory room in order to calm their bodies and get all the emotions out and stabilize themselves so they're ready to learn and they're happy.
When we designed the sensory room, we actually took the entire room apart. We carpeted the floor so that we could absorb some of the sound. We put the shades on the ceiling to change the light. So when they walk in that room, they feel the change.
My class specifically, we utilize the room once a day for a 30-minute break.
First thing that they do is go on the ball and they bounce to a metronome. It's really a way to ground them into the space and give them some sensory input before we have them go out into the room.
We're going to do our rotation now, okay? So there's different stations in the sensory room, and some of my students love specific stations. One in particular loves the punching bag and the ropes. He's able to get all that anger and frustration out, so that calms him down. Whereas another student, I know he needs to have movement, so he's on the swing going back and forth.
Another area in the room is the crash pad. You will see students that have sensory issues bump into walls, bang their head. So what we've created is a safe space to crash into. And then there's a light wall. You could use your hands, you could use your feet. There's different games that are programmed on there. We also work on balance and coordination. The walking path works on all of those, and they have to right themselves, correct their body in space. We have 10-pound slam balls. Some students just need to come in, pick something heavy up and throw it. That's the essence of the sensory room. You're putting materials in there that are appropriate, so students not throwing a chair. And at the end, when they finish with their stations, they lay on the floor and they're squished. So everything that we do in there is predictable. There's a set sequence.
All done with sensory room, we're going to walk back to our class. So after the sensory room, they're able to focus more. They're quieter and their hands are to themselves and they're able to listen to my directions. We're here, we came from the sensory room, we're ready to learn.
So, I realize we can't all have a sensory room, but I show this so that you can have ideas of some of those sensory activities that you might be able to incorporate in your room. And I don't know your fire laws, but can you put shades on the lighting to dim the room? Can you have a light wall? Can you have the bouncy ball? Can you have things in there that allow children to move? I also want you to be aware of how we set children up, especially those who are sensory seeking. So I'm going to ask Hope and Tammy and Jasmine to come up here for me, because there are things that we do and we don't know why, but they've been done for centuries. Like we tell children, can you please line up so we can go through that door? I need a straight line, so then we're going to walk out that door. And that's what we do. We don't know why. We don't know why we have children line up, because it's really not necessary. And quite frankly, it's a little abnormal. And then you get a sensory-seeking child like me who gets in line. And because I am seeking that sensory input, I'm going to bump into Jasmine, and I'm going to bump. And then what is she going to do? She's going to turn around, and she's going to push me back. And that feels really good. I don't know if you know that for sensory-seeking students. That feels great. And then she comes back, and I do it again because I want her to push me. Have you seen this happen? And it all started because we had children line up, and we don't even know why. So you say, well, what do you do when you get ready to go outside? Let me show you another one. Come over here. Hey, Hope, Tammy, Jasmine, we're going to get ready to go out. So once you're ready, meet me at the door. Meet me at the door. And you just meet. They can stand there, they can talk, they can play, they can help each other, but it's really left up to them. So just being aware of that. Thank you, that we set children up. And also, Jasmine, while you're here, just those of you who work with children who have sensory processing issues like I do, I know now that a lot of what I got in trouble for may have been some of that. And these are children who have to lean against you if they're hypo on that spectrum. These are the ones who give you a hug. You ever been knocked down by a 3-year-old's hug? That crashing into you. Thank you, sweetheart. What if they had a crash pad? And I don't know what I did with my clicker. What if they had a crash pad or something like that? So keep that in mind. So in addition to allowing children to move, I haven't. Do you know that children are capable of talking and solving problems? They really can solve their own problems. How many of you are familiar with the high scope curriculum? They have this wonderful 6 steps to conflict resolution for children, which is really amazing. I'm going to show you a video on it. At first, I was a little skeptical. I tell you, when it's implemented, you'll see aggressive behaviors decline by about 75%. Because so many times when we see a child engaged in negative behaviors, mistaken behaviors, we go over. So here we have Deb and Ann are fighting. They're fighting. So I go over, I see a fight. What is it that we usually do when we see 2 children fighting? We separate them, and what do we say sometimes? Use your words. What's going on? She hit me, I hit her back. Well, what do we do when we're upset? Do we use our words or do we use our hands? And we go through that. Most of us were taught that. But now what we understand is that when we address the fight, we're not getting to the root cause of the problem. I don't know why Deb and Ann were fighting. So I can break up the fight, but I don't solve the problem. So in another hour, they might be fighting again, because now they're fighting over a doll. Over here, they might be fighting over a block. So this method says that's so counterintuitive, ignore the behavior. When I walk over, I'm not going to talk about the fight. I don't know if I said this before. It's one of my Rosemarie quotes, that the behavior we give the most attention to is the behavior we promote. So when I'm over here constantly talking about the fight, I'm promoting that. But if I go over, approach very calmly, remember it's their fight, I don't have to be a part of it, and say, hey, Deb, Ann, separate them because you want to stop any hurtful behavior. What happened? You're so upset. So I approach calmly, and then I gather information. You're so upset, and you're crying, so I know you're upset. You're both upset. What's going on? She took my doll. Oh, you're upset because Deb took your doll. I can see that makes you really upset. Let me hold it. You always neutralize the item. So, Ann, you're upset because she took your doll, and Deb, you're upset because you want the doll. And then the magic phrase, we have a problem. How can we solve it? It's my doll and I want it, but she said I could play with it, but she said I had it a long time. You had it, and you had it, and you want it back. I'm holding it. How are we going to solve it? You will be shocked at how children solve the problem. The first time you do this, they're going to look at you like you're crazy, like, aren't you going to tell us what to do? Because they're accustomed to that. But then after a little bit of practice, Ann might say, okay, you can have it for 5 minutes, and then I'll get it for 5 minutes. And you set your timer, and you let them work it out. And then you come back to check on them. It works. So many times, and this is when you use an equity lens, we assume we know what's happening. And in my imagination, using the data that we have, if there were a white child and a black child fighting over the toy, because of implicit bias, we may be tempted to label the black child as a troublemaker. I labeled Connor the troublemaker in my class. Connor, stop. Connor, don't. Connor, get over here. Connor, what are you doing? I had no idea that I was making him the target until one day there was a ruckus in the block area. And I said, what's going on over there? And one of the children said, teacher, it's Connor. And I walked over. Not only was Connor nowhere near that area, he wasn't even there that day. But you know what? I taught the children that Connor was a troublemaker in our classroom. So we have to be very, very careful of that. So when we're implementing these strategies, I want you to always use your racial equity lens and try to think about how implicit bias might play in. So children can talk and solve problems. Let me give you an example.
You're trying to solve a problem and you're talking, and it sounds like your ideas aren't working for Amaya. I asked her to bring a stone here. So you want...
Did you notice she didn't address at all the screaming? For how many of you was that a trigger? Yes, it's like, wait, you can't scream in somebody's face. But she didn't address it at all. She gathered the information.
So Ella wants to build a horse stall, and Karen, you're asking her to build it over here, and Megan wants her to build it over there. So there's nothing to eat over here. So you want to build it over there. So one day you built one right here. Hey Ella, one day Amaya said she built something right here. So is the problem, are you worried that if she builds over by you, it'll be too close to yours? She needs to be close to the food. She's trying to figure out how she can build a barn and still be close to the food. In the art area? Yes, people will walk there. You're worried people will walk there? Ella, where would you like to build it? Can you show us where you would like to have it? But I want it in the block area. Close to the block. She wants it close to the block area. And close to the food. But not too close to cameras. He just wants to make sure that it's not too close to his. Let's walk over here and see if there's some space. They made a very big doggy house. I have an idea. I'm thinking over here is close to the block area and it's close to the food. Do you think that would work? And let's see, is it far enough away from Cameron so it's not bumping yours? So that works for Cameron too. He wants to come in. I wonder why only you guys can go in. That's a problem because I see some room here and Ella wanted to come in. So is there a place that Ella could come in and stand or sit? She could go right there. So you're saying she can come in and sit right here? Does that solve that problem? You want to go in and sit right here, Ella? Thank you, Ella, for solving that problem and talking with her.
It's interesting. In the first scenario with the guy who screamed in the other child's ear, who had the problem? Was it the little girl in the yellow? It wasn't. But if we didn't go through these stages, we wouldn't know that. The little girl in the lavender was the one with the problem, but that wasn't obvious at first. Did you notice that? After a while, she just kind of dropped off, which was truly amazing. But do you see the steps that the teacher took? And I know that it takes a long time. And believe me, when I first implemented this, it took 12 minutes for me to work it out with two little girls who wanted to pour their milk first. I mean, it was painful. And when you first start to implement these strategies, begin to implement the strategies, they take a long time because children aren't accustomed to solving problems. We're accustomed to solving their problems. If a child's fighting over a trike and you only have one, if you can't play with it together, I'll take it away. And then sometimes we'll even remove the item so children won't fight rather than helping them to go through this. The last scenario, I just want to qualify, and Jasmine, you can probably talk about this a little bit, is that I don't believe in forcing children to play with every child. That they have a right to choose who they will play with as long as they're not mean. So I do like the teacher finding out why they didn't want the child in the area. And they didn't say because she's not my friend or because she's mean to me. The problem was that there wasn't enough room. So the teacher helped them find room. But if a child comes and says, Jasmine doesn't want to play with me, and then to say, well, let's go over there where you have to play with everyone because everyone's friends here, that doesn't teach them life skills, and we don't want to raise a group of children who are taught to impose themselves on others.
Absolutely, I think that's so important. I try to remind parents all the time that the average lifespan of an American is 78 years. And so you are raising your children for 18 to be an adult in this world for 60. So if you raise them to, like no one's gonna care how beautiful and special and amazing your kid is if they don't have any pro-social skills. You can be the most intelligent person in the world, but if you can't get along with people, it's going to be really hard to keep a job, get married, and have friends. And so one thing is like teaching to take the object of conflict away is teaching children and people that conflict is bad when it is the most natural. It's a natural part of life, and working through it is what's key, because actually working through conflict is really what builds intimacy and trust in relationships. The second thing is consent. That I was really deeply disturbed by my friends' elementary school when they're trying to do anti-bullying, and one of the ways they address that was that children aren't allowed to say no when they're asked to play with another child. Like they're not allowed to say, you can't play this game. Number one, that's not really realistic. If I'm playing a game with that requires two people, to not be able to say no is just an unrealistic expectation for that child in the world, right? Like sometimes there's only one person who can get a job. The other thing about that is it doesn't teach consent. It teaches children to go against their innate sense of intuition around what feels comfortable for them and what doesn't. We can teach children to honor themselves and to honor their intuition and also to be respectful of people, but not to be imposing on people or not to allow other people to impose themselves. Children are allowed to have boundaries. There's some people that you don't like or that you don't want to play with because they make you uncomfortable, and we can help them work through that while still honoring themselves.
Thank you so much. I'm thinking about Robin. She had an elementary friend, Robin, and Robin was not a very nice person. But Jasmine loved Robin, just loved her. And finally I had to say that you can choose friends who make you feel good about yourself. You don't have to choose a friend that makes you feel so bad all the time. And I think that's an okay message to send to children. So also, when we're creating an engaging environment, it's an environment where questioning is encouraged. So many times we think we're the experts and we get so tired of the questions, why, how come, why can't we? But questioning is encouraged, and we have to understand that we don't have all the answers. We are Google fanatics. We Google everything. I don't know, but let's find out. I heard somewhere that in the future, which is probably now, that intelligence will no longer be defined by what you know, but if you know how to access the information. How quickly can you access it? So we have information on our fingertips, and we can make it an entire area of exploration for children, and then provide those opportunities for shared exploration so that you're modeling growth as well. And this is key. We have to have the highest expectations for all children. We don't get to decide who's smart, who can learn and who can't. And so many times we get involved in this savior complex where we want to work in urban areas to save the poor children who live there, and we lower expectations for them. And that is just unconscionable. the highest expectations for all children, that we're always operating in that zone of proximal development, where over here we know what children can do, and over here we know that children can do it with some assistance, and we're always pushing over here, so we're always in that zone where we're getting the optimum from kids. And this is key. We must respect children, families, and their communities. You cannot teach in a community that you fear. If you are working in a community and you think the community is a bad community, a dangerous community, then the very people that you're fearing are the families that you're serving. And you can't do it. I had a teacher in that same 5 Points area when it was a little sketchy. And I asked her to stay over to help me with a project. And she goes, Rosemarie, I would stay. I promise you I would stay. But this area is dangerous when the sun goes down, and I need to get out of here. And I said, well, what do you mean? She goes, I know you're new to Colorado, but this is the dangerous, dangerous area, and I need to get out of here before the sun goes down. That just struck me in my soul. It was so, offensive, and just very, very concerning. And I didn't know what to do with all those feelings. But we began to talk about it. Who are you fearing? And this and that. Well, there's gang members here, and there's this here and that there. And blah, blah, blah. Now, I'd come from California where the real Crips and Bloods were. So these were like, oh, I think I'm a Crip. I remember one of the guy goes, Crip here. And I went, no, not really. And I know so-and-so and so-and-so. And he goes, do you know them? And I said, I'm sure he would not appreciate you throwing around Crip in this manner. So anyway, it was really interesting. So our rules changed around how long children had to be on the playground, and all of a sudden we can no longer have mixed age groups on the playground. So we had to rearrange our playground schedule, and I don't know if you've ever gone through that. And you're trying to set up a playground schedule, and you realize you have more children than playground time. But about 5 doors down on the corner was a park that nobody used except the wannabe gang members. So I told that same teacher, I said, come on, let's go talk to the guys at the park and see if they'll let us have it during the day. And she went, what? And I said, let's go talk to the guys at the park and see if we could get the playground. She goes, the gangbangers? I said, well, I don't know if they're gangbangers or not. I know that they're in a park and we need it. Come on, let's go. And she's like, are you nuts? And we walked down, and I walked down to the park, and they're all sitting around at the park. And I said, hey, guys. And they go, hey, Miss Lady, what's going on? What you need? And I said, I run the school right up the street. Yeah, we know. We see you. Watch. We see you get in and out of your car every morning. Okay. And I said, well, I'm taking care of your babies, and we have some crazy new rule, and we don't have enough playground space. So I'm just wondering if you guys would be willing to give up the park during these hours, and I'm making this up. Like, if we could have the park from 10 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon so the babies can play. Yeah, you can have the park. This is their park anyway. And I said, oh, that's amazing. Go, well, what do you need from us? I said, well, first I need you to clean it up. We can't have needles or use condoms and trash and all of that with the babies. Sure enough. We'll fix it up, ma'am. You don't have to worry about that. What else you need? I said, and we need your protection. You got that. Ain't no problem with that. When you need it. I said, well, it's Wednesday. Can we have it ready for Monday? It'll be ready for Monday. And I said, you're going to be here to protect us? We're going to be here. The most beautiful thing happened Monday when we took the children down. Here are the children all gathered together, walking in their neighborhood. They go to the park. The guys are there, giving them high fives. Hey, little man, how's your mama? Hey, Uncle Bug. Hey, big country. I'm going to tell your mama I saw you, boy. You better behave and listen to your teachers. Those children knew those guys. And those guys knew the children. This is their community. And we forget that this community is a community, and they know each other. That's a beautiful way to say it's time for break, but I'm going to get through this last piece. So I want you to think of ways that you can apply these strategies and techniques. How many of you here use the pyramid model? So you are familiar with a lot of these strategies and you're using them all the time, but I also want you to think about how to use them using a racial equity lens. And online at challengingbehavior.org are a wealth of information. You have a culturally responsive teaching guide, modeling guide, a resource book that I helped to develop called Culturally Responsive BOQ, Benchmarks of Quality. There's just lots of materials if you go there. So when we talk about all of this, it's just like we did yesterday, self-control, controlling your own impulses, managing your own behavior is the key. And then we want to talk about reducing disproportionality. And when I talk about encouraging the heart, Kouzes and Posner, they have a book called The Leadership Challenge. And one big section of that book is how you touch the hearts of those that you work with. And we have to touch the hearts of children that we work with, but we also have to change our own hearts, because changed hearts can lead to changed practices. We need to talk about culturally responsive practices, which we'll do right after break. But when we think about culturally responsive practices, there are 4 characteristics of a culturally responsive teacher. And one is that they have respect. See, I'm trying to go too fast, so let me just slow down. Instruction that values and acknowledges what children know before entering the classroom. Children come to you with a wealth of knowledge, find out what it is. That teachers are responsive, the teacher's ability to develop behaviors that values every child's knowledge and experience, that there's relevance, and that's the degree to which instruction reflects the student's experiences, rigor, that we have high expectations for all children, that's challenging and engaging. Someone once said that poor children and children of color are tested, while other children and those who are affluent are taught. We don't want that to be true. We want to make sure all children are taught. And we want to use an anti-deficit approach, which requires that instead of using negative information about why and how children are failing, that we look at successes and we find out how children have succeeded. And it identifies factors based on children's success. So we reframe, and this is a wonderful little mind game, mind technique that you can use. Instead of saying, I don't know, this child, he doesn't seem to show compassion. All he likes to do is hurt children. He's always throwing things and he's very destructive. Instead of having that frame of thought, to look at the child and say, but I notice how this child cares for his brother, and how can that translate into the classroom? Instead of this child cannot be still, to say that I notice this child is engaged even when they're moving. And I wanted to say something about the need of children to move, and then we're going to take a break. In addition to sensory integration processing issues, both Jasmine and I have ADHD. I was diagnosed as an adult. I've always known she had it, but I don't know why I didn't share that information. She didn't know until she was older. But let me tell you what happens to a child and an ADHD brain, especially one who can't sit still. So the person who told me yesterday they're going to be on their computer, and I said, I know I would be on everything because I cannot sit still. I learn when I'm moving. When you ask a child like me to sit still and they really want to comply, this is what happens in their head. Sit still, sit still. You're tapping your feet. Stop tapping your feet. Don't tap your feet. Okay, you're crossing legs. Don't cross your legs. You're shaking your legs. You're moving your legs right now. Don't move, don't move. Oh, you're scooting in your chair. Sit back up, sit back up, sit back up. Or you're going to get in trouble. Okay, you're swinging your legs. Be still, be still, be still, be still. Keep them tight. Maybe if you push your knees together and hold them tight, 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 tight. You won't move. You won't move. You won't move. Okay, you're tapping your feet. She's looking at you. Be still, be still, be still. Your whole brain, every ounce of energy, every thought is in trying to keep still. And you hear nothing the teacher is saying. Absolutely nothing, because everything is going on keeping your body still. Have you ever had the child who did this the whole time, and then you stop and you ask them what's going on, they tell you everything? Don't make that child be still. Whatever problem you have with that movement is yours. Let the child do what they need to learn. I walked into the classroom that my son was in, and there was Jonathan over there flipping and turning. He was very quiet, but he was moving all over the place. It warmed my heart. And then Miss Dorothy looked over there and said, "Jonathan, what do you think?" And he answered every single question and then told her what all the other children were doing. Totally engaged, and you wouldn't know it. So we're not going to do the reframing activity. So the key is to be aware of yourself, understand your values, passions, and preferences and worldviews, acknowledge the fact that we all have biases and make assumptions that influence our attitudes. So let's take a break and come back at 10:30. In an hour, like we said, right?
Guys, a question.
Yes.
So I was really intrigued by what you said about not forcing kids to play with others and respecting that, because that makes sense. And at the same time, how do we support if implicit bias is, yes. So if we have a kid who, maybe is developmentally, we're finding that they've been pegged the troublemaker or that kind of thing, which then increases sometimes those behaviors that other kids find challenging, and kids can just naturally be exclusive. How do we honor a child's right to choose their peers that they want to play with, but at the same time encourage kindness?
One of the things that just came to mind is when we think about children choosing their peers, it's really a short period time of the day, usually during free play.
Right.
But we have the opportunity to pair children up in cooperative learning situations. So in an area where you're pairing, okay, Deb and Jasmine, you two are going to work on this. And then that's exposing the child to the child who may be the troublemaker or who may have developmental disabilities in a cooperative learning situation, with the hope that now they're playing together, they're getting to know each other, that perhaps later they'll choose that child.
So in the meantime, when you have a little person who wants to join and is being shut out, how do you speak to the other kids about that?
I think that's part of the conflict solving too, like going in and talking to them, because I don't think it's a process. It's not a dichotomous like, you want to play with me? Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, it's not an either or.
Yeah,
There's
I'm
a
very
continuum.
curious usually why, when I work in the classroom. Why don't
Chance to answer the question.
Ellie, blah, 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 something like that. Or I want to play myself, then we talk about it. Well, how did you feel, if Ellie did
Try to defend your thought.
absolutely, and let's engage in conflict resolution. When you don't want to play with someone, that's the thing. When I own my intuition, like if someone asks me out and I don't want to do that, I still have a responsibility as a kind, respectful human being, not to be right? Not to be like, I'm actually dating someone, or I'm not in a place where I want to be right now. I see much more as a friend. I still have a responsibility.
So kind responses without catering to what your needs are.
King. I want you to check out her TED Talk. And she has a book called Quiet. It's called Quiet, the Power of Introversion. She's a researcher, and she also works in business, I believe. And she wrote a book on how in our society we privilege extroversion traits over introversion traits, and the power of being an introvert and what they can bring to business and classrooms. I think it's a powerful book for any type of leader, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a manager. And anyway, I'm going to put my email on the bottom of this if you have any questions, because I teach a lot from this book, especially for parents. You're a long time. That's amazing. And it's so quiet. And that's all I said. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Yeah, I don't chit chat. I need a lot of I agree. And it's exactly. And you seem more fun, and you should love people, and I don't want to be around people all the time. Oh my gosh, I live 2 miles away from home. 1.8 miles, because my 16-year-old selfies and 36-year-old selfies. But I have never. I've seen those guys inside my car. Not because I love them any less, because guess what? I get the hours. I'm done. Oh yeah, just like
that
this.
one or that one. It'll fall off, and see if it's an hour mark. I'm up in that drink all day.
Okay. Could I see you if you raised your hand if you said something like that? Because we could turn it up here and then hold the microphone up.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to mess with none of this because it's all working. But I just want to try the microphone.
Okay.
Whichever one you're using.
Okay. Yeah. Then let's check in on frequency if that helps a little bit.
I got my laptop on watching the live stream.
Okay. And then I'll just hold, and I'll make sure I hold the microphone. I sure will.
That is, if these are even working. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
They're not here.
Okay. Well, thank you. I will definitely do that. Yeah. And I'll let her know.
you all are over here doing that. I'm gonna.
I have colleagues who listened on Monday, so I'm just curious, like, what did they hear Monday versus what we've heard yesterday and today?
They heard everything up until where they didn't hear any of the strategies.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they heard the implicit bias, this and that, and then they ended with policies. What can you do?
That's cool.
So when I
Okay.
started talking about intentionally teaching children and using academic instruction, they didn't hear it.
Okay. All right.
They heard everything else.
Great to know.
Okay.
And then they can tell me about the policy stuff.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have the clicker, sweetie? Jasmine, do you have the clicker? Okay. Okay, we're going to come back now. Okay, if you can come back and take your seats. If you can hear me, clap once. Thank you all so much. I just love educators because we like each other so much, and we like getting together, and it's so seldom that we get a chance to really visit with each other. So, we are going to continue, and right now we're just going to talk and kind of review implicit bias a little bit, and how implicit bias is halfway there. No, said that all wrong. I needed a break. Aware is halfway there. Now, remember yesterday I said that implicit bias is this unconscious process that occurs over the course of our lifetime. And I talked to you about this internal recording and how things are recorded, and there are some things that are recorded and we don't even know they're there. I just want to give you an example of that with this little one.
Where are they gone? You don't know. So who might be there? Someone come around and ate a cake. So someone broke into a home and ate Mr. Kipling's angel slices. Didn't take the TV, didn't take, some jewellery. They took these cakes.
Is that shocking? Now, even though her mother laughed maniacally, I don't believe that she was taught that intentionally. But she picked it up. Even from a crib, she's learned to blame the black man. It comes very, very, very early. And I'm hoping her mother would wonder where that came from. Where that came from and what can I do to make sure that it doesn't stay that way. But it happens very early. It was a little disturbing that the mom laughed and thought it funny enough to put on social media. So, anyway, speaking of social media, how many of you have seen this clip? Lovely. And for those of you who have heard of serve and return, this is the best example I've ever seen. If you talk to children, they will talk back to you. What does it have to do with implicit bias? There were many, many, many people who were surprised to see this because they didn't know black men interacted so positively with their own children because the media would have you believe otherwise. May I tell you, this is typical. This isn't an anomaly. It's typical. So I'm going to show you a compilation. I didn't put it together, which is why I need to apologize in advance because there's some cussing. Is that okay? It's not horrible, terrible, but there is some cussing. But I just found this on YouTube, a compilation of black dads interacting with their kids. And as I play it, I want to say that I don't believe this is unique to black dads. This is just what I happened to find to prove my point. I was looking for Hispanic dads too, but I didn't find a compilation on YouTube. But here we go.
I'm talking about cuz me and dad chick, we chilling, huh? Let me tell y'all what I'm gonna have. Can't let me with the kids by myself and get them ready. Now, she normally don't do that. She normally get them ready before she leaves. I will never in my life ever ask her what's taking so long. It's me an hour and a half to get these kids ready. I burned like 15 minutes down. Then we get to change, roll foods. So now I got a baby. I take him out of the stove, I put him in the bag. So Jackson was already dressed. You know what he did? He went and got him dressed because he told me he was going in the bag. Now he got dressed, roll on dressed. We back to square one. I finally get him some dress. I go into the door, I realize I ain't even got nothing close. And I put it over there, he's screaming at the top of his goddamn. I'm losing my mind. He's screaming at the lungs. Jackson is no longer. He's on his iPad at the third time. I finally get him ready. We get out the door, we get to the car. You know what I forgot? The car keys. I had to go back upstairs. I'm so tired. I don't even know what I'm at right now. I just don't know. I got nothing to do.
Okay. All right. This is not what the media shows us. The media would have you believe that black men are not involved with their kids. How many times have you heard about the broken home and they need dads in their home and this and that? And while you could look at this compilation, I also want you to look at the research. Look at what the research tells us. This is a research that was conducted, I think in 2015. I'm not sure, but it was conducted by the National Center for Health Statistics. 17. Fathers' involvement in activities with their children under age 5. And these are for fathers living with their children. And please keep in mind, too, when we say broken homes, they count fathers who are not married to the mothers as not being in the home. So be aware of that. That when you say the fathers aren't in the home, it's because they're not counting them if they're not married. But anyway, for fathers who fed or ate meals with their children daily, 63% were Hispanic, 73%, almost 74% white, 78% black. More black men living with their children ate meals with their children daily than whites or Hispanics. Bathed, diapered, or dressed children daily, 45% Hispanic, 60% white, 70% black. For those who played with their children every day, 74% Hispanic, 82.7 white, 82.2 black. Read to children daily, 22% Hispanic, 30% white, and 34% black. So black fathers living in the home are more engaged with their children than white dads or Hispanic. How many of you had no idea? This isn't what we learn, and this is how we can dispel stereotypes and how we can look at these men through a different lens, through a racial equity lens. And for fathers who do not live with their children, those who ate with their children regularly, 8.6 Hispanic, the number was too low to count for whites, and 12.6 for blacks. Who bathe or diaper their children every day, 7.3% Hispanic, 6.6 white, and 12.7 black. Who play with their children daily, you see those numbers, 10% Hispanic, 6% white, and 16.5% black. And read to their children daily, for Hispanics, that number was too low to count, but 3.2% white and 7.8% black. This is information that we don't know. And this is how stereotypes persist. And I want you to know that as educators, you are missing out on a valuable resource by not engaging these families in our centers. One of the biggest complaints that my husband had in engaging with our children at school was that educators seemed to be afraid of them. They did not engage them. My husband could not understand why he was ID'd all the time. Why don't they know? I drop him off every day. Why am I ID'd so much? Even at our karate school, when he would walk in, they say, "Who are you here for? Come on now, we're the only black family there. He's with us. Why are you taking him through this?" And it turns our men off. So make sure, especially after this, that you are engaging black and Hispanic men, all men of color, all men, basically, in the education of their children. Now, this video is a little long, but I do want you to see it. How many of you have seen The Danger of a Single Story? Alrighty, we'll go ahead and watch it now.
I'm a storyteller, and I would like to tell you a few personal stories about what I like to call the danger of the single story. I grew up on a university campus in eastern Nigeria. My mother says that I started reading at the age of 2, although I think 4 is probably close to the truth. So I was an early reader, and what I read were British and American children's books. I was also an early writer. And when I began to write at about the age of 7, stories in pencil with crayon illustrations that my poor mother was obligated to read, I wrote exactly the kinds of stories I was reading. All my They ate apples, and they talked a lot about the weather, how lovely it was that the sun had come out. Now, this despite the fact that I live in Nigeria, I had never been outside Nigeria. We didn't have snow, we ate mangoes, and we never talked about the weather because there was no need to. My characters also drank a lot of ginger beer because the characters in the British books I read drank ginger beer. Never mind that I had no idea what ginger beer was. And for many years afterwards, I would have a desperate desire to taste ginger beer. But that is another story. What this demonstrates, I think, is how impressionable and vulnerable we are in the face of a story, particularly as children. Because all I had read were books in which characters were foreign, I had become convinced that books, by their very nature, had to have foreigners in them, and had to be about things with which I could not personally identify. Now, things changed when I discovered African books. There weren't many of them available, and they weren't quite as easy to find as the foreign books, but because of writers like Chinua Achebe and Kamara, I went through a mental shift in my perception of literature. I realized that people like me, girls with skin the color of chocolate, whose kinky hair could not form ponytails, could also exist in literature. I started to write about things I recognized. Now, I loved those American and British books I read. They stirred my imagination, opened up new worlds for me. But the unintended consequence was that I did not know that people like me could exist in literature. So what the discovery of African writers did for me was this. It saved me from having a single story of what books are. I come from a conventional middle-class Nigerian family. My father was a professor. My mother was an administrator. And so we had, as was the norm, living domestic help who would often come from nearby rural villages. So the year I turned 8, we got a new houseboy. His name was Fide. The only thing my mother told us about him was that his family was very poor. My mother sent yams and rice and our old clothes to his family. And when I didn't finish my dinner, my mother would say, "Finish your food. Don't you know people like Fide's family have nothing?" So I felt enormous pity for Fide's family. Then one Saturday we went to his village to visit. And his mother showed us a beautifully patterned basket made of dyed raffia that his brother had made. I was startled. It had not occurred to me that anybody in his family could actually make something. All I had heard about them was how poor they were, so that it had become impossible for me to see them as anything else but poor. That poverty was my single story of them. Years later, I thought about this when I left Nigeria to go to university in the United States. I was 19. My American roommate was shocked by me. She asked where I had learned to speak English so well, and was confused when I said that Nigeria happened to have English as its official language. She asked if she could listen to what she called my tribal music. I was consequently very disappointed when I produced my tape of Mariah Carey. She assumed that I did not know how to use a stove. What struck me was this. She had felt sorry for me even before she saw me. Her default position toward me as an African was a kind of patronizing, well-meaning pity. My roommate had a single story of Africa, a single story of catastrophe. In this single story, there was no possibility of Africans being similar to her.
Is it on? Is it on?
No possibility of feelings more complex than pity. No possibility of a connection as human equals. I must say that before I went to the US, I didn't consciously identify as African. But in the US, whenever Africa came up, people turned to me, never mind that I knew nothing about places like Namibia. But I did come to embrace this new identity, and in many ways I think of myself now as African. Although I still get quite irritable when Africa is referred to as a country, the most recent example being my otherwise wonderful flight from Lagos 2 days ago, in which there was an announcement on the Virgin flight about the charity walk in India, Africa, and other countries. So after I spent some years in the US as an African, I began to understand my roommate's response incomprehensible people fighting senseless wars, dying of poverty and AIDS, unable to speak for themselves, and waiting to be saved by a kind, white foreigner. I would see Africans in the same way that I, as a child, had seen Fide's family. This single story of Africa ultimately comes, I think, from Western literature. Now here's a quote from the writing of a London merchant called John Locke, who sailed to West Africa in 1561 and kept a fascinating account of his voyage. After referring to the black Africans as beasts who have no houses, he writes, "They are also people without heads, having their mouths and eyes in their breasts." Now, I've laughed every time I've read this, and one must admire the imagination of John Locke. But what is important about his writing is that it represents the beginning of a tradition of telling African stories in the West, a tradition of sub-Saharan Africa as a place of negatives, of difference, of darkness, of people who, in the words of the wonderful poet Rudyard Kipling, are half devil, half child. And so I began to realize that my American roommate must have, throughout her life, seen and heard different versions of this single story. As had a professor who once told me that my novel was not authentically African. Now, I was quite willing to contend that there were a number of things wrong with the novel, that it had failed in a number of places, but I had not quite imagined that it had failed at achieving something called African authenticity. In fact, I did not know what African authenticity was. The professor told me that my characters were too much like him, an educated and middle-class man. My characters drove cars. They were not starving. Therefore, they were not authentically African. But I must quickly add that I too am just as guilty on the question of the single story. A few years ago, I visited Mexico from the US. The political climate in the US at the time was tense, and there were debates going on about immigration. And, as often happens in America, immigration became synonymous with Mexicans. There were endless stories of Mexicans as people who were fleecing the healthcare system, sneaking across the border, being arrested at the border, that sort of thing. I remember walking around on my first day in Guadalajara, watching the people going to work, rolling up tortillas in the marketplace, smoking, laughing. I remember first feeling slight surprise, and then I was overwhelmed with shame. I realized that I had been so immersed in the media coverage of Mexicans that they had become one thing in my mind, the abject immigrant. I had bought into the single story of Mexicans, and I could not have been more ashamed of myself. So that is how to create a single story. Show a people as one thing, as only one thing, over and over again, and that is what they become. It is impossible to talk about the single story without talking about power. There is a word, an Igbo word, that I think about whenever I think about the power structures of the world, and it is nkali. It's a noun that loosely translates to be greater than another. Like our economic and political worlds, stories too are defined by the principle of nkali. How they are told, who tells them, when they are told, how many stories are told, are really dependent on power. Power is the ability not just to tell the story of another person, but to make it the definitive story of that person. The Palestinian poet Mourid Barghouti writes that if you want to dispossess a people, the simplest way to do it is to tell their story and to start with secondly. Start the story with the arrows of the Native Americans and not with the arrival of the British, and you have an entirely different story. Start the story with the failure of the African state and not with the colonial creation of the African state, and you have an entirely different story. I recently spoke at a university where a student told me that it was such a shame that Nigerian men were physical abusers like the father character in my novel. I told him that I had just read a novel called American Psycho, and that it was such a shame that young Americans were serial murderers. Now, 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 obviously, I said this in a fit of mild irritation, but it would never have occurred to me to think that just because I had read a novel in which a character was a serial killer, that he was somehow representative of all Americans. And now, this is not because I'm a better person than that student, but because of America's cultural and economic power, I had many stories of America. I had read Thailand, Updike, and Steinbeck, and Gateskill. I did not have a single story of America. When I learned some years ago that writers were expected to have had really unhappy childhoods to be successful, I began to think about how I could invent horrible things my parents had done to me. But the truth is that I had a very happy childhood, full of laughter and love, in a very close-knit family. But I also had grandfathers who died in refugee camps. My cousin, Polly, died because he could not get adequate health care. One of my closest friends, Ukuloma, died in a plane crash because our fire trucks did not have water. I grew up under repressive military governments that devalued education so that sometimes my parents were not paid their salaries. And so as a child, I saw jam disappear from the breakfast table. Then margarine disappeared. Then bread became too expensive. Then milk became rationed. And most of all, a kind of normalized political fear invaded our lives. All of these stories make me who I am. But to insist on only these negative stories is to flatten my experience and to overlook the many other stories that formed me. The single story creates stereotypes. And the problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story. Of course, Africa is a continent full of catastrophes, the immense ones, such as the horrific rapes in Congo, and depressing ones, such as the fact that 5,000 people apply for one job vacancy in Nigeria. But there are other stories that are not about catastrophe, and it is very important, it is just as important to talk about them. I've always felt that it is impossible to engage properly with a place or a person without engaging with all of the stories of that place and that person. The consequence of the single story is this: it robs people of dignity. It makes our recognition of our equal humanity difficult. It emphasizes how we are different rather than how we are similar. So what if before my Mexican trip, I had followed the immigration debate from both sides, the US and the Mexican? What if my mother had told us that Fide's family was poor and hardworking? What if we had an African television network that broadcast diverse African stories all over the world, what the Nigerian writer Chinua Achebe calls a balance of stories? What if my roommate knew about my Nigerian publisher, Mukhtar Bakare, a remarkable man who left his job in a bank to follow his dream and start a publishing house? Now, the conventional wisdom was that Nigerians don't read literature. He disagreed. He felt that people who could read would read if you made literature affordable and available to them. Shortly after he published my first novel, I went to a TV station in Lagos to do an interview. And a woman who worked there as a messenger came up to me and said, "I really liked your novel. I didn't like the ending. Now you must write a sequel, and this is what will happen." And she went on to tell me what to write in the sequel. Now, I was not only charmed, I was very moved. Here was a woman, part of the ordinary masses of Nigerians who were not supposed to be readers. She had not only read the book, but she had taken ownership of it and felt justified in telling me what to write in the sequel. Now, what if my roommate knew about my friend, Fumi Yonda, a fearless woman who hosts a TV show in Lagos and is determined to tell the stories that we prefer to forget? What if my roommate knew about the heart procedure that was performed in the Lagos hospital last week? What if my roommate knew about contemporary Nigerian music, talented people singing in English and Pidgin and Igbo and Yoruba and Ijo, mixing influences from Jay-Z to Fela to Bob Marley to their grandfathers? What if my roommate knew about the female lawyer who recently went to court in Nigeria to challenge a ridiculous law that that required women to get their husband's consent before renewing their passports? What if my roommate knew about Nollywood, full of innovative people making films despite great technical odds? Films so popular that they really are the best example of Nigerians consuming what they produce. What if my roommate knew about my wonderfully ambitious hair braider who has just started her own business selling hair extensions? Or about the millions of other Nigerians who start businesses and sometimes fail but continue to nurse ambition? Every time I am home, I'm confronted with the usual sources of irritation for most Nigerians: our failed infrastructure, our failed government, but also by the incredible resilience of people who thrive despite the government rather than because of it. I teach writing workshops in Lagos every summer, and it is amazing to me how many people apply, how many people are eager to write, to tell stories. My Nigerian publisher and I have just started a nonprofit called Farafina Trust, and we have big dreams of building libraries and refurbishing libraries that already exist and providing books for state schools that don't have anything in their libraries, and also of organizing lots and lots of workshops on reading and writing for all the people who are eager to tell our many stories. Stories matter. Many stories matter. Stories have been used to dispossess and to malign, but stories can also be used to empower and to humanize. Stories can break the dignity of a people, but stories can also repair that broken dignity. The American writer Alice Walker wrote this about her southern relatives who had moved to the north, and she introduced them to a book about the southern life that they had left behind. They sat around reading the book themselves, listening to me read the book, and the kind of paradise was regained. I would like to end with this thought, that when we reject the single story, when we realize that there is never a single story about any place, we regain a kind of paradise. Thank you.
So, if you're wondering what we're doing with the microphone, our colleagues who are joining remotely cannot hear the videos. So we're trying to figure out how to make sure they can hear as well. I hope that's working. So when you think about a single story, I want you to think about the single stories that you have about the families you serve, that you have about their children, and that you have about your colleagues, communities. We all have single stories. I love when she said that the single story flattens your experience. It just gives you one dimension. Were there any other aha moments from this TED Talk? Her English, yes. Mm-hmm. That people make assumptions about your English, how and when you learned English, if you have an accent, how intelligent you are, how you use words. That's just amazing. How many of you here have an accent? And how many of you have been judged by your accent? It's just amazing. For some reason, we view people with accents as less intelligent. It's really quite amazing. And they're not always foreign accents, they can be regional accents. People who are from the South, who have a heavy Southern accent, are thought to be less intelligent, and that's science, that's research that tells us that. So we need to be very careful. And also we have to be careful about how we define illiteracy. I've heard people say, oh, they speak Spanish, they're illiterate. They may not be illiterate in their own language. I'm illiterate in Spanish too, because I don't know how to read it. So we want to be very careful. Thank you. Anything else that jumped out? Yes. I'm going to come up with the mic so I can make sure people can hear us. And I'm not going to run. Where was that hand?
Thank you. When she was talking about how when she was younger and she used to read those stories and then she would start writing and illustrating with the snow and the apples, and that's not where she was from, it gave me a flashback to when my little girl was younger, and I am a Disney princess fanatic. And so when she was younger, I would watch the princesses, the princesses, the princesses. And back then, Tiana was not born yet, and neither was Moana. And so all of my princesses were white, whom I still love, by the way. Cinderella, awesome. And I realized what was happening to her is she was gravitating towards wanting just that. And when that hit me, and she was little, I'm talking 3, 4, 5, I had to make a change. And I just, when she was talking about that, it hit me like a wave, like, oh my gosh, I remember that, and how, I don't know, how I had to make an adjustment as a mom. So, this aha moment.
Yes. Thank you so much for sharing that. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you.
I think when the statement she made said the problem with stereotypes is not that they're not right, but that they're incomplete. And then it just goes to like all the implicit bias stuff that we should be seeking to understand. It just, I thought the way she phrased that was good. Like they don't tell the whole story.
And that struck me too, that it's not that stereotypes are untrue, but they're incomplete. For instance, some of you may have heard that there's a stereotype that black people love fried chicken.
Can I just say everybody loves fried chicken?
Well, except her mother. I hate fried chicken. I can't stand fried chicken. But the reason I can't is because my grandmother fried chicken every Sunday, no matter what the overall meal was. And she had 4 skillets going at the same time. And then I was the chicken turner. If you've ever fried chicken, you know that the grease pops. So imagine 4 skillets. I was so little, I remember standing on a chair to turn the chicken and crying. When I'm grown, I'm never gonna fry chicken as long as I live. And I have never fried chicken. Once I left the house at 17 to go to college, I've never fried chicken again. Never ate it again. My children love it. Her brother came home one day and said, Mom, in front of my sister, I had this chicken, and when I bit into it, it went crunch, crunch. And my sister looked at me and said, don't tell me that babies never have fried chicken. And then she threatened to take my black card away. But stereotypes are almost always grounded in some truth, but they're incomplete. Jasmine and I were talking today about, was it your client who is Asian, who was struggling with math?
So I have a client who, I've talked about my transracial adoption. So she came to me because she is Korean and was adopted by a white family and married a Korean man who was adopted by a white family. Now they're raising kids, and she's like, we don't know how to be Korean. Or you know, how to, like, they didn't know how to really make their kids really solid in their cultural identity. It's been a really interesting case. But one of the things that really broke my heart is her son, in his elementary school class, they went to parent-teacher conferences. So this is a few months into the school year, or at least a couple, and she was like, I've noticed his math grades are lower. And the teacher goes, yeah, I noticed that. And it's so weird because none of the other Asian kids are struggling with math. And I just thought, even when we have positive stereotypes, that when we rely on that single story, it still undermines things. What if this kid is not getting the support he needs in a subject he's struggling in because his teacher was over-relying on the stereotype that all Asians are good at math?
Mm-hmm. And we have a friend, her name is Sue Lin. SUE-LIN, and she went to Brown University, an Ivy League school, and she was doing great in math, and her dad is a mathematician. And he was surprised that she was getting these A's in high-level math. He said, Sulin, when you come home on next break, bring some of your work. I want to see what you're doing. And he looked at her work, and it was all wrong. Wrong. The answers were wrong. She was basically failing that class that she was getting A's in. Can you guess why she was getting A's? They assumed she was Asian and didn't look at her work. It wasn't graded. So when stereotypes are dangerous, it flattens one's experience. And they're always, always dangerous, even when they're the so-called good ones. So we want to be very, very careful of that. We also want to be careful in making sure that we are seeing children through a strength-based lens. I had a teacher who, we had a two-way mirror because our school was a lab school. And she was upset with a child. A child had thrown a block and hit another child. And she took the thrower and picked him up and slammed him into a chair. A parent saw that through the two-way mirror. And when she came to me and said, I saw Miss Cinderella slam a child into the chair, I didn't believe her because I knew that this teacher would never do that. And I went in the classroom, and she was frazzled, and this kid is sitting, and she's taking care of the other child, and you know, head wounds just bleed profusely, and it's bleeding, and she's upset. And after she was done, I said, tell me what happened to the thrower. She said, I was so afraid, I set him down in that chair. And I told her, I said, a parent saw you forcefully set him down. And she said, Rosemarie, I slammed him in the chair. I did that. She was an exceptional and is an exceptional teacher who had a horrible moment. And if we're honest, we've all had horrible moments. We've all had moments that we're not proud of. Sometimes they're in actions and sometimes they're in thoughts. But we all go through this. Unfortunately, I had to terminate her because it's part of our policy. And it was so funny, we're still friends to this day. But it was just an awful moment. Children have awful moments. And as we know, they've been here a very short period of time, and those moments do not equate to being a horrible, terrible, bad person. But they're named that way sometimes. So this clip I'm about to show you is of a little guy who my student teacher told me, she told me that he was the worst child that she had ever seen in her life. And that she could not figure him out. Nothing she did resulted in any positive behavior. No strategy worked whatsoever. And I said, did you talk to your master teacher? Yes, I did, and she wants you to come. She said that if you keep saying that he can be saved, you need to come show us how, because we don't see it. So I went to observe. And anybody here is an observer? You go observe classrooms to help your personnel? Wonderful. And you know, when you go to observe, I don't know what happens. There's a little fairy that flies around, and it says, be good because you're being watched. So I want those of you who have been observed to know that we know that children's behavior can change because of our presence in the classroom. But what I do in order to really see a clearer picture is I like to observe her over a 2-day period. So I'll carve out 2 full days to stay in the classroom throughout the entire day. Because so many times we leave right before nap, and nap time could be one of those times. Sometimes we leave after nap, you know, when lunchtime. You just need to see the day, and you need to see it for 2 days so you can get a true picture. So that's what I did. But when I first went, I asked them, I like to start with the positive, that practicing the soul. So I said, tell me what he enjoys. Just hurting kids. And I said, well, what else does he enjoy doing? He really enjoys hurting kids. I said, okay, let's try another way. Tell me the activities he's engaged in when he's not hurting children. Well, tell me what he likes. Well, surely he's not hurting children all day. What is he doing when he's not? And they came up with sleeping and eating. So you can imagine the perception they had of this child. So I'm going to show you this clip, and this clip is one of about 15 very much like it that I took over the course of the day. Let me qualify this. He's in the blue, and the child that he's playing with in the white with the stripes on the sleeves is on the autism spectrum. So what did you see? What, say that again? He's creative. He was so patient with the other child. He showed compassion. What else? He taught him his colors. No, this is orange. Just really engaged. And when I showed this clip to the teachers, they cried. And the master teacher said, I have never seen this. I've never seen it. And like I said, I have about 15 of these clips. I showed them about 7. And she goes, I don't understand. I don't understand. I've never seen it. And I believe her. I believe she's never seen it. I don't believe he's never done it. And I'll show you why.
I think that's with the cognitive dissonance we talked about with the gap model. Our brains don't like to integrate information when we're really tied to a belief. So if they believe that all that child wanted to do was hurt people, it's too uncomfortable if we don't allow room for it and notice that we're attached to that belief for her brain to integrate that information. It's almost impossible to do. That's how the human brain works.
Yes, thank you. So shortly after this clip was the fight. It's a very short clip because there comes a time when you have to put down your camera and save children. So watch very carefully. Okay. Remember, he's in the blue. Did he start that fight? He did not. But I'll tell you, those teachers raced over there, broke it up, because although he didn't start the fight, I have to tell you, he finished it. It was not pretty. That's why I had to put that camera down. But the teachers raced over, and who do you think they blamed? They blamed him. They said, see, this is what we're talking about. This is what we were telling you. You see what we're talking about? He loves hurting children. And as an observer, we're supposed to be neutral. But I couldn't be. I said, you know what? He didn't start the fight. I'm not saying fighting is okay, but you can't run over and just blame him. But that's the only time I believe they saw this child. Like Jasmine said, that cognitive dissonance, they could not change the reality, so they had to confirm the reality. And they confirmed it every time he misbehaved and didn't see when he didn't. Does that make sense? Jasmine's going to talk a little bit about confirmation bias later. You know, like when you see a car, you love the car, you buy a car, and then all of a sudden you think everybody bought your car? because you see it more, kind of a confirmation bias. So be aware of the negative perceptions that we have about children, the single story that we have about children, so that we can change the reality. So we can change our beliefs and see what's really there. The other thing I want you to think about is cultural humility. And what is cultural humility? Cultural humility challenges us to get out of our role as professionals. We know a lot. And because we know a lot, we assume we know more than we know. But when we practice cultural humility, it takes us out of being the professional into being a learner, where we can really learn about the culture of others. Like I learned about the Somali culture and not translating materials. I learned, oh my goodness, when I worked in California in the predominantly Spanish-speaking area, I learned a lot about Spanish and a lot about culture. My girlfriend being a Muslim from Afghanistan, I have learned so much about Islam from her, and didn't even realize some of the stereotypes I had, and then and after that, didn't realize just the surface knowledge that I had without digging deeper. And digging deeper was just participating and being curious and asking and sitting back, watching and wondering. For instance, I went to a wedding of her niece, and now she's my niece, but she wore a green sash. And she was very somber throughout the wedding. And I just noticed, without placing judgment, not good or bad, right or wrong, and I said, I noticed the bride didn't smile much. And she says, no, we don't smile a lot at weddings. This is a very serious event. And I said, she wore a white traditional American wedding dress, but she had this green sash. And she goes, oh, that's a sign of virginity. Just learning little things here and there by practicing cultural humility. And for children, it's this activity that I'm going to share with you by a teacher, third grade teacher named Kyle Schwartz. And she wanted to learn more about her students. And she sent this assignment home. And she asked the students to complete the sentence. And this is just an example of what she got back. She has written a book called I Wish My Teacher Knew. That's on Amazon. But this is what she got back from the students. I wish my teacher knew I don't have a friend to play with me. I wish my teacher knew sometimes my reading log is not signed because my mom's not around a lot. I wish my teacher knew I don't have pencils at home to do my homework. I wish my teacher knew how much I miss my dad because he got deported to Mexico when I was 3 years old, and I haven't seen him in 3 years. She said this was so powerful because she had no idea what her children were going through. And she really learned a lot from the children, what their needs were. That's cultural humility. She realized, I'm not the expert. I need them to tell me. So I want you to think about this. What do your families wish you knew? Especially those that you've not developed a relationship with, what they're going through. How many of you saw the little meme on Facebook about the little guy with the pencil? I'm going to see if I can find it here so I can read it to you. Bear with me. And while I'm looking this up, I want you to think about what your families wished you knew. Can you find, just say, Google, why didn't you bring a pencil, or where is your pencil? And also, I want you to think about what your coworkers wished you knew. There are people you work alongside with who may be victims of domestic abuse. They may have experienced trauma. They may not know how they're going to pay their mortgage or their car notes. It's a poem, yeah. There's so much that you don't know about the people that you work with, that are closest to you. Do you know we make so little in this field that many of our workers qualify for subsidy? We have child care teachers, early childhood teachers who qualify for SNAP. What do they wish you knew? Is it there yet? Let me read it. Okay. Hold on. Go back and you can do a picture. Yes. All right, so this is the poem. It says, because we ain't got no alarm clock, I dug in the dirty clothes basket. Oh, I'm sorry, let me start here. Here it is. I woke myself up because we ain't got no alarm clock. Dug in the dirty clothes basket because ain't nobody washed my uniform. Brushed my hair and teeth in the dark because the lights ain't on. Even got my baby sister ready because my mama wasn't home. Got us both to school on time to eat us a good breakfast. And when I got to class, the teacher fussed because I ain't got no pencil. You see, we don't know what a child had to go through just to get to us. And he went through all that, determined to get to school, and the teacher scolded him because he didn't bring his pencil. Some of your colleagues went through a whole lot to get to work. Car didn't start, got on the bus, took a couple of extra buses, may not have had enough to get a transfer, found a way to talk the guy into getting a transfer so she could get there, and she gets there ready to work with children, but might be 10 minutes late, and then gets fussed at for being late. So we have to practice cultural humility so that we can connect better with our colleagues, with our staff members, with our families. And one of the ways that we have to do that is to continue to look at implicit bias. And Jasmine's going to present to you 10 ways to look at bias from another angle.
So, we talked about implicit bias yesterday, and there are a lot of types that we can engage in, and sometimes it's really helpful to identify what it is that you're struggling with so that you can understand examples. And so after all of these, I'm going to ask you all to come up with some examples of your own. So the first is priming bias. This is the tendency to respond to something based on our experience. So for example, when we only hear the stories of crime in certain parts of the city, and then we become afraid to go into that part of the city. We start to believe that crime only happens there, that it can't happen in our house, it only happens in this section of town. An example of that is thinking that communities are only having needs to be met rather than seeing them for their strengths or their innovations, et cetera, et cetera. What are some examples of that in your life? Talk to each other. You like each other. Okay. Let's bring it back in. What did we come up with? I'll run even though I shouldn't.
So I'll share something that happened to me last winter. I got in a car accident and I needed to get a tow or like a ride home from the tow truck driver. And I live on the east side of St. Paul, and I live off Maryland and Payne, which I happen to love. But the east side has a lot of,
I guess, biases against it just because it's an area that is lower income. And the tow truck driver said to me, "What is a girl like you doing living south of Maryland?" Which has like a whole bunch of levels of things attached to that.
Thank you for sharing that. Wow. And I'm sorry that happened to you. But that's a perfect example, right? What is a girl like you that has so many implications doing living here? Not able to see the not able to see the strengths of that community. And it's so interesting to me, especially in this culture of gentrification we have going on, the ways that these communities don't have, there's more white people living in, like my mom said, in 5 Points, which is known as sort of like a dangerous community in Denver, than there are black people. A lot of the people who live there historically can no longer afford to. And it still has that level of reputation. Thank you. The second is pattern recognition. This is when we lean towards seeing patterns and behavior, people, things. It's like when we're trying to get, when we're trying to see patterns for a whole group of people based on our knowledge or perceived knowledge of them rather than on our experience of them. So that's like believing that all Asian people speak English as a second language. One of the ones that I have run into a lot is people assuming that I was raised poor because I'm black, or, et cetera. People assuming that, another thing that happened too is, I don't know if any of you have ever been to the Dominican Republic. But when I went to the Dominican Republic for the first time, I went with school, so we had a translator, and she was white, blonde hair, green eyes. And every time we were stopped by someone from the Dominican Republic, who do you think they started speaking Spanish to? Me. Because in that country, I look like the people who speak Spanish there. So, again, when has this happened in your life, in your classroom, in your job?
And take a few minutes to talk to each other.
Talk to each other.
And this one too can be part of the single story. Patterns. And then also just ask if there are other people. We have 30 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So, you have something in your eye?
My contact shifted, so I'm trying to get it back down.
Oh, no. Is it up there? Okay, good.
So, I already see a hand up. Do you want to share? I also think this is an important example of relying on a single story, right? This pattern recognition. I'm coming.
Sorry, I'm battling a cold today. So one of the things that we do as Native American program consultants and such is I go into the school to the different grades and we do performances and such. I went in and read a story to a 3rd grade classroom at the library one day, and I had opened up the floor to these students of like, hey, sometimes your parents tell you not to ask others questions, not to be curious verbally. I said, but this is the time I'm going to let you guys ask me and my sister, who were doing the presentation, anything you would like to ask us. The teachers are like, oh, are you serious? Like, they gave us this look like no other. These students were asking us things. Does your sister speak English? Because we didn't hear her speak English today. Do your kids wear the same kind of clothes as you? And we had on regular clothes like everybody. Do you guys have water at your house? And the teachers were kind of offended by these questions that these students were asking us, but these kids don't know what they don't know. And so opening up the conversation like that to something where you make adults feel uncomfortable is powerful at times.
That's such a powerful example, because how often do we as adults sort of reinforce that single story for children because of our own discomfort? I tell people all the time that the only people allowed to ask or to actually touch my hair are children, very young ones. And that's generally because they're coming from a place of curiosity. And that's a place for us to expand that story for them, to teach them something, you know? Adults have more resources. Is there anybody else who has? Here, I'll go here and then there.
This is an interesting one, because for a long time I didn't realize that what I was experiencing was bias from people, but I learned that a lot of times when people would ask me about my family, and I'd say, oh, I'm married, and oh, do you have any kids? And I'd tell them, yep, and I'd tell them my kids' age, and then they'll ask me, you know, how long I've been married, and I've been married longer than my oldest child, and I'll usually get puzzled looks or just kind of like, oh, wow. And I had a dad, when I was a child care director, we were just having this conversation, and he just was blown away at the fact that I was married and then I had kids. And in that conversation, that's when it dawned on me what had been happening when people would respond to me in that way. And I was like, oh, like, you think it's strange that I didn't have children out of wedlock. Yeah.
And specifically because you're a Black woman. Yes.
Manning early childhood.
You know what? Mic drop, right? Exactly. You know what? Actually, I think that's so powerful, because, like we talked about, like when we were talking about the father's involvement, right? That it's shocking to people. I was telling my mom, I was like, remember my Uncle Eddie used to do my hair, because my dad really couldn't do it. But but also he did it better than his wife. He did all of the children's hair in his family, much more so than my Aunt Marlene, and people were always blown away by that. There's not a lot of men in mental health. And I know that even when I worked at KinderCare, and when was this, Mom? 2011, maybe 2010? It's like 10 years ago. The men that worked there were only allowed to work in after school or with the fours. They were not allowed to change diapers. So thank you. Back where? Okay. Actually, this is going to be faster. Sorry. Yes, please. Thank you.
I thought it was fascinating. It goes along with intentionally teaching your children, but my children grew up in a fairly homogeneous rural area, and first day of kindergarten, I said, well, who did you meet? Who are your friends? You know, tell me about your class. And I have twin daughters, and they both said, well, we have 2 kids that don't speak English. And I said, really? That's fascinating. Did you say hi or anything? Well, volunteering in their class later, no, they had 2 children of color in their class who spoke perfect English. And so it never dawned on me that, and so I had to sit them down and say, girls, just because, we have different colors of skin doesn't mean that we don't know different things. So it was interesting to know that I'd never realized to point that out. So.
Thank you for sharing that. Is there anybody else? Okay. Oh, did I do it? third type of bias that we can have is value attribution, where we think of a person or a thing with a certain amount of value based on how we initially perceive them. A lot of times we either do that, we can value them up or we can value them down. Does that make sense? So for example, one of my favorite things is when Jimmy Fallon gets someone to perform in the subway. Have you ever seen that? Sometimes Ellen will do it where they get these like really famous people, dress them up, and have them do subway performances in New York City. And it's fascinating to me how many people will walk right past. You know? Or when we make an assumption about someone who's homeless or someone who is dressed a certain way. And this can also happen when you can value up. In fact, a lot of families of color will raise their children to dress a certain way in order to be perceived a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Like I know that, I remember when I was taking a job interview for advertising, and it was my second interview, and they said, you can wear jeans to that one. I was like, no, I can't. You know, that's not what I was taught. That went against a lot of the things around how I deemed being valued.
It's so interesting, too. I just think about the whole dress, the way you dress and the perceptions around that is we have a very upscale mall in Colorado, in Denver. And there's no way on earth I would ever go to that mall without wearing designer clothes and carrying a designer bag. No way. Because if I dressed any differently, I'd be followed all over the mall because of the perception. And I have a friend who's he calls himself an old hippie, you know, kind of long hair and beard and everything, and he said the exact same thing happens to him if he goes there, so much that he doesn't even go anymore.
But what's interesting is if you go to that same mall and you are white, and it's in the first week of January, then and you're wearing cowboy boots and dirty jeans, and you may have mud on your boots, a lot of times they will cater to those people because they know that they're there for the National Stock Show. Mm-hmm. And that if they're there, so it's interesting the way that we have learned to perceive certain people, and then we make an immediate values judgment. That was a great example, you know, the example of that, what we did yesterday, the ladder of inference, right? We will see someone in a certain car, in a certain type of dress, and make an assumption about them. Mm-hmm. So talk among yourselves, come up with examples. Okay. So we have one over here. Is that Nicole? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So here's our first example.
So one thing in our family was we valued names, and that your name couldn't be too black. That was just, my mom's name is Artisha, and she really struggled with people, and in California there's an Artesia, and there's like, you know, just the different boulevards, and she was like, you are not going to have a name where people won't hire you because your name's on that paper. So your name's Nicole. My brother's name is James. Like every single one of my cousins, all 13 of us, have names that are easy to pronounce, easy to write down, and you won't be able to judge us when our applications come up first. And that was like a very thoughtful thing to do, and it is continued in our family. We talk about it. I have another cousin that was not the route they went, and immediately all of us cringed and thought, oh my God, what is he gonna go through when he tries to get a job and his name is Kadris, and they're not gonna be able to pronounce that, and they're gonna think he's hood, and they're not gonna see him. They're not gonna see the value in him because of his name. So that's what we did.
Thank you for sharing that. I actually think that's a really powerful example and one that happens a lot, and studies back it up. Science shows that if you have an ethnic name, you are less likely to be called back for an interview. I know a lot of, in fact, I have my goddaughter I keep talking about, her family, when my, and I don't think Allie will mind me telling this story, but she struggled with infertility for about 3 years before they had Anna. And as her best friend, it's really hard to watch your friends go through that, right? It's a really painful experience. And so when she finally got, I'm trying so hard not to litter. When she finally got pregnant, when she found out about Anna, they said that she was the size of a poppy seed. So we call her Poppy. It's her nickname. And Allie and Luke, her husband at the time, went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth about whether or not they would name her Poppy. And they settled on Anna for that same reason. She goes, because my daughter has to get a job someday. Because she had known that same study that we studied in graduate school about how if you have a name like Kwame or Nakia or even Jesus, that there's bias that goes on there. Another great example of value attribution is the New York, this can be another example too, but the New York Symphony Orchestra used to hold auditions where people would go on stage. They sat in the middle, right? And for years and years and years throughout the history of this orchestra, it was like 90% men. They only chose men. And they're saying, well, we're doing auditions. We can hear them. Maybe men are just better. Now, do you know how they do auditions? They're blind. They're screens. I don't even think they allow them to tell their name until the end. They don't allow them to speak. And then they do auditions. And what do you think magically happened? Right? It became much more equal between the genders. Because we were listening to the music, people didn't even realize that they were attributing value to the fact that someone was male when they were playing in front of them. In the spirit of time, I'm gonna go through the next few and then have you guys sort of pick out some examples that resonate the best with you, okay? So the next one would be, and forgive me, I'm gonna use notes because I had a little contact snafu, and until I take it out and clean it, things are a little cloudy out of this eye. So one is the confirmation bias, which we sort of talked about as like the gap model thing we were talking about. And that's that idea of subconsciously seeking information that proves what we already know. Our brains rely on context. And so if we have the context that all black men are scary, that all Asian people are good at math, then we are going to automatically and much more easily integrate that information that backs up that context, and we have a tendency to either ignore or avoid information that's in conflict with it. So an example of that is how is the crime shows that disregard people and theories that they don't believe to be relevant. The fact that a lot of people are surprised that black men actually seem to show the highest involvement with their children in day-to-day activities. But if you listen to a lot of the media, you would believe that black men don't even exist in African-American communities, that fathers aren't there. Oh, I forget you have to carry this thing around. Okay. Number 5 is selective attention. Depending on our focus, we literally see some things and we don't see others. I can have some selective hearing sometimes, you know? Well, Mom, I heard you say that I could go, but not what time I had to be back. But no, in all seriousness, Another thing, a strong example of this that happens to me is when people don't, one is recognizing cars. I used to tease my mom about her car, saying it was like the ultimate soccer mom mobile. And I was not incorrect about that, because then I bought her car and I lost it in the grocery store. There were literally like 7 of my color car. I had just gotten my license plate, so I didn't know what it was. Like that day I picked it up and then went to the grocery store, and I'm like walking outside like trying to beat cars, not looking like I'm trying to break into someone. So that's a confirmation bias. I see my car everywhere, and ever since she bought it, it's been years, like, bought her new car, I see her car everywhere now. But a strong example of that is very often, one thing about being a black woman is you can sometimes feel invisible. And it's really interesting because I was the only black student in my class for probably the second half of my education, from about 7th grade until 12th. The only black student. I didn't go to a small high school where there were about 2,200 kids, and there were 3 of us. So it's something very weird about being both invisible and unseen. Be very, very seen, but invisible. And a way that this shows up now for me as I live and work in the same community in which I grew up in is being in line and being next. And then someone else comes up to me, usually a white person, and them helping the white person first. Mm-hmm. An example of selective attention are those white people who allowed themselves to be helped first.
May I say something about that? When you wonder what you can do, you can stop doing that. It's so frustrating. I was at TJ Maxx, and most of the people there know me by name. And I'm at the jewelry counter. I don't know if you've ever shopped TJ Maxx jewelry. It's the best. But I'm there, and I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting. And a white woman walks up, and the salesperson says, "I'll be right with you," to her. And I said, "Oh, I'm sure you'll be with her after you're with me, right?" But it would be so helpful if she would have said, "She was here first." It makes all the difference in the world. This invisibility, I told you I was A1. That happens often. I can be in line. This happened to me. I was in line. Do you remember that story? I'm in line. The white guy came and got right in front of me. I couldn't believe it. I'm just like, what? What am I going to do? And I said, "Excuse me, sir." And he goes, "Yes." And I went. But can I tell you how scared I was? Just terrified. Okay, I'm at the airport. I'm thinking, I hope he doesn't push me, shove me, shoot me. All of those things. This invisibility is real. The other way, may I, is in meetings. You have some people in this room right now who are the only ones. The only Muslim, the only black woman, the only Hispanic, the only man. And so many times we are invisible, especially women of color. I sat on an equity team. And this sounds arrogant, I don't mean it, but I'm pretty valued on equity teams. I'm there and I'm talking about this, and no one's paying me any attention. And the white male that I work very closely with texted me. He said, "Do you feel what I'm seeing?" And I said, "Absolutely." And I said, "Let's do this. Repeat what I said. What I said, will you repeat it for me?" He goes, "Well, why would I do that?" I said, "Because they'll listen to you." He repeated it. They thought it was the greatest idea since sliced bread. They took it and ran with it, and I love him for this. He said, "I only repeated what Rosemarie said." Was that amazing? It's incredible. Thank you, Jasmine.
It's a great way to be an ally. And one thing I want to point out is that these biases will interact with each other. With that selective attention, an example of me is this happened at Lowe's, and it was one of my bad moments as a human being. I don't go to the Lowe's in Parker. We're taking a little break for a while. But this happened where I was literally, those chains they have to cut for you? Because I put up a hammock. And I was literally holding it. The guy was getting ready to cut it. And a white woman came up to him and said, "Can you help me with these keys?" I was left holding this thing. I'm on my lunch break trying to get back, to a client. The woman comes up. So finally, I'm like, I have to go. And I went up and I said, "Can you just cut this for me?" And the woman goes, "Excuse me." he's helping someone else. And I am not proud of this, but my next action totally confirmed another bias people may have had against me.
Did you do the angry black woman?
Because I got angry,
asthma?
and I am black, and I showed them that I was angry. But do you see how that could work again? Do you see how those biases, they sort of interact with each other? And so when you see it as a big picture, we're asking people who in marginalized communities or people who are othered in our society to do Herculean, like, is that how you say that? But feats of, it's lunchtime, sorry, of patience sometimes, of not having a natural reaction to things in order to not have a snowball effect of bias against them. I know that you want to give the lunch comment, and then I'll just take 5 more minutes and we can go to lunch. Is that okay?
I am just here to give the reminder about lunch. So if you got a meal ticket today, you will go up the stairs and out the door again to the Great Hall. So you'll just take a left when you go out the door. We do have restaurants around town that are within walking distance. So there's Carboni's and Eddington's in the Student Center, that's soup and sandwiches, Burger King across 7th Street, and then there's a brewery if you turn to the right when you're outside. But other than that, we'll come back about, is it 1 o'clock? We'll come back at 1, so have a good lunch.
So why don't we go to lunch, because we went through the first 5, and we'll follow up with the next 5 when we get back from lunch. Sound good? Enjoy your lunch.
care of for a whole year all by myself, pulling the children, and they will be like, the professionals going to do the screen and stuff like that, right? So after 1 year, I told them, I said, give me one more person to be doing the pulling and pushing of the chair in the lunchroom after people eat lunch and leave. I'm the one getting it ready by myself. Absolutely. But I started it with my heart. Do you know what? To this room. She says, Nicole, we are all busy. When I asked for one person to be up, she says, we're all busy. You know what I did? Since then to today, I didn't do it again. Then, you know? It's shallow. Shallow. Since all they understand is doctor, this, doctor. I have masters. And they still look at me, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, good job. Look at you. I used to work with this one story to another working experience every minute. I used to work with DHS. Yes. Two social workers were there, and they thought what? The two social workers are supposed to do orientation for me, they didn't even acknowledge me. They don't even talk to me. And I was new. And so if you don't even acknowledge me, how are you going to even train me to sustain the job? Of course, the job didn't last. Yes. Yes. That's what they did. So what I remember then was, you know how they told me, oh, we know your name as this, but we wrote it this so we can pronounce it. That's what they told me. And my name is Ego. You know the ego? The ego they worship in America. That's the name. Yes, yes, yeah. No, it's Ugo, but it means ego. You know the God. Yes, that's why I'm saying the ego that they worship. That is in the state capital ground, right? That's what they told me. Yes, yes, power, control and all that. That's what they change. Yeah, that's what they are trying to change. So it's written in my, the day of orientation for the Department of Human Services. Yeah, I told you, oh, we wrote it from this because we can't pronounce this. So as a result, we wrote it as this. You know what? got the things before I go back and close it. I'm like, you're damn right. If a stranger is coming, he will have come and kill everybody, you know? But then he went and closed it. He went to the principal. I told the principal, do you know who was passing the door? Yes, things we don't hear. Who was passing the door that you say we don't pass? I called somebody on the team, one of the people, a staff was, back home we help each other. Right? We are sitting across, I couldn't touch her. She said, no, we don't do it. I said, in this country we don't. She said, they don't. I said, okay, but I was helped while she was here. Somebody went back and told her. So when I wake up, oh yes, when I wake up, I'm dragging them back, asking them questions to drag them back. Yes. Yes. It's happening every minute. Every minute. Every minute. Look at it. Somebody's in this came to this training yesterday in the bathroom. The line is over there, it's up over there by that wall, and there's a space here, and she's here. I'm behind her. She was on her phone. I'm calling her attention. I'm asking her, are you on the line? Because I didn't want to pass. So that he does, thank you. And I said, are you on the line? I just want to confirm. Yes, I'm on the line. That long line over there, they are all on the line too. I keep quiet. But I'm trying to learn to start speaking up because I have added like, oh, I want to be a black, brown, a good, nice woman who don't, Then I say, if I'm not doing it, then I'm not advocating for myself and for the people that made me to go back to school on their behalf. Yes. Then I said to her, you are here for implicit bias, and you are just exactly the same sample of implicit bias. That's what you're just doing to me right now. No, it's not. It was a whole lot of like a scene yesterday. Then one white woman stayed there and say, and completely confront her and say, oh, what you did was right. I didn't see anything wrong. So I wanted to speak on that because I am one. I can speak anywhere without, yeah. I wanted to like use that example as how can people really understand this because they don't know. Then one woman, a Caucasian lady, right here saying, you know what she's saying is right. You really disrespected her. That's really rude because she's calling your attention. She don't want to pass you. No, you know what is not. So she finished laughing at me, but she's waiting for me by the door. You know what she wanted to do? To still tell me why what she said was right, what she did was right. When I came up, thank you, another Caucasian lady who wasn't there, who walked in when they said, she said, Connie, she wants to make it right. I said, no, you guys don't ever make it right. She said, no, please, I don't know what happened, but I walked in, but Connie, she wants to make it right. I said, I don't know if I can get up for it right. Because I already know, they don't say sorry, I just realized what I said. Yes, so now, I said, oh, okay. You know why? The way you see it wasn't the way I saw it because where you're at. Because that could have been a gun, or whether he is going to shatter that window, I don't know. What if he shoots you? You know? So I'm like, you know what? You don't want it. Let me sleep with you. I could have called today, call it a day, or come there and sign in and go home. Because they know what implicit bias is. You know what I mean? I choose not to, yes. I will just, you keep, you want to have, I'm calling home, I'm on the phone, I'm going, I want to make sure it's better. But you know what? My spirit is telling me that if I want that comes, even if they see that he's running away, right? You guys are going to exchange information. Then he's going to know my address. You see what I mean? Sometimes you pick your bar. I rather repair my glass because I don't want the idiot to know my address. Because there's no way he will just give you his thing. Even the insurance will come and say, oh, you broke somebody's mirror and stuff like that. He's going to say who? He's going to get my, you know? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I wired my whole house because I company one. Yes. So when I opened it yesterday, I was like, hey, the home is on the desktop. Yes, that's what I fascinated. Yes, because I haven't used it. Yeah, absolutely. The neighbors told me that these people were like maybe once a year they could be in the house once a year, maybe 1 or 2. Yes. Mm-hmm. You see the back? Yes. The back is like the back is where I was the city comes and cut the grass for me.
Thank you. You know you should have what? Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I mean, I intended to. But I was like, I don't know what time it is. I'm gonna be there on time. So.
Hi. First things first, I'm Hoffman. I worked community ed director down at Burnsville. Nice to meet you, Helen. It's a great experience. Thank you. I'm going to ask her a question because she's a mind mechanic. So I sent myself an email. I had an epiphany yesterday. Anything like that ever come across your plate? Does it make any sense?
Well, I think so. I definitely think that makes sense, and I believe that things. I mean, this is my faith talking, but I definitely believe that things come together for a reason. When I have that experience of like the right space, right time, or this is exactly where I need to be, I call them divine winks, and that I think that's some confirmation that I'm on the right path.
All right. I was just sitting here. These things were coming together. Well, you know. She works on people's brains, so we'll see.
I think it's powerful, and the thing I will say about your brain is when things come together right there, it gives it's a really nice rest for your spirit, and if you're anything like me who has a tendency towards anxiety and worry, it's a really nice break for that part of my brain. I tend to get a little bit of respite from it.
So we spent the last probably 10 years in Burnsville going through cultural proficiency training, 3 different kinds. The first one was very much a black on white experience, and there were a number of people we met with Lakeville South, which is south of us. More than 30% difference in terms of our demographics. So we, as a state mandate, paired with them. And then the next one was the Lindsays. It's a husband and wife team in the Culture Proficient School System, CPSS. That's what we're currently working on. And so this is a bit different as well, but it's much more up the middle of the road between the two, and I like it because it's aimed at the younger child piece. And our college, and it's all about early education. I mean, in our building, we have our own preschools down the hall from us. Preschool child care, 6:30 to 6, and then preschool, and then knowledge through kindergarten. We have 298 seats. We have one of our largest programs in the state, but it's so nice to go down the hall and have get out the door and get an email that I walk down. I go hang out with the infants.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, this is so great. This is such a. We were talking to the curriculum director and staff need to be here. It shouldn't be us necessarily. They need to hear the message and understand what it is. It's hard to put into words when you get back and say this is what we did, this is that. And then just kind of. So you guys, it's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad you got lost. You got to see a little bit of me.
Yeah, I was so excited. I got to see the Vikings. Yeah.
Except for the road construction.
Well, yeah.
That is cool.
The stadium is really cool, and the Twin Stadium looks like it's cool too. Yeah.
I kind of got I'm not a huge football fan. I love baseball.
Yeah, I love baseball too.
Yeah,
you know
it's very nice.
I love going to games because it's fun, but I love watching baseball the most because I love the strike box. Every time they like another strike box, the pitching speed.
Yeah.
You know how they show, and I'm like, you just threw that ball faster than I've ever driven my car.
Yeah.
You know.
Baseball you gotta like, otherwise it's like watching movies.
Yeah.
Oh, it's different.
Oh yeah, it is.
It is. Yeah. And my son's a atmospheric sciences and meteorology. So
Have you ever been to the atmospheric science?
no.
We have a massive.
Oh, I'll just send him down there. And I'll tie a ski trip in with it. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Welcome back. If you can hear the sound of my voice, please clap once. If you can hear the sound of my voice, please clap twice. Okay, I'm going to get started like my mom said. Today, for this section, we're going to try to be guided by the clock so that we can get through everything. So I'm going to ask you to find your seats. Okay. So I hope that everyone had a great lunch. And really quickly before we get started, I just feel called for everybody just to take a deep breath and mentally give yourself, a pat on the back. I give myself mental high fives a lot. But you guys have done a lot of great work the last day and a half or 2.5 days, however long you've been here. So we are in the final stretch and we want to get through everything. But I wanted to address two things. One, when we were talking about the values bias, I can definitely be more articulate than that. What was it called? The bias when we were talking about the names, the values attribution bias. I didn't want to leave it hanging on the names, and someone pointed this out, and it's so funny, like how timing works, because I had been thinking about that too. I want to be very clear that just because that bias exists, I have zero expectation that anyone in this audience, anyone in this world really, needs to fall in line with that bias. The purpose about learning about bias isn't to say like, oh, that's a bias and people shouldn't name their kids that way, or people shouldn't be so sensitive. The purpose is to say, I may have this bias or this blind spot that I can be aware of so that I can be more inclusive of everyone else. Does that make sense? Our families and our students and our colleagues and anyone, they're not necessarily rising and falling to our expectations or our biases, but we're trying to drop our biases to meet them where they are. Is that clear? So people are allowed to name their kids whatever they want, whether you agree with it or not, because no one really says how crazy it is that Gwyneth Paltrow's daughter's name is Apple. If that's crazy to you, right? So I just wanted, I definitely wanted to underscore that. I didn't want to leave with anyone feeling like we were saying that bias was okay, and then, oh, people shouldn't name their kids that, so let's, I don't think that's necessarily the answer. I think the answer is being aware that bias exists and us being mindful of how we use it as well.
Jasmine, may I just add that if you all are interested in names and how this plays out for people, if you Google marijuana Pepsi, she is a woman, and that's her name, and she talks about her name and how she embraced her name. But I agree with Jasmine that people have a right to name their children what they like, and as educators, we have a responsibility to accept it, embrace it, especially for the child.
So thank you. I also want to address that when we left for lunch, we said that we would stop, we would keep going and not stop. We had discussed that, and I thought I was at a weird number. So since we were at 5, we had decided before I invited, before the lady gave the lunch announcement. I'm sorry, I cannot remember her name. So if you're in this audience and I can't see you, I really apologize. Before we had decided that we would stop and come back, even though I said we would have 5 minutes before she came. But I wanted to sort of point out that that could be seen as a really prime example of some of the bias that we were talking about, right? That we sort of change our plans because someone said that we should. And that, not that that hasn't happened before, but that I wanted to be very clear that I just didn't want to give a duplicitous message to you all and wanted to put some transparency into our process. Okay? Cool. So we're going to move right along with, we did number 5, which was selective attention. So number 6 is commitment confirmation. That's when you become attached to a particular point of view, even when evidence directly counters it. The stronger our commitment, the more likely it is to blind us to evidence. So people who are still afraid to fly, despite the evidence and the science behind it, African American and Latinos are routinely still stopped more by the police and searched more by the police, despite tons of research that it happens and tons of research that a lot of times white people are more likely to have illegal contraband. Another way that I see this, an example that I want to point out, is how we view terrorism in our country. When we think about terrorists, who do you typically either see represented or what comes to mind? Someone from the Middle East. Despite the fact that we have more mass shootings than we have days in this country, and they are disproportionately, and as a mental health professional, this is my little soapbox that I'm stepping on right now, and the fact of the matter is that mass shooters are not disproportionately mentally ill, they are disproportionately white and male. And we refuse to call them what they are, and that is domestic terrorists. And they are by far the biggest threat that we have, one of the biggest threats that we have in our society in terms of violence today. And I think that the reason we're so committed to terrorists looking like people who are members of ISIS, that we refuse to call the white men who are committing these mass shootings what they are, and they are domestic terrorists. So that's my soapbox. I'll step off of it. We're going to go to number 7. Oh, wait. Okay. 7, stereotype threat. Fear felt by the target of a bias from their, Fear felt by the target of a bias that their action that their actions confirm negative thoughts about them. This is something that I definitely, as a black woman, have run into. There was a long time in my life. Actually, Wanda Sykes had a comedy show about it where she's like, we have a black president now, I'm eating watermelon in front of white people. But the fact is that I know what it feels like, as I'm sure a lot of people do, not to want to play into a stereotype that you know is given about you. I think I spoke about that with the Lowe's situation, right? That I'm not proud that I became the angry black woman because I know that I promoted a stereotype for other people, even though I know that I also had a right to be angry. Another example is a young person who avoids listening to his favorite music to avoid being thought of as a thug. Number 6 is commitment confirmation. That's being attached to a particular point of view. We just did this. Another way that this plays out too, especially with women, is an imposter syndrome. If you know what that is. When women are people who are in high positions of power, they have a lot of evidence that they're successful, but their brains won't allow them to do it. That usually leads to a lot of anxiety disorders, FYI. Anchoring bias, the tendency to rely too heavily on only one piece of information about a whole person or a whole subject, right? So when we consider someone's aptitude or character based on the way that they're dressed, when companies only consider the financial bottom line to determine their level of success, I think we see this a lot in our healthcare industry right now. We see this a lot, and a lot of people, they take this one piece of information and they run with it, and we don't have the whole picture. I think this also happens when people are falsely accused of crimes, whether it's crimes or things in your classroom. I think an example of that little boy in the blue is a perfect example of this. They saw him as someone who hurt children, and they could not see. They used that to define every aspect of who that child was.
May I also say that one of the ways this plays out in an early childhood classroom is how we define smart children. That if a child is very verbal, we have a tendency to think they're really smart, and we fail to look at those other areas of development that may not be as high as their verbal skills. I've seen situations where you have a very, very verbal 3-year-old girl, and you think she should be potty trained because she can say, change my diaper. So be aware of that, that when we look at development, we can't use this kind of anchoring bias because we will not be able to meet the needs of the total child in all areas of development.
Absolutely. Or my goddaughter Anna, who I've talked about a lot, she's an incredibly verbal child. This is a child who at 2 had just turned 2. I said, "Hey, Anna, banana dilly do," and she goes, "Where'd you pick that up from?" You know, very, very verbal, but she has some gross and fine motor delays that I don't think people noticed because she can sort of talk her way out of doing anything. Number 9 is groupthink. This is so common. When our personal biases are influenced by the culture and groups of which we are a part. So when we take a group's recommendation without doing the research ourselves first, I think we do this a lot in the media, right? We just sort of take their word for it. Or anybody who says, studies show, I'm like, well, what studies? Another way that this happens is, kind of a silly example is I went to Florida State University. 75% of that campus is involved in Greek life when I was there. There's about 40,000 undergraduate students when I was there. It's like 20 years ago, so who knows now. But I remember having friends come and visit, and my friend was like, why aren't you weirded out that everyone is wearing the same outfit? And I was like, what are you talking about? And I looked around and she was not joking. They were wearing those really expensive brown flip-flops that are like $90. They're like reefs or something. A jeans mini skirt that was cut off at the bottom and some sort of shirt that represented their sorority or fraternity. And those big, what is it, Lily Pulitzer, those big flowered bags as like their backpack or what, like literally 3 out of every 5 people walking by me had that outfit on, and I was like, you are so right, and I had been there for so long, I didn't even notice. We tend to take that as normal when other people come in and it's not. And then last is primacy bias. That's assuming that people are smarter when they're doing certain tasks or assigned with a certain role, even when the person doing the least important task is better at doing it. So we believe a CEO is smarter than, say, a janitor. We tend to believe or talk down to people like cab drivers, especially if they have an accent, not knowing that they may have been an anesthesiologist in their country before then. There's a bias we have when we have an idea or a value in our society that, we do this in the way that we sort of stratify. We have a really high value on money in our society. We are a capitalist society. So how many of you educators in this room became educators because you wanted to be rich and famous? Because I'll tell you what, I didn't make what I made in advertising when I left when I was 24 years old until I was 34 again. And I had 2 masters by that point, and I didn't even need a bachelor's degree to do what I was doing in advertising. And I think, so we do have that. Or sometimes people assume, oh my God, you're so smart. You have 2 master's degrees? And I am pretty smart. I don't want to undercut myself. But I also say, that doesn't necessarily make me smart. It makes me kind of okay at school. And guess what, guys? I would give the first one back if they let me stop paying for it. It's not how it works, though. So this is a really important thing. We want to make sure that we don't do this to students, right? The kids who say they want to be a doctor is no less smart than the child who wants to be a mommy.
And my husband, when he retired from corporate America with an MBA and a Master's of Finance, went back to drive a school bus. He started driving a school bus, and it was really, I can't even begin to tell you how much he loved driving a school bus. But it was incredible how many people assumed he didn't know anything, just because he was a school bus driver. Mm-hmm. So, while we're transitioning, oh, did you bring that to me? I do just want to share with you, although Jasmine and I said, we got to get through these slides and stop telling stories, that my husband just was amazing as a school bus driver. I did not understand how excited he was to drive a school bus. But he said, I said, honey, where is all this coming from? He said, babe, because he worked for the defense industry. He said, I've been in a basement for 35 years. Not being able to talk about my job at all. We never knew what he did. I just still don't. But he said, I get to be out driving around our amazing neighborhood and hearing the sound of children's voices. And my first thought was, just you wait. That never happened. He came home one day, he goes, babe, you know what I realized today? I have the most important job of anybody at the school. Okay. Tell me more about that. He said, I get to pick the children up first thing in the morning and set the entire tone for their entire day. What I do on that school bus, they can leave me happy no matter how they stepped on. He said, and at the end of the day, I get to pick them up, and whatever went wrong, I get to make it right. And it was incredible, this man who had never worked for children. I saw this gentle giant turn into the most adoring person of his kids. He would come home and make Disney CDs for them. Valentine's Day, Christmas, he went and bought all of the little gifts himself. But the one thing that touched my heart the most was a little girl who he said he thought she had special needs, but he didn't know enough to really know. He said, but every time he would pull up to the curb, she would run to the front of the bus because there was a certain seat she had to have. And he said it scared him because he thought one of these days she might run to the bus and get hit. It was very, very scary. So he said what he did, she got on the bus, and he said, you don't ever have to worry about being first. And he had her name on a label on the seat. He said, you see your name here? This is your seat. Because the other girls would take the seat to tease her. You know how children can be. He said, and I'm going to make sure those girls do not sit in your seat. This is yours. And he had a little bus meeting. This seat belongs to this child. No one else can sit there. The next morning, the mother came to the bus crying. She couldn't believe that he would be so kind, not only to notice what she needed, but to meet her needs. Isn't that amazing? Because the mother said it created so much anxiety, and it went away overnight just because he made her a special place. And that's what it's really all about for us with children, is meeting their needs and meeting them where they are. So as we move from the 10 types of bias, we're going to talk about how we communicate. And you have in your packet a communications inventory that is totally, absolutely out of order. So if you can take that staple out, I'm going to show you what comes first. I want to accept responsibility for this. I don't know how I scanned it in, but it's all my fault. So your first page is this one, Communication Styles Inventory. And do you all need a little more light? Okay, thank you. And then your second page starts on number 9. Oh yeah, I can see you. Oh, it's on the back? Is it on the back of the right sheet? Oh, yay. Okay. And then the next one is your answer sheet. It's on the back. Okay. And then your next one will be, so what's the verdict? And then it tells you about who you are. So go ahead and fill that form out. Oh, I had an extra one. Ooh, I have 2. Oops. Is everyone just about done? No? Do you need one more minute? Okay. Okay, let's get back together. How many of you found that your communication style is aligned with who you are? All right, let's go through it. So if you circled G and D, then you tend towards being a controller, director. And let's see who amongst you are controller directors. If you work with these people, you see their hands. Let's see what they're like. They like being the commander. They value getting the job done. They're decisive risk takers. They're good at delegating to others. They're not shy, but private about personal matters. They can come on strong in conversations. They like to be where the action is. They take charge. They're enterprising, competitive, efficient in their approach. They're fearless. No obstacle is too big to tackle. And they're results-oriented. If you circled O and D, you may show many qualities of a promoter, socializer. And who are those people? Whoa, the majority in this room. Let's see what you're like. You're entertainers, values judgment and helping others with the same, full of ideas and impulsive in trying them. You want work to be fun for everyone, talkative and open about themselves, ask others' opinions, loves to brainstorm, flexible but easily bored with routines, intuitive, creative, spontaneous, flamboyant approach, optimist, nothing is beyond hope, and celebration-oriented. If you circled O and I, you're predominantly a supporter-relator. Where are our supporter-relators? Quite a few here. Quite a few supporter-relators. These people are harmonizers. They value acceptance and stability in circumstances, slow with big decisions, and dislikes change. Builds networks of friends to help with the work. They're good listeners, timid about voicing contrary opinions, concerned for other people's feelings, easygoing, like slow, steady pace, friendly and sensitive, no person is unlovable, relationship-oriented. If you circle G and I, you have lots of analyzer-thinker characteristics. Who are those people? All righty. Let's see who you are. You are assessors. Values accuracy and details and being right. Plans thoroughly before deciding to act. Prefers to work alone. Introverted. Quick to think, slow to speak, closed about personal matters. Highly organized and even plans spontaneity. So you know that's a contradiction. You plan to be spontaneous. Cautious, logical, thrifty approach. Thoughtful, no problem is too big to ponder, and very idea-oriented. You know, it takes all 4 of these styles to make an organization work. You need your promoters and your socializers who like to have fun. You must have your analyzers and thinkers who's going to say, how much is this going to cost and how are we going to do it? You need the person in charge who says, I'm going to take the lead on this. And you need the person who's going to be the glue to put it all together. So I want you to continue to think about your communication style as we begin to think about how to manage emotions when we discuss race. And we're going to talk about the race method. But one of my ways of interacting, especially with sensitive topics, I use a term I learned from the Family Leadership Institute training called I over E. And it's intellect over emotions. That when we talk about these difficult topics, it really helps when we're coming from a head space than a heart space. Because when you begin to get very emotional, what happens? People just shut you down. You're hysterical, you're too emotional, they don't listen to you. So when we use the race method, it really helps us to delve a little deeper. This is a quote that says, one thing we know is that people have a lot of anxiety about race discussions. You have to have emotional intelligence to lead that work, emotional insight into the toll that racism has taken on communities, historically and now. The trauma that communities experienced from government 50 years ago is still present in those communities, and it needs to be taken into account. We have a webinar coming up around trauma and reaching hard-to-reach communities, and we talk about historical trauma and the trauma that still exists in communities today that may have happened hundreds of years ago. So the RACE method, we use RACE as an acronym, and RACE the R stands for reflect. It's our ability to reflect. The A is for ask. The C is for connect. And the E is for expand. It is believed that this method could help lead us into conversations and help us to avoid some of the pitfalls of microaggression. For instance, if I say, I went to the Cherry Creek Mall and they followed me all around the mall because I dressed in sweats and I looked like I didn't belong. The microaggression that most marginalized people get all the time is the microinvalidation, which is, are you sure that happened because you're black? Well, maybe they really weren't following you, or maybe it's because of the sweats, but not because you're black. You know, it's this invalidation. So this method can help us to avoid that. So what if I said, oh, they followed me all around Cherry Creek Mall because I'm black. I'm just so tired of it. It happens to me whenever I'm not all dressed up. And I don't feel like I have to dress up to go to the mall to not be followed. The first thing is to reflect. Wow, I'm hearing you say that it is really frustrating when you go to the mall and you're being followed. And because you're black, it's happening to you more often than it would probably happen to me. And you have to dress a certain way to avoid that. And really reflect. And then you can ask questions. How does that make you feel? Oh my goodness, how often does that happen? How does it feel that you have to dress up in designer clothes and carry a designer bag just to go shopping? I can't imagine what that would feel like. And then you can make a connection. And any way that you want to do that, it might be, you know, if I were with you, I'm not sure that would happen. Is there any way I can support you in this? Or, this isn't the first time I've heard that. I have another black girlfriend and the same thing happened to her. Or, I watched, you know that show, What Would You Do? I've never experienced it, but I've seen it on What Would You Do? And I saw the same thing happen. And then you could expand. I saw it happen. I have to tell you, I don't even know what to say. But I want to learn more about this. If there's any way I can support you in it, if there's any way I can go with you, if there's any way I can stand up for you, if there's any way I can work with you, please let me know. And I might say, you know, so many times my white friends feel helpless and powerless. Let me tell you what would help me. That if you are anywhere and you notice someone being followed, for you to intercede and say, I notice that you've been following this person all over the store. Or I noticed you asked this person for ID and you didn't ask me. I noticed this happened and that happened. And you say, you know what, I never thought about that. I'm going to be more aware so I can do it. You see how that process works? So, the RACE method, it involves a shift from clashing opinions to experience-based inquiry. Participants engage in dialogue by sharing and contrasting experiences, and it includes a set of exchanges that may include data or references that are relevant to the inquiry. This is really helpful for sites that are collecting data on behavior and demographics. Are any of you using the behavioral incident reporting system? The BIR. So you all who are using it, and for those of you who don't know, it's a system where you are collecting data on behavioral incidents. So you can collect information on what the behavior was, let's just say hitting. When did the hitting occur? 9 o'clock in the morning. In what area of your classroom, in the dramatic play area? What do you think the child's motivation was? It appeared they wanted a toy from one of their peers. What was your response? I separated the child from the group. Who was the teacher? What was the race of the child, SES, gender, and if special ed. And it's truly amazing. So you put all of these incidents into a database, and at the end of the month, you get a report. Bing! And it shows you, any of you find it magical the way that I do? You can see if all the behaviors are happening in dramatic play area, at what time with what teacher. You get to see if the child is motivated by wanting a toy, so that you can now assess your classroom. What's happening in dramatic play, it's always over a doll. Do we have enough dolls? Or it's always right before lunch. Perhaps we have to have lunch earlier. We have found that we get more behavior incidents right before lunch. And it could be because children are hungry. You ever get hangry and angry? And then you can see, you will get an alert if there's any disproportionality. So if children of color, if Hispanic children who are English language learners of low SES are the ones that's getting in the most trouble, it shows you. What a great way to have this conversation. Because now you have the data, and you can use the race method to talk about it, because it's extremely difficult to talk about the disproportionality. It's easy to talk about the other stuff, but when you say, oh, it looks like little Hispanic boys are in a lot more trouble in our classroom than white girls. And this is the information you can gain, and this is how you have the conversation. So first, you reflect. I love this picture too. And as you're reflecting, you have to prepare to be in listening mode. And you can refresh with your own personal story. You notice Jasmine and I use a lot of stories. And we do that for a couple of reasons. And one of them is, because we want to be vulnerable. We want you to know that what we're talking about we're not pointing a finger outwards. You know, they have this term now, instead of calling people out, you call people in. We're calling ourselves in and saying that we too do this, and this is something we're all struggling with. So the first part of this is to reflect. The second is to ask, is to inquire about experiences that have led the skeptic to their beliefs. Why do you believe that? Let's talk about it. What do you think? Because you're going to have conversations with even your colleagues who are going to challenge you and say they're not biased, say the children are just bad, I don't discriminate, the data is wrong, and you may want to use this method to really have these discussions. And then you want to connect, telling an anecdote that demonstrates some level of similarity or understanding. Because you may have to tell an anecdote that's not racial, but that's sexist. So I'm trying to think of the situation with one of my male counterparts. Oh, we were talking about race, and one of the students said, they denied racism. It just doesn't happen, that it's not me, and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. And the way that he brought it up as a male, he said, how would you feel if I told you sexism didn't exist? That you're not discriminated against because of your gender. That wouldn't go over well for you because you know what it's like to be a woman and I don't. But I do know what it's like to be a black man, and you can't deny my experiences no more than I can deny yours. So that's the anecdote there, the connection. And then expanding, sharing an anecdote that invites awareness of race or racism, and really expanding yourself. You know, I was it was pointed out to me that I was biased against girls. Not easy. It was very difficult. It was many years ago, and I was being observed, a 2-day observation for the high scope curriculum because I was becoming an endorsed trainer way back when. And the first day the trainer said, Rosemarie, do you like girls? Yeah, I'm one, you know. I like girls. She goes, oh, huh, okay. And I thought, what's wrong with her? And the next day, she said, Rosemarie, are you sure you like little girls? And I said that, I repeated, you know, that response that most of us say, of course I like girls. I love all my children. And she said, I just can't tell when it comes to the little girls because they get in an awful lot of trouble in your classroom. And I'm wondering, she must be nuts. That's not true. That's where your mind first goes. It goes there. But if I were to use this even on myself, which I did, I'm one of those reflectors. Anybody else a reflector? Your head hits the pillow and you think about everything that you did, everything you have to do, how you can do it better, and that's what you do until your brain just finally gives up and says, go to sleep. So I'm thinking, what did she see? What did I say? What is she talking about? I thought about that for weeks because I just didn't see it. What does she mean? Of course I like little girls. And then your brain wants to tell you she's wrong. She doesn't know me. She doesn't understand me. Of course I like girls, but then it's something, but what did she see to make her think I didn't? And I reflected. And then I began to ask myself, what is it in my behavior that led her to think that I didn't like girls? And then it came up very, very, very clearly. And this is the way that I would connect this if I was having the discussion. I woke up on the wrong side of the bed one morning. You know how we do. And this little girl popped into my head. And I know I'm being politically incorrect, so I'm admitting to that now, so you don't have to tell me. But she was one of the bossy, and I know I'm supposed to say leaders, but I'm telling you how I thought back then. Just one of those bossy little 4-year-olds who thought she ran the class. And she popped into my mind, and I thought, you know what? She's going to be there because she's always there. I'm the opener. She's going to be there 10 minutes after I open. And I'm just not going to let her boss the kids around today. That popped into my mind before I even got dressed that morning. So, pops into my mind. I go to school. I open up. 15 minutes later, here she comes. and she's talking my head off, and I just wasn't in the mood. You ever get like that? And it's like, please stop talking, please stop talking. And she's talking, and she's getting her leashes ready because she's gonna make the boys be the dog. You know, like she does every day. And I made up my mind as I'm watching her get her leashes together that, I'm not gonna let you make the boys be the dog today. That's just not gonna happen. So anyway, lo and behold, we keep going through our day. And in high school, anybody here use the high school curriculum? It's plan, do, review. So there's a part of the day where the children plan. They tell you what they're gonna do in the learning areas, and then they go do it. So I said, okay, what's your plan? And she goes, I'm gonna go to dramatic play, and I'm gonna play with my friends, and I'm gonna be the mommy. And I'm thinking, no, you're not. Not today. So she plans, she goes over there, she gets started. I finish with the other children's plans, and I get over to her right as she's giving out directions. You can be the auntie, and you could be the sister, and you could be another sister, and you gonna be the dog. And I marched right over there. He's not gonna be the dog. Huh? He is not going to be the dog. Guess who gets to be the dog today? You. But I'm the mommy. Not today. He's the daddy, and she's the mommy, and you're the dog. She says, but I don't want to be the dog. He doesn't want to be the dog either, but he's the dog every day. Every day, he's the dog. Today, you get to be the dog, and he gets to be the daddy. And she is upset. Now, I have picked a fight with a 4-year-old and not backing down. She starts crying. But my mom said, your mom doesn't run this classroom. I do. I mean, I am in full argument with a fight with this 4-year-old child, bringing her to tears. And I'm saying, I'm sorry you're sad. Think about how sad he gets every time he has to be the dog. And he doesn't want to be the dog. He's going to be the daddy. And little boy looked at me and said, but I want to be the dog, teacher. And it was at that moment that I saw myself. I didn't know what to say. I'm like, you want to be the dog because you don't have to. I really want to be the dog, teacher. I said, oh, okay. And I walked away. But that is when I realized I really had a problem with little girls. And from that moment, I began to see what the observer saw. I couldn't stand them. I didn't like them very much. And I didn't know that until I noticed. Because all of a sudden, I could see it. When they come tattling, teacher, he did this. Teacher, he fell down. Is he dead? Is he bleeding? Then why is that your business? You only come to me if someone's dead or bleeding, okay? Teacher, he's not supposed to do that. I know how to run my classroom, sweetie pie. I'm the teacher. I could not stand the tattling. And then I noticed something else I couldn't stand. I couldn't stand this. Teacher, look. And I remember thinking, do I have to tell her she's cute? Do I have to compliment the dress and the sparkly red shoes that's going to hurt and then she's going to cry? All of a sudden, I saw myself, the good, bad, and ugly. And I realized I had a problem with little girls. And then I worked on it. I worked on it for years because I realized it wasn't their problem. It was my problem. I learned to be kinder. I learned to pay compliments. I learned to not allow the tattling to get to me. And I thought I'd arrived until about 3 semesters ago. I went to observe my student at one of the classrooms. She was a student teacher. And I'm watching her. And all of a sudden I hear over here, no! I'm like, what? My ears are perked up. And she says, you can't help me. And the little girl said, well, if I ask the teacher, can I help? Well, you have to ask. And something in me is just crawling. And then the little girl goes and she asks my student, who's a student teacher. She says, teacher, can I help her with that? She goes, sure you can. And she went back over to the little girl. She goes, that teacher said I could help. Well, you can't because she's not the real teacher. I am just, everything in me wanted to go over and just interfere. She can. Who do you think you are? So she said, you go ask the real teacher. And the little girl went, she found the real teacher, and she asked, and she came back. She goes, Miss So-and-so said I could help. Too bad, I'm finished. And packed it up and walked off. I can't even tell you how I felt. The rest of the observation was just shot. This little girl, I just couldn't stand her. I watched her everywhere she went in the classroom. I gave her the side eye. Who do you think you are? But it didn't sit right with me. I felt so bad. I'm thinking, I thought I was over this. 20 years ago, I worked this out. I really do like little girls right now. Since then, I've even had one that I love. What is this? And it really bothered me so badly, I called Jasmine. And I said, sweetie pie, this is what happened. Told her the whole story. I said, I don't understand this thing with girls. What is it? And she said, Mom, you remember you used to get in trouble at school? Yeah. Who told on you? Girls. Who's mean to you? Girls. Who tattled on you? Those little girls. Is that amazing? I realized that way back there, when I was terrorized by little girls, it set the stage for how I interacted with them in my classroom. Is that amazing? Some of your hot buttons, some of your disconnects are from what happened back then. Once I realized that, I could heal. But I also realized it wasn't all little girls. It was those, and I'm going to be incorrect again, those little bossy, mean, tattletaling little girls. Because you see, I felt sorry for the little girls she was interacting with. And once I realized that, I could do the work on me. So that's how you make connections. Now, I've worked with audiences that weren't ready to have the race talk, but I could share the bias against little girls talk, and it set the tone. Yeah, I've had kids like that I didn't like too. So find a way to connect through your storytelling, and then you can expand. So in your sheets, you have a half sheet of paper that says race, method, and action. And I want you to work with someone. It's not quite. Do you have that? Okay. Now, we have some examples of triggering statements, but I want some of you to move closer to each other. So Tracy, if you can move down with, is it Mary Beth? Oh, say that again? Oh, that was yesterday's paper. They passed it out yesterday. I know we've given you a lot, and I really, really appreciate Debbie Kay for running off all of these handouts for me, for us. So there are some examples of triggering statements. There may be something triggering that's happened to you recently. For instance, some of you may have gone home excited about this workshop and said something to someone that really triggered you. But you can use the statements we've provided, or you can come up with a very recent one. May I use your paper, Deb? So I want you to think of a triggering statement. And then I'm going to ask you to go through this process and how you would have that conversation. And I don't know how I did this, but I left off expand. Phase 4 is expand, but you'll remember that. I'll put it up here. All right, let's go ahead and get together and think of a triggering statement, work with the people you're sitting close to, and walk through this process. We're practicing using the race method. We are actually, huh?
I gave mine away.
Oh, okay.
See if I have another one for somebody else in here.
I might have one in mind. Yeah, so I think we excellent. One sec. And then we can
love that story. I didn't know that your trainer before that. That's so interesting. It's so interesting how we have those blind spots. You know what I'm saying? Because I used to have quite the issue with black men with white women. Black men with white women. It's something I wrote a book about it in graduate school because I didn't know how that was going to play out in couples counseling.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah, but like a lady used to leave.
Oh, you know what? They gave it out yesterday.
That's what I mean, is that they did it yesterday, so a lot of people may have left it at home. But I wonder, do you need another one? Yeah, come on up. Okay.
I just wanted to say thank you. I really enjoyed your training today. I'm going to be leaving in the next 15 minutes. I need to leave. I have to leave a PLC. Thank you.
Can we give you, do you need, because our information's not till the end. Do you want
I
mine?
would love that.
Okay, I'm just going to write it out for you real quick. Here, we're all Yeah.
It's been a pleasure. I look forward to emailing you and just chatting with you about projects.
Absolutely.
But it's been a great training. We really needed it. And your guys' insights is just wonderful.
It's rosemarieallen.com, right?
Yeah, that's my web address.
And then,
So I have some teachers who have to lead into professional learning.
Oh, wow.
So I only have about 15 minutes, and I thought that's a good time for me to say thank you.
We appreciate
well, I appreciate you being here.
Were you the very first day as well?
Yeah.
Yes.
I thoroughly enjoyed both of you.
Good. Thank you so much. What's your name?
Nelson.
Thank you, Nelson. Yeah.
I will. If you guys have a safe travel home.
Okay.
You going home next?
Yeah, well, no, we're going to go to Princess now.
Okay. Gotcha. Sounds good. Take care.
Thank you. I don't think I have another one, but they seem to be doing fine. I did mine. That's my lipstick. Guess what I got?
I know one of them analyzing.
But you know what? No. That was the second one.
That's what they want. Because you know something interesting from the issue. You are extroverted introvert.
I really, yep.
This is the extrovert. This is the introvert. And they go hand in hand. I don't think that combination is very
Common. I don't think.
Why can't I think about it?
We should think about that. That's an interesting thing, right? I do that a lot with like certain words. So I'm like, why do I keep forgetting? They're so cute. I don't know what I did with my phone. So cute, yeah. I know this is mean, but the 16-year-old suspect accused of the deadly May 7th shooting at the film school has been tried as an adult. Okay. Hashtag consequences. I mean, he's not 9. But yeah, it's interesting because well, I mean, but you've had a lot of them disappoint you in your life. You've had a lot of them disappoint you in your life. And you mean to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, quite honestly, you know what's messed up? And you'll help me realize this. I have a trust problem. I have a mad trust issues with them. I think because I was raised in my dad's family that doesn't have a lot of respect for women. And this idea that we were blamed for everything. You know how many times I got cussed out by Aunt Maureen for something Julian did? You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of stuff. Like that kind of like, or just girls had to do more. And you know, I was like, and I had to clean up and I had to do all of this and you don't have to do all that. And you know, like, yeah, I resent them. And I think that's where in a way I'm more masculine than a lot of people because I resent that. Like when people are like, you had to let a man open a door for me for what? You know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like and so it'll play out because that kind of anytime I perceive that in a relationship, it's totally awkward.
But you know, that's just what I didn't see a lot of that. And it's, you know, I talk so much about having high expectations. I don't know a whole lot about it.
I know. no, I don't mean that in that way. But neither do I. That's the thing. Like, I say a joke all the time. Like, I love my little brother and my stepdad so much. But I'm so thankful that my mom has a father because they're useless. I tell that story. I was like, they made her food and left it on the counter. Who does that?
And they asked if they had to do an emergency hysterectomy, remember that?
You have to go ahead and take that out.
Sitting here, and Han, and I'm having an emergency room, an operating table,
Yeah, I was like, take it out. She's not having more kids.
I mean, just look at, and you know I love him. I know. But to ask him a question, what did I ask him? To just tell me the name of the person about to school.
Well, you got two.
And then there's another one. Race. Because it's not a lot for you to do for a long time. Do you want, when they come back together, to get some examples? How did that feel? What was hard for you to talk about? Where did you get stuck? Oh, I know.
Individually, you want me to
Wait a
talk to
minute.
them, or do you want me to do it in the mic?
In the mic and walk around.
Okay.
And see if they talk. Well, somewhere around here, I have the type and what would be hard. What would be hard for the analytical? Where is that?
Is that the example where you're like, Gary, is it this guy? Or George can quickly.
So, if you're a supporter, you will be more apt to reflect. If you're analyzing people, you will expand. A promoter, socializer, will ask a whole lot, might have trouble reflecting. I made this up, but it seemed to make sense. And if you're a controller director, you may be able to connect with a little box. So what are you? How does that work out? Are you comfortable doing that?
Yeah, so you want me to do that as their...
Yes, so let's come back together. How did that process feel? What did you find difficult? What was your triggering statement?
Remind me what they're doing right now.
They are very smart.
Okay.
They're going through the reflect, ask, connect, expand.
Based on
the triggering statement.
I have a puzzle. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gave mine away.
You bet. Absolutely. You can keep it if you need to.
I'll give it back.
That's
What's your
fine.
name?
Sarah.
Sarah. Okay. So Sarah, come find me if I forget.
Don't worry.
Yeah. As it comes up. Okay. You guys, do you know who Don Miguel Ruiz is, who wrote the 4 agreements? I once watched a video of him quiet down a room of 1,500 people by standing there without a mic saying, I love you. I love you. I mean, he said it as many times until it got silent. But anyway, I love teachers because you guys do that very quickly. So how was that for everyone? It was hard. What was difficult about it?
When in a difficult conversation with somebody who has a very strong perspective that is different than yours, it's hard to leave your judgment. It's hard to be unbiased in that conversation.
Oh, right. I once had an assignment where I had to take an opposite view and debate it, right? So I had to be like a right wing, and that is hard. It's really difficult, and then you don't want to be judgy, so you don't want to be like, I hate all people, you don't want to know what you think is like the big stereotype and give into that more. What else was challenging about this?
Probably similarly, we got stuck even on the ask and try and connect, because like in Rosemarie's example, it's easy for us to be like, oh, that person should understand. Of course it was because of her race and you'd want to know more about it, and I just don't understand that as a white person of privilege, but I'd want to learn. What about my racist father-in-law at Christmas that's going to say like, all those immigrants should go back home, or everyone should, like the things I'm going to hear? How do I ask him questions and connect with him in a way that doesn't shut him down when I'm already so closed off to his views?
Jasmine, can we role play that?
Yeah, of course.
Come on down. Do you mind? Come on. And you're your racist grandfather. Is that okay?
Yeah, this is going to be great.
And play that role.
I'm him?
Mm-hmm. Give her the mic.
Okay. Oh, man. I need to change my shirt.
That's a reminder that it's not really you.
Okay.
Okay, we'll use that as a graphic reminder that that's not who she is.
Okay, I'm starting. Okay, so I just can't believe that you guys don't support Trump, and say you're a Christian, and yet he's the one that, is for families, and you're coming in and you can't support him. He wants to keep God in the Senate. You guys don't want to say, the Democrats don't want to say prayers.
I'm going to reflect. That's first. I hear how much you really appreciate Trump.
Oh yeah,
and
America
really
first.
and he's really aligned with your Christian values.
Yep, every one of them.
And you know that you raised all of us to be Christians. And we are very, very strong Christians. And I'm wondering what aspect of Christianity resonates with you and the way that Trump treats people.
I've had that conversation. Well, I've just been reading the Bible more, and that's why I support him, because, how does he answer that? I just can't even. He tells it like it is. I trust what he's saying, and how does he value the people? He keeps God. God is his priority, and that's what he wants, families.
And I know that part of what I've heard you say before, Grandpa, is that you follow the law of the land. The Bible says that we follow our leaders.
Yes.
So, and I understand that, but the Bible always say that what you do to the least of them, you also do for me, and that he really encourages us to love our neighbor as ourselves. So I just have a really hard time aligning that you taught me as a Christian with what I'm seeing right now.
I mean, I could keep going. I have kind of tried like this, but
because we just asked. So now
asked.
keep talking, and then we're going to connect.
Oh, well,
talk about the immigrants.
Immigrants, okay. Well, they're coming. The immigrants are coming in. They don't even know our language. They don't speak our language. Like, taking our jobs. You have one too.
And so now the connect.
Yeah.
The connect. Gosh, and I can imagine that's scary. And that's really scary. But Grandpa, I've heard the stories. One of my favorite stories about you is how your grandparents, how they came over from Italy. and how hard they worked when they got here. And they came here for such a better life. And look at you, and look at what you built. Are we saying that the people who are coming here for a better life shouldn't have that same opportunity?
Yeah, that's good.
You see? And the way that you get through this is to connect. But I have to tell you, the 20, 60, 20 rule. 20% of the people are going to be on your side no matter what you say or do. They love you. You say it. Jasmine goes, Mom, I want to open my own practice. Okay, let's go buy furniture. Mom, I want to go back to school. Do it, girl, whatever you want. I am Team Jasmine. I am going to support whatever you want. Now, there are 60% of the people in your life and in your work and all of that that you have to convince. Convince me. Tell me more. Your grandpa might be in that 60%.
Okay.
And these conversations might make him think. Grandpa, I'm not trying to change your mind, but I just want you to hear me. Think about it. And 60% of people are reasonable enough to where you can sway them. And then you have 20% of the people, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you are never, ever, ever going to win them over. They are never going to move. Do you know who those people are in your life? Know who they are, and don't waste your time on them.
Okay.
Because you're not going to move them. Because what we end up doing, we can't stand dissent. We can't stand to have somebody out here. Especially us, early childhood people, because we can influence and love anyone to the right side. We can't.
Okay.
So stop focusing, and then what we do, we focus all of our energy on that 20%. We lose the 60% we can influence, but we still have the 20.
Yeah.
So decide if your grandpa is in that 20%.
Oh, yeah.
And if he is, love him, but you're not going to sway him.
Okay.
And may I say this? Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you.
Appreciate that, Brenda. We in this country value a person's right to say, do, and be, even when we don't agree. And I have a hard time in my community saying they have a right to their opinions. And I remember when Jasmine was really little, she just couldn't understand some political stuff, and I can't believe it! And I said, you know, not everybody likes macaroni and cheese, but you do. You love it. Have you ever loved something and you can't understand why somebody else doesn't? It's their right not to. But if we value free speech, it's not only when it's comfortable. It's not only when we agree. But we can find a way, we can find something that we can agree on. Let's not get involved in this extreme on one way or the other. Right now, I don't care what side of the fence you're on, there's some good policies that are benefiting all people, that are happening even right now. We don't hear about them, but find out what works for you and hold on to it so you don't get into despair and you don't become an extremist, one side or the other. Okay? Anyone else? I'm going to let her. Anyone else with the race method where it was difficult?
Okay. So.
Oh, is it break time?
Okay, so let's take, can we do a 10-minute break? Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
And be back here at 2:22.
You're like the school thing, 2:22.
I know, 2:22. I would say 2:20, but then I gave him an 8-minute. The clicker.
Oh, right here. That was good.
That was really
Thank you.
I actually have a question for, I think you said it yesterday. What was your comment around interracial adoption?
Or transracial adoption. I specialize in it, so I do a lot of work with families who have adopted children outside of their race or culture.
Okay.
So like I have a lot of white families who adopted black children. I have a lot, Asian families who adopted white children, things like that.
Sure. And then you had said something about abuse. I heard
So I honestly, I believe that it can be considered somewhat, I don't necessarily, maybe abusive is the wrong word, neglectful, which is kind of the same thing.
Okay.
If you raise a child of color without preparing the child for a world that sees color and is biased on behalf of that color. Does that make sense? So like if even if I'm me as a woman of color, if I don't prepare my children, if I have children, if I don't tell them that they live in a racist society, that's deeply neglectful and irresponsible of me, because now that child's going to grow up in this society, and when we don't have that context, they tend to internalize that, and that's a setup for tons of mental health outcomes, isolation, disconnection, a lack of self-esteem that can impact their entire life. That they're more at risk for addiction, they're more at risk for suicidal ideation, they're more at risk for all sorts of things. You know what I'm saying? And I think that sometimes, and the fact of the matter is that they live in this world, and just like we would prepare our kids, like just like it's sort of considered abuse if you don't make your kid go to school, right? That like at the same thing, if you don't educate your kid on the world that they live in and prepare them to manage it, then I absolutely believe that's neglectful.
I would caution you when saying that with the audience that you're saying it to. Being an adopted Colombian to two beautiful white Caucasians, and who has two wonderfully supportive adoptive Caucasian brothers. So I was the only Hispanic in my family. In my elementary school, junior high, I was that one brown person. Yeah, so I heard you today. My parents did the best that they could. I love them dearly, and so we can't label.
You believe that they didn't have those conversations with you too?
No, I know they didn't. They didn't have. They didn't have these conversations about adoption, because adoption was closed for so long, especially international adoptions. So and what's funny is that I actually came down here to talk to you to find out if you know anybody here in Minnesota that I could talk to, because and I'm shaking and I'm nervous and I'm sorry.
Take a deep breath.
But I've been searching for somebody to talk to here in Minnesota, because nobody can relate to me on who I am.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Angela.
Angela.
So,
So first of all, I want to apologize because I did not mean to offend you, and I actually honestly,
I know you did.
I believe that most parents are doing the best they can, and you gave me something to work on, because the next time I tell that story, I will say, and I know that most parents are doing the best that they can. We don't think about things, and I think people need to be educated. And I will look. I have quite a few colleagues who specialize in all sorts of things, and like me in adoption and all of that. If you can't find anyone and you need someone to talk to in the interim, I would be more than happy to have a few, like, as you find someone here, I'd be more than happy to FaceTime with you, Skype with you, anything like that, until we find you someone whose office, because that's always better face to face, But do you mind if you write down your information for me? And my information's up there if you want to take a picture of it. But if you write down your information, I promise you I'll be in touch and we'll get you. I'm sure there's someone in Minnesota. Oh, that's okay. It is okay. I can write it too if you want me to. Yeah. It's okay. Angela, what's your last name, sweetie?
Sandok. SANDOK. And then my phone number is 651-278-3837.
What's your email?
What's that? Email? I'll give you a personal email.
Okay.
ANGSANDOK@gmail.com. Okay. And so the other caveat to this is that and now she's searching for me. And so that's why there's a lot of different layers. And I don't know everybody that I've found is either super young, Caucasian female, or a 50 to 60-year-old man, a white male. And I don't want to talk to my dad about my adoption. Do you know what I mean? Like, so, but no,
I think, yeah, that's a lot going on for you, right? So one thing I want to say is awesome job searching for a therapist, because that means you're trying to take care of yourself, and that's a lot. So I will be in touch this week. It might take a couple of days, but give me 7 days, and we will get something together, okay? Please give me.
Thank you. It's spot on with the whole adoption and wrist addiction and so many things. So you're spot on with all that.
Thank you.
So I think your message is right.
I just couldn't phrase it a little bit better. So this will,
I love it.
She's the one that said, I'm really worried if the two of them decide to have babies. As I said to
What
my
does
husband,
she think that they're going to have, an aardvark?
what I said to her is, yeah, me too. They're going to be so gorgeous. I'm not going to be able to keep my hands off.
Good for you. Okay, it is 2:22 now. Oh, well, almost. You have 1 more minute. It's really hard to believe that we are winding down to the last hour and a half. It seems to have gone by so fast. So I believe the one thing we can all agree on is that these conversations are hard. I hope the modeling helped. Did you notice in the modeling that even in that moment, there was no shame or blame? We will turn people off if you try to blame them. You try to find a common ground and a place where you can agree and be in a good space. That's going to be the key. So now we're going to switch over to culturally responsive practices. She's so cute, isn't she? So we talked a little bit about what's required for culturally responsive practices, but one of the things that we don't talk about enough is culturally responsive teaching and how it connects to brain science. And Zaretta Hammond, in her book, Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain, she does a really, really good job talking about that. So first, I just want to show you a quick little video on emotions and the brain. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
hear the word emotion, most of us think of love, hate, happiness, or fear. Those strong feelings we experience throughout life. Our emotions are the driving force behind many of our behaviors, helpful and unhelpful. Just where do our emotions come from? Our brain is wired to look for threats or rewards. If one is detected, the feeling region of the brain alerts us through the release of chemical messages. Emotions are the effect of these chemical messages traveling from our brain through the body. When our brain detects a potential threat, our brain releases the stress hormones adrenaline and cortisol, which prepare us for a fight or flight response. When we detect or experience something rewarding, such as someone doing something nice for you, our brain releases dopamine, oxytocin, or serotonin. These are the chemicals that make us feel good and motivate us to continue on the task or behavior. In these instances, the feeling region of the brain kicks in before the thinking part. Sometimes the reactions of the feeling brain are so strong that it dominates our behaviors, and we're unable to think rationally in the moment. Our emotions hijack our brain. While many of our emotional responses happen subconsciously, our thinking can influence our emotions, and sometimes this can be unhelpful. Just thinking about something threatening can trigger an emotional response. This is where we can manage our emotions with conscious thinking. Our emotions play a powerful role in the way we experience the world. Understanding and regulating our emotions through our thoughts and behaviors can help us take greater control of our brain and achieve our goals.
So, yes.
I love that video. This is my jam, but the way that emotions work in the brain. But one thing I like to tell people is that we have an evolutionary bias of anxiety. There's an anxiety bias in the brain. Our brains are programmed, they are designed to incorporate information that is threatening to us before we incorporate information that is good for us. There is an anxiety bias, right? Because it's evolutionarily adaptive for us to react as if we saw a tiger when we didn't, than to react as if when we saw a tiger, that we didn't see a tiger when we did, right? It's something that we have adapted for survival. But what happens is now in our society, our biggest threats are interpersonal. And so to people who have anxiety disorders, their anxiety bias has gone a little bit haywire, and like the video showed, that you can think about something in the past. Like, I don't know if when my mom said, "Do you process at night?" I get the brain anxiety at night, right before I go to bed. That's when my brain is like, "Remember in the 5th grade when you said something stupid in front of the class?" and I can really have I can have physiological arousal as a result of that. And so I think that when we're talking about these, and you know where you are on that scale and your type of communication style, there are some that may lend itself more easily to anxiety or that fight or flight, and recognizing that is important because our brains are designed that way. They are going to attach to, recognize, and respond to any sense of threat or risk before they do anything else.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So as we think about that, let's think about how this relates to children in our early childhood classrooms, and even how that anxiety brain works there. So this is just a huge overview. I'm not a brain scientist, but I want you to know what I know about brain science and how it's incorporated in culturally responsive practices. So how the brain works. First, we have our RAS. Say that again? Oh, I'm sorry. It's the watcher. And this part of our brain scans our environment for threats. What's going on? Is everything safe? Is everything okay? And whatever it sees, it reports to the amygdala. And the amygdala is the guard dog. The amygdala reacts at signs of threat and danger. And then our Wikipedia pages, our memory is stored in the hippocampus. So the reticular activating system, the RAS, scans our environment for threats, and it sends reports to the amygdala. The amygdala is the guard dog. It's ready. It's ready to fight. It's ready to flee, and it's ready to freeze. And all of us have our way of dealing with that. I am a fighter. I run. If someone screams, I run towards it. For those who are flights, when someone screams, they run away from it. And then you're freeze, when someone screams, they go, oh my God. And they don't move. Not good or bad, right or wrong, just different. But it's really good to know what you are and what the person who loves you is. My husband is a freezer. I went into anaphylaxis, could not breathe. He started driving slower than I could walk. He could not move. He was just into freeze, and there's nothing you can do to get him out of freeze. It's just try to talk him through. My son had an asthma attack, couldn't breathe, said, babe, we have to go to the hospital. Okay. We need to go now. I'm coming. I'm going to get him. I'll get in the car. Okay. I want to say, move, let's go. But nothing that I say or do is going to make him move. So know who you are, who your children are, so that you know how to respond. And then the amygdala is the foundational system that's involved in our emotional processing. It is designed to act at the very hint of physical or social threats and danger. Many times we don't think about the social threats. The brain's two directives are to be happy and safe. That's why it exists, to make sure that we are happy and to make sure that we are safe. And for this reason, the amygdala is on high alert for any signs of threat to our health and safety. And the hippocampus, when you think about it, it stores everything we know, everything we've forgotten, everything that happens. You know those cartoons when they open up a drawer and then all these drawers come out? That's sort of our hippocampus. And the hippocampus is where our working memory is stored and where information is processed so that we can make connections. So it's the brain's data bank. It connects old information to new information, and this is where active learning takes place. So what does this mean? It means that this system provides, again, the very foundation for relationships. We oftentimes think of relationships as being emotional, and they are, but they have a physical component, and the physical component for strong, healthy, happy relationships are in the brain. That's where they take place. So, in order for learning to occur, there must be a relationship. Learning can't occur outside of a relationship. That's why children don't learn from people who don't like them, because their brains go into flight, fight, or freeze mode, and they're not learning anything. It's the intersection of mind and body. This slide is so powerful. In a classroom that is inattentive and hostile, sends the child's body into high alert. So it doesn't have to be actively violent or hostile. It could be inattentive. I was in a classroom, a little guy, I think I was in a first grade classroom. He came in late. He came in with his backpack. Everybody was doing their own thing, and he looked around. And he's like, what am I supposed to do? No one said anything to him. And then he went over to his desk, and he sat on his knees, and he just looked around. Then he got up and he put his backpack over there and he looked around. It was 8 minutes before someone even acknowledged him. That's inattentive. And even that aspect of being inattentive sends the child's body into high alert. That it tells the child's body that you're not safe and there's a social threat. So the body goes into high alert. It sends a message to the RAS and the amygdala that there is a social, emotional, or intellectual threat, and it sends out a distress signal. Have you ever been stressed out about a test, and you cram for the test, and you pass the test. The next day you can't remember anything? Nothing about it? That's just how the brain works. When we are in an inattentive or hostile environment, our body releases stress hormones. Children's bodies release stress hormones that makes learning impossible. When the classroom is unwelcoming, the brain experiences anxiety, that type of anxiety that Jasmine discussed, because it doesn't produce enough oxytocin. Okay, well that went out. Oh, here we are. So, what does this mean? It means that the brain is triggered into thinking it's in danger because it doesn't experience a sense of community. So children who feel isolated, children who are marginalized, children who are teased or unwelcomed, this is what they're experiencing, whether it's from other children or from the teacher, his or herself. Children need to feel validated in the classroom. They need to feel safe, because if they don't, the brain will not seek the connections, and there will be a perception of a threat to their well-being, socially, emotionally, academically, intellectually. So in order for us to teach and interact with children, we have to pay attention to brain science and how to build relationships and what happens when we don't. And I just want you to think a little differently about that the child doesn't have to feel threatened physically. It can be something as easy as not being greeted when they walk into a classroom, or not feeling included as part of the classroom community. How many of you work on campuses where there's kindergarten, like an elementary school, preschool? Okay, so some of you work there. Have you noticed the attention they're paying now to school climate? School climate is huge, and we're not talking about that enough in early childhood, but we have to begin to think about the classroom environment as part of that school climate to make sure that children are feeling welcomed and part of their larger community. So, in order to implement culturally responsive practices, the same way with everything else and what we've been saying for the last 2 days, there must be a strong relationship. Those of you who are using the pyramid model, the foundation of that model is nurturing and supportive relationships. And now we know that we're right because that's rooted in brain science. So let's talk about the 7 principles of culturally responsive teaching. Principle 1, kids get it that we get them. Children are honored in their cultural connections. That means children are represented in routines and activities, stories you tell, people they see, all the visuals. Children feel honored, they feel recognized, and they feel seen. My son came to talk to a group of doctoral students, and he wanted to talk about his experience as an African-American male. And it was real interesting because I didn't know until today that Jasmine had the same experience, where you are known, but you're not really seen. And he said that he was totally disconnected from school, which was incredible because he was one of the most popular kids in high school. And he said he does some kind of poetry, slam poetry. And he did his piece, and at the end, the students were going, "Clarence, Clarence, Clarence." And he said after that, he went down and sat in his car and cried because he knew that they didn't know him. And they really didn't see him, that he was more of an anomaly than anything. And as he's talking to these students, he said, I just did not feel connected to the school, except for one teacher. One teacher did it for me. And one of the students, it was a male, white male, he said, can you tell us what that teacher did so that we'll know what to do? How did that teacher connect with you? And it was the saddest thing. My son said, he saw me. He saw me. He spoke to me. He knew my name. When I got sick, he went through a crisis, and at 16, he said, when I got sick, he asked me how I was doing, and I knew he really cared about me. But isn't that sad? We should do that for all children. Why is it that one teacher out of all of his teachers in high school saw him, honored him and recognized him? This is what children need and deserve. It's their right in our classroom. So how do we do that? First, we use the various strengths, needs, learning styles to strengthen instruction. We use cooperative versus competitive assignments. We use the call and response system. I talked earlier about how Debbie, she nods, and a lot of you do this. I'm just using Deb as an example. It makes a difference. I was talking to one of my colleagues, and she goes, Rosemarie, I finally got it. I get it now. She said, a black minister came to our church. She goes to an all-white church in Boulder. And she said, a black minister came, and he was talking, and he was amazing. She said, but halfway through a sermon, he stopped. And he said, am I doing okay? And she said, everyone was confused, but I wasn't. She said that he said, I'm not getting a lot back from you. So I just need to know that I'm doing okay. Are you following me? Am I doing all right? And of course, everyone said, yeah, you're doing great. But as she was talking about that, because we talked about call and response and how some African-American children are, but as she was talking about that, it made me wonder, if a minister is standing up talking and he's not getting the feedback he needs, how are children doing in our classrooms? How are children doing if they're not getting that? So, Jasmine, I'm going to put you on the spot. Come over here and let's talk. And I'll give you an example. Right here. And I don't know why on that side, but you're excited about something, and you just came home, and you're telling me how get your microphone. You're telling me how your day went. And I want to show you that kind of body language, facial expression, call and response that a child like her would need. Your microphone.
Oh, my microphone. More sense. Oh my God, Mom, you will never believe what happened at school today.
What happened?
Okay, so I got asked to the prom by, by Billy.
Billy? The same
cute one.
Billy? Oh my goodness, the one that you really like so much.
I know.
I'm so excited.
I know. We have to go get something to wear.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go pick it out.
Okay, let's go do it.
Okay, let's do it.
Bye. You see that? That's typical. You see that call and response? The body language, what somebody might say is interrupting her, cutting her off, all of that. Let me show you how it could look if she came into your classroom with a very similar story. Okay.
Oh my God, teacher, guess what?
What?
My mom says I can go get a puppy this weekend.
Wow. A puppy?
Yeah.
Do you like puppies?
Yes.
Well,
I like them
what's
a lot.
your favorite puppy?
I'm gonna go play with Sarah.
So just imagine, and sometimes when they're telling stories, you'll find children who are accustomed to call and response, a lot of, really? Tell me about it. What? You're kidding. Really? And if that's not your style, she'll just go play with Sarah. So be aware of that. So use call and response if those are the children that you're working with. I should have taken this out. I'm sorry, because I don't understand what it is. But, but also a lot of storytelling. There's a lot of power in telling stories, and then incorporating activities from home. Finding out what children do at home and how they play and their songs. I worked at a school, there were 5 teachers from 5 different countries who spoke 5 different languages, and at graduation our children sang Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star in all languages. They knew who to count to 10 in every language, and they knew the alphabet of every language, and it was just amazing to see the languages shared. And also I just want to talk about holidays. I don't know the rules about holidays. They're changing all the time here in Minnesota. But I do want to say that not everyone celebrate American holidays. And if you're incorporating holidays in your curriculum, you have to include all the holidays, especially all the holidays that children observe. One of the things that I did when I was in the classroom around December, we had the Festival of Lights. because I found that most holidays around that time, they evolved around lights and candles. And you also have to know about Ramadan. You have to know about the Day of the Dead. You have to know about some Southeast Asian holidays. And I'll tell you, people love to tell you what they do. So when we talk about incorporating activities from home, find out. And do you know there are cultural holiday calendars that you can that you can learn about and then share with children? So you can't just celebrate American holidays because everyone doesn't celebrate them. We closed down our offices from Christmas Eve till New Year's. And those are 6 days our employees get off. But those are 6 days they can take any time. So I have some employees who take it for Hanukkah, some employees who take it for Ramadan. However you want to take those days, it's really up to you. So think about that and how you incorporate activities from home and from other cultures. And then emergent topics. So principle number 2, kids get it that we like them. It's so easy to say I love all my children, it's hard to show it. Teachers are personally, culturally inviting. Kids understand that we enjoy them and we love being with them. For how many of you do children seek you out no matter where you are? It's so funny, I was stuck at T-Mobile. And when I say stuck, I mean stuck. I was hostage because they were transferring the information from my old phone to my new phone. And I'm sitting there, and in the second hour that I'm waiting, a little girl comes up to me, and I tell you, I'm sitting in a chair, and there's a space this is perfect. There's a space, this is almost exactly what it is. There's a space like that. And I'm sitting, and she walked over and she goes, guess what? I'm shopping, and I have new outfits, and I'm gonna go in the dressing room and try them on. And she goes in, but she comes out and said, what do you think? Do you think this fits? That girl kept me company for 25 minutes. We played dress up, and I had to tell her what I thought about her outfits. She knew that I enjoyed her. Children seek me out on airplanes, no matter what. They just know I'm a child person, and I'm sure that happens to many of you. All of a sudden, you're striking up a child and having a good time with a 3-year-old. And some parents are saying, they don't usually talk to strangers. I'm amazed my child is talking to you. They do that to us because they know that we enjoy being with children. How many times have you had to laugh at the same joke over the course of your career? But to a child, it's a brand new joke. What happened to 9, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, and we laugh not because it's funny or hysterical, because it's so funny to the child, but we enjoy being with them. We have very comfortable conversations with children, but to be culturally responsive, you have to be comfortable with them talking about their culture and their cultural things. And when I say culture, it's not like, oh, some exotic, something you don't know about. It's something as easily as saying, my grandma came to spend the night. My grandma's gonna live with us. That I have 2 dads. And now we're trying to adopt a new baby. Or, oh yes, I celebrate the Day of the Dead. Or my mom doesn't like Halloween because she says it's evil. But whatever that is, we can be very comfortable. That my mom says next year I'm gonna wear a hijab. And being comfortable talking to children about their culture and their ways of being. And then teachers develop personal, meaningful, and there's a typo in there, positive relationships with every single child. And how do we do that? We make sure children are seen, they're known, and they're cared about, and we understand that we are the loving adult in children's lives. Someone talked to us about the SURGE project, about building relationships. Do you have those 4 critical aspects? You wrote them down in building relationships?
Yes, I did write them down.
And I believe there's a website. Is that person still here? The SURGE trainer?
Search Institute.
The SURGE Institute. Are you all familiar with that? 40 developmental assets. So take a look at that, because it's not enough just to say we love the child, but there are some critical factors in building relationships with them. And
those 4 things are expressing care, challenging growth, providing support, expanding possibilities. Well, there's 5, and sharing power.
So keep those in mind. We thought those were beautiful, so we wanted to share them with you. So, and also just greeting children warmly. If you're using the inventory of practices, one of the indicators says children are greeted every single day when they walk into the classroom. To be culturally responsive, not only are you greeting children, but you're pronouncing their names correctly. So if a child's name is Patricia, what is that? Patricia, for some people. But it may be Patricia for others. So if she comes in and her mom says, I'd like you to meet my daughter, Patricia, then you don't ever call that child Patricia. Ever, because that's not her name. If a person comes in and says, my child's name is Adriana, you don't say Adriana, because that's not her name. Or if a person comes in and says, my child's name is Ikeko, you don't go, oh, that's too hard. We're just going to call you Icky. You don't shorten people's name without their permission. We went back to Mall of America last night, and we met Felicia Marie. Not Felicia, not Marie. Felicia Marie. And I got it because I'm Rosemarie. Don't call me Rose without my permission. So we greet children warmly, we call them by their name, and that's the name that either they have introduced themselves as or their parents have introduced them to us. We had a college student named Sashiko, and one of our faculty members decided that was too hard and started calling her Sasha. And then she started calling herself Sasha. I said, what are you doing? Your name is not Sasha, your name is Sashiko. Yeah, but Dr. So-and-so said it was too hard and I don't want it to be too hard. Oh my goodness gracious. If we can say Tchaikovsky, Monet, I mean, you make the effort to pronounce children's names correctly, and some of us have trouble rolling R's. I'll tell you a secret. Anybody have trouble rolling their R's? Patricia might be hard. Pretend the TR is a D. So practice that. It sounds just like you're rolling your R's. That's how I got it. Talk to children about their family, their pets, their friends. Ask children about their church, their movies, their vacations. Show appreciation of the child. Acknowledge them and give them lots of positive attention. Principle 3, school looks like me. Classrooms are physically and culturally inviting. Children's families are represented in the classroom. They're represented in pictures and family books on bulletin boards, picture books, games, and other graphics. They reflect the culture of the children, and children's work is attractively displayed. I was observing a student. She's reading a book. There's a little black girl here, white girl here, teacher here, and I'm on the other side of them so I can see the teacher's face. And she's reading a book. And the little black girl interrupts and says, oh, teacher, she's so pretty, talking about the character in the book. And my student goes, yes, she is. And she keeps reading, and she's reading. And then the little black girl says, oh, she's so beautiful. Teacher, she's so pretty. And my student says, yes, she is. And so are you. She goes, no, I'm not. I can't be pretty. So my student looked confused. She goes, well, what do you mean? Of course you're pretty. She says, no, I'm not, because my skin's too brown. Then the little white girl says, well, I can be pretty because my skin's not brown. And my teacher, I believe she sat still for a full minute. I could read her mind. Please don't do this, not while Rosemarie is there, please don't. And she's sitting there in a panic. And I'm telepathically, you got this, you got this. We've talked about it in class. Come on, come on, come on. What are you going to say? Say something, do something, come on. And she goes, shuts the book. And she said, your skin is brown. It's very brown. And it's so beautiful. You are beautiful because you're you. And she turned to the other little girl. She said, and you are absolutely beautiful too, but not because your skin is not brown. That was powerful. Little black girl still wasn't convinced, but I can't be pretty like her in the book. And she says, we don't compare beauty. You're beautiful like you. But my skin is so brown. It is brown and it's beautiful. Let's take out our hands and let's look at our skin. Your skin is like cocoa. And my skin is like whatever, she said. And the other little girl's skin is like vanilla. But they're all beautiful. Little girl's still like, oh, I don't know. And then my student looks at me and she goes, look at my teacher. Her skin is brown like yours. Do you think she's beautiful? And I'm thinking, put me on the spot. What if she goes, no? And she goes, yes, she is. And then it was transition time, and they had to move around. My student was so upset. She came to me, she goes, Rosemarie, because they've seen the Doll study, they've seen all of these films, and they know about the self-concept of little girls. And she said, what can I do so this never happens when I get my own classroom? I said, well, let's take a tour. And we walked around the classroom. There wasn't a single picture, book, graphic, nothing that showed a little beautiful black girl. And I said, let's walk around the school. And we walked around the school. That little girl did not see herself anywhere in that school. We have to make sure children see themselves. If we consider them beautiful, let's show them. When we consider them smart, let's show them. Let's make sure that they are reflected in everything.
Representation matters. It absolutely matters, and if you don't believe me, I want you to go review the box office numbers for Black Panther, for Crazy Rich Asians, and all of those blockbuster movies that hit last year. The reason that happened is because representation matters. People were excited. I don't even go to the movies. I don't. That's a part of the way that my anxiety plays out in Colorado. But I happily went when I was in Amsterdam to see Black Panther. And I would have happily gone here because it's powerful to see yourself represented, and it's super powerful and damaging to not.
Yes, thank you. So we do that. We can ask parents if they have items from home that could be used in the classroom. One school decided they had about 5 little black girls out of a class of 24. And they decided to set up a beauty salon, and in it they needed a hot comb because they wanted to show the pressing of the hair. So they asked the mother if she had one. She didn't, but she went and found one so that her child could be represented in the classroom. So ask about items from home. Make your classroom a tribute to the children there. Use the walls, the ceilings, only if you can because of fire codes. The windows and the floors, use all the senses, smells, and textures. One of the things that my college students are always surprised about are the different scents in different areas. How in the Buddhist temple there's a lot of incense, the smells of the church from the different perfumes, the way people dress with the big hats, and all the rituals. Principle 4, catch children being good. Children's development and efforts are reinforced. Teachers see children through a strength-based lens. Don't be the teachers who only saw the little guy in blue as an awful kid. Teachers look for and they seek out and acknowledge the positive behaviors of children. If you only see the single story of a child who gets in trouble, that's all you will ever see. Like Jasmine said, you will either have to change your beliefs or change your reality. Let's change our beliefs. Children are perceived as smart and they're perceived as capable. Principle 4. I'm sorry, this is, did I just do principle 4? Okay, so what else can we do? Know and believe in your heart that every child can learn. We have to believe it in our hearts that every single child can learn. My mother was disabled. She was born what they called handicapped back then. She was a product of a forceps delivery in the Deep South. Long story, but she had no use of her right hand, and she had a twisted foot, so she walked like that. Everything we learn to do, we learn with one hand, from tying our shoe to braiding our hair. My grandmother said there's no such word as can't. So even though she had a disability, my grandmother pushed her. She was one of the very first so-called handicapped children in America who ever went to public school in 1945. So she would not take no for an answer. She said, there's nothing wrong with my child's brain. She can learn. And while she has use of one hand, she will use the one hand to do whatever she needed to do, and she did. We have to catch children being smart and build on it. My goodness, you figured that out. What goes next? Set up situations that allow children to shine and give very, very descriptive and specific praise, and we've talked about that. Principle 5, singing in harmony with the child's song. Strategies are adjusted to meet the unique learning and cultural styles of the children that we work with. This is so important. Children do not have to change who they are to fit in our program. They don't have to change the way they speak. If they're speaking African American vernacular, then they speak it. Teacher, I'm finna go to the bathroom. We don't say, no, you're going to go to the bathroom. You don't correct children. You model. Oh, you're going to the bathroom? Yep. Teacher, I gotta use it. And I don't know where that comes from. Do they say that here too? Almost everywhere. To go to the bathroom, I gotta use it. And then you have the sarcastic teachers. You have to use what? Oh, do you have to use the restroom? Let's go. So you can model it, but you don't say, we don't say it. It is called a bathroom. Because now you're debasing the child and their family and their community. So we create program-wide rules that are consistent with the family's cultural expectations. We talked about rules that are aligned with the culture and the community, but what about program-wide rules? When we look at the data from some of our BIRs and other data from PBIS, we find that most incidents happen in hallways and playgrounds with people who are not familiar with the child, who don't know them very well. Because sometimes you can walk out of your classroom and rules are different in the hallways and rules are different on the playground, so the rules should be program-wide and consistent. Use strategies that are congruent with the child's family and community. There was a real interesting incident with Dr. Kent McIntosh, if you heard about him with PBIS. They were observing the suspensions at the school, and they found that the majority of suspensions happened on the playground, and as they dug deeper, they found that the suspensions happened on the playground while children were playing basketball. And what they found was that these young boys, Black and Hispanic boys, when they played basketball, they played street ball. And they played street ball, and they talked a lot of jive, and they played aggressively, fouling and doing all that stuff that they see in the streets if you've watched little boys play street ball in urban areas. And as they played ball the way they did in their communities, their white teachers became afraid and thought they were going to hurt each other. So what would happen, a boy would go, you foul me, buddy, you don't foul me, I'll come back and I'll get you. And the teacher would say, we don't threaten here. Nobody's threatening him. I heard you threaten him. That wasn't a threat. You don't know what you're talking about. The whole incident would escalate, and the child would be suspended simply because the teacher misunderstood what was going on and was afraid of the perceived aggression in that game. Then there was a big decision to be made. And so one of the suggestions was, let's tell the boys they have to play by NBA rules at school. Play by NBA rules so that we could avoid this perception of aggression. And I'm so glad someone said, why do they have to change how they play to make us comfortable? Why don't we learn their rules? Why don't we stop being so afraid? Why don't we pay attention to how they're playing to determine what's aggressive or not? And I thought that was a really, really good strategy. Let's not always make them change who they are to make us comfortable. So what do? Know their styles, know their rules, know how they play. Adapt our instruction to accommodate different styles. Address the head, heart, and hands. This is my guy. This is when he had freestanding locks. But I'll tell you, people accept him more when he has on that shirt and tie with his hair cut short. But should he be required to change who he is to be accepted? One of the dads in that video, that compilation, I told you I recognized bias every few seconds. When I first saw that video clip and saw the guy with all the tats playing, I thought, wow, he's got a lot of tats. That's amazing. Something in my brain had to adjust to this tatted up guy playing so sensitively and delicately with his baby. That's how our brain works. We don't always accept what we think is undesired. Principle 6, respect begins with the teacher. Guidance is caring and consistent. Children are intentionally taught culturally appropriate pro-social skills and emotional competencies. They're taught program-wide expectations. They're taught the expectations, and the expectations are clear. They're implemented consistently across the board, and they're reinforced regularly. Guidance is instructive and not punitive. This is the hardest one because you have to know what your values are. There are some people here who say, no, children need to be spanked. Spare the rod, spoil the child. If that's what you believe, I love what Jasmine said yesterday, you have to rely on your professional skills. If I go to the doctor, now my grandmother, she believed that if you got a cold, you put a piece of garlic around your neck. She had a lot of old wives' tales. If babies get a diaper rash, she browned flour in a skillet and used it as powder on the baby's bottom. In the infant room, I can't go in the infant room and put a clove of garlic around the baby's neck. I can't. I'm a professional. If I go to the doctor, I don't want him to say, well, you know what my great-grandma did. I don't care. Prescribe me some antibiotics because that's what it calls for. But we have to rely on our professional knowledge. And our professional knowledge and research tells us that spanking and punitive punishments are harmful to children. So regardless of your personal beliefs, you have to rely on the rules and guidance of your profession. So we teach children emotional skills intentionally and deliberately. We develop behavioral expectations with families, and we are aware of our own values related to discipline. I had a horror story when I was a director in Compton. I had a teacher who came out of the classroom, Miss Juanita, and she said, Rosemarie, I'm going to cuss a little bit, okay? She said, that little boy called me a bitch, and you don't pay me enough to be one. I'm a young director, and I said, Miss Juanita, he doesn't even know how to spell it. He's 3. You have to ignore that. And she said, you don't pay me enough to be anybody's B. Then she came back out about 10 minutes later. He keeps calling me a B, and now he's called me a big fat B. And I thought it was kind of funny because she was a little hefty. And I was young. And I said, Miss Juanita, leave that baby alone. And then she went back. She came back again, and she said, now he just said, damn it, leave me alone. What am I supposed to do with that? And I said, leave him alone, damn it, right? I mean, just stop it. The baby is 3, and it was the end of the day, and this grown woman is bent out of shape because a 3-year-old is using a word to what is it called, to annoy her. So I didn't pay any attention. The mother came in, picked him up, and as she was leaving, I missed this. She said, I'm sorry, Miss Rosemarie, you won't have that trouble tomorrow. And she left. He came back the next day, and one of the other teachers noticed a little bruise right here under the sleeve of his T-shirt. Some of you probably don't remember the McMartin preschool issue. That's when an entire school was accused of child abuse. Shut it down, those people went years of being accused. That was huge, and it was in California, so because of it, you were terrified to look under a child's clothing, go underneath anything. So I see this bruise, and the teacher says, what shall we do? And I said, well, I want you to stand here and be my witness. That's how scary it was. Those were the times. Because I need to look under his shirt. So I pulled his shirt up. He was black and blue. And there are many black people who don't bruise easily. Most of us don't bruise easily. So for this child to have purple, deep purple, black marks all over his body, you could tell that it was a belt. And I didn't even pull his pants down, but as far as we could see, he was black and blue with welt marks, bruises from a belt. So what did I have to do? I had to report it. I called, they came, took a look, and they took the child. And they said they would contact the mother. They couldn't reach the mom. So the mom came to the school to pick him up. So now I have to tell her that Human Services took her child, Child Protective Services. So she said, where is my baby? I'll never forget it. It was in the mid-'80s. She sat on a high stool in my office. She goes, where is my baby? And I said, I don't know if you remember, but when you enrolled, you signed a form acknowledging that if we suspected child abuse, we would have to call Child Protective Services. And we noticed a bruise on your child's arm, and we had to call them. And she said, what were you doing going under his shirt? I said, we saw the bruise, and I had a witness stand, and she'll tell you that all I did was lift his shirt up. She sat there and she started sobbing. And then she said something that haunted me for years. She said, you set me up. You set me up. You told me, you and that teacher said that my child was calling her the B word. And that teacher told me that she's not going to put up with it, and I better do something. And I went home and I did the only thing I knew to do. And now my baby is gone. Haunted me, because you know what? We set her up. Miss Juanita wanted him to get spanked. Had I been more mature and knew better, I should have addressed Juanita rather than laughing it off. I should have gotten in touch with what was coming up for her so she didn't transfer it to the parent. So the parent didn't feel compelled to spank her child to satisfy what she thought we needed. So we have to be aware of our own values related to this, because there are people in your midst who believe children should be spanked. And if they believe it, they're going to convey it to the parent because they can't do it themselves. So be aware of that. And understand when children are misbehaving, they're sending us a message. I'm hungry, I'm tired, I'm traumatized, I'm sleepy, I'm afraid. Dig deeper and find out the reason for the behavior so you can address it. Principle 7 is child-centered learning. Instruction is individual as well as collective. Friendship skills are taught and reinforced. Teachers individualize children, instruction based on children's needs, and teachers support peers in helping their friends learn and practice social skills. And we do that by creating a sense of community in our classrooms. We use circle time. It's a vital tool that we can use to ensure a classroom community that respects each child. And circle time allows children to be seen, honored, and heard, and connected, depending on the activities that you use. This is one of my, oh, I don't have that video here. It was one of my favorites. We might have to find it later. So Jasmine has left. This was her area, but I'll go ahead and keep it moving as we begin to wrap up, and here she is. The barriers that we must overcome.
Yes. Can I have the clicker? So, we all have things that we have to overcome, and we all have our blind spots and biases. And in order to do that, we need to, the biggest thing that I hear is lack of experience with people of color. We're not encouraged, just like we're not taught how to make friends necessarily. I can't tell you how many adults I treat who come in because they simply don't know how to make friends. In Denver, I don't know if Minnesota is the same way, but Colorado is a state where like no one is from there, you know? So the lack of experience with people of color, try to meet them. They're everywhere. Go into their spaces. Now, I do want to make a caveat to that. Do that respectfully, right? I think too often people of color or any group that is othered is often have experience of people coming into their communities in order to tell them what they're doing wrong and how to do it better. When really, I think when we go into someone else's community, we should go as learners with curiosity and not with judgment. Implicit bias, negative bias. Sorry, I got a little. Oh, so obviously our own implicit bias is some of the barriers that we have. I, for example, have a really hard time with heavily tattooed white men who are bald. I do. I have a bias against them. I'm generally like, that makes me uncomfortable. And so I have to move past that in order to have relationships with them. When I was a kindergarten teacher, one of my parents was a heavily tattooed white man who was bald. Probably the kindest man I've ever met in my life. But I didn't know that the first time I met him. And our negative attitudes and stereotypes about things, we all have opinions. I am one of the most opinionated people that I know. And I have some very strong opinions that are kind of, not always politically correct. For example, I don't love nicknames. Like if you name your child something and then you want to call them something else, why didn't you just give them that name? But that's not for me to say, right? When a kid comes into my class and their name is Charlotte and they want to be called Charlie, then what I need to call them Charlie. And then the same thing is do not over-relying on stereotypes. You know how negative that is. Another thing is a lack of awareness of one's own culture. And obviously, we're all doing the best that we can. I honestly believe that most parents are doing the best that they can. They love their children. We're on the same page. And so, but if we don't have awareness of our own culture, especially when people are part of the dominant culture, then we're missing how that impacts other people's culture. Yesterday, my mom was talking about how the whole movement in multiculturalism sort of erased white culture. And I believe that happened in the same time that the othering of cultures happened as well. So now we have like African American history, or the othering of history as well, like African American history, Chicano history, et cetera, et cetera. And my personal opinion, and this is a Jasmineism, is that is a way that we have, we've done that to protect white fragility, that the idea that whiteness as a culture isn't really that positive in comparison to marginalized people, or like heterosexual culture isn't that positive in comparison to homosexual culture. And so if we don't know that place of privilege that we're coming, or we have the lack of awareness of our culture, we will not have the awareness of how that imposes itself on other cultures, what the history of relationship is like between those cultures. Like if I was a mental health professional, when I go into a school, I can't tell you how many parents are so weary of me as a therapist. And a lot of those parents have a long history of people in my position going into their homes and doing all sorts of things that impact them negatively. And if I didn't know that, I could have a really bad experience and consistently misunderstand my parents. I also work as a child and family investigator. I don't know one couple system or one family system that is doing great in harmony, taking vacations together, even though they're not together, who needs a CFI. This is a place of conflict, and I have a lot of power in that role. And if I don't recognize what that power can do to a family, then I can do a lot of damage. And then also, how do you define a good student? Who is the good student modeled after? Because I think it was teacher Dorothy who said that the one time, you know, when you guys had that meeting at the house, and they were talking about the ideal of a good student. And I think it was Dorothy, and she said, but the ideal student is based off of a white little girl who's quiet, you know? And is that how we're modeling our students' behavior? When we're evaluating them on pro-social skills, when we're evaluating on how well they work with their neighbor, on how well, all those behavioral skills that we do for kids, who are we valuing them against? And then the colorblind ideology. To not see my race is to not see me. I do not know how to separate myself from being black or from being a woman. So much so that my ex-partner wrote his law school thesis or whatever paper on making the black woman a protected class, because they're so interchangeable that we, you know, the intersectionality of race and gender. But the fact of the matter is, to be colorblind, like we talked about all the dangers of that yesterday, but if we are colorblind teachers, then we're not seeing our whole student. We're not seeing their whole experience, and we're not taking into account how systems impact their experience and how we can be a part of that. And then let's be honest about how you feel about black men or men in color. Men of color, do you fear them? What do you feel about them? How do you feel like they should behave? What is their value in our society? Because the fact of the matter is that those those little black boys that are in your class will be black men. And I know a lot about racism and living in Colorado, but one thing that was shocking to me is being 11 and a half years older than my little brother, because I do not know what it feels like. I don't know in my personal experience of being a black woman, and I know that's not the same for all black women. I don't know what it feels. I know what it feels like to be despised or hated or be stereotyped or microaggressed, all of that. I do not know what it feels like to be feared because of the color of my skin.
I'd like to share a story about that. That shocked me, because I thought my husband and I, being black, we shared the same experience until I learned we didn't. My son was little. We live in a very affluent area. We live on a green belt. So we have a split level fence. My husband and son were in the backyard playing ball. My husband jumped over the fence to get the ball and jumped back over. Within 10 minutes, 7 police cars were at our house. Someone called the police and said a black man was breaking into the back of our home. They knocked on the door, and they said, we got a report that there was a black man who broke into our house, who's breaking into this house. I said, well, that's a false report. We live here. So they looked at my husband and said, I need to see your ID. I said, no, you don't. We live here. He doesn't have to give you his ID. My husband turned around and said, officer, I'll get it in 1 second. I'll be right back. And I said, no, you will not. We are at home. They have no right to come to our home. We live here. That's a false report. You get no ID. We're not going to do any of that. My husband, who is a gentle giant, turned around and said, I need you to shut your mouth. He doesn't talk to me like that. I said, what do you mean? He goes, are you trying to get me killed? I said, what? He said, shut up. I'm getting my ID. He went and got his ID. He came to the officer. He gave it to him. It was over. I had never seen fear like that before, ever. I was absolutely shocked. I didn't have that same fear that he had. But he's a 6'2" black man, and he was terrified for his life, and I'm sitting here talking about what our rights are. And he's afraid that they will kill him if I don't close my mouth. And that's a difference I didn't know.
Absolutely. That is absolutely. I remember once being outside with my little brother, and obviously he's 11 and a half years older than me. I was 6. He was 6 when I went to Florida State. He was 10, 11 when I moved back to Denver. So we didn't live in the same house for very long. And I was at my parents' house for whatever reason, hanging out. And the neighbors, I don't know these people. I haven't lived there in 10 years. Like, hey, every time they passed by. And Clarence said, do you know them? I was like, no. Who are they? And he was like, I don't know. The neighbors don't wave at me. And so this is really powerful for me. And the fact is that's part of our implicit bias, because I've done the same thing. My mom told that story. I've done the same thing. I've locked my door when people get too close to it. This one man, I have one of the ways that I make a litmus as to whether or not someone's making me uncomfortable is I look at their shoes, because people who tend to be a little bit on the psychotic spectrum are never wearing the appropriate footwear, like ever. Like they're wearing like socks outside or barefoot in the snow. You know, like it's just never, something's not right. And so it's something that I live by. It has served me well in my life. But the point, I'm not, that don't make stereotypes. This is just a litmus that I do for myself. When I'm uncomfortable with someone, I look down. And anyway, long story short, I drove past a black man who stopped at my car at one point. And I don't know if he was harming me or whatever, but I didn't like how trapped I felt in that situation. And so we all have to work against that bias. We all have to work with that, but really identifying it and being honest with yourself, practicing self-compassion, so that we can be the change, and it can start in our classrooms. And then limited cultural and racial training. Educate yourselves. That's important. You know, do you know how much training I had to do to become a therapist? To the point that sometimes I resent CEUs, you know? But at the end of the day, I know that I'm a better therapist, that I'm serving people, and that I'm being the person that I went into this field to be when I continue to educate myself. And I just want to say something. It is uncomfortable to learn new things. We don't like not being good at things, especially when we're adults and we're experts now. But taking on that child mind will not only make you a better, a more self-aware educator, but it's going to help you relate to the students in your class better, because we ask them to do that every day. And then the savior mentality. I don't know what your religious belief is, but we won't even go there. I'll tell you what, I am a licensed therapist in the state of Colorado, not in the state of Minnesota. So if one of you comes to me suicidal, we're going to have to do something different. But in Colorado, if you're suicidal, my license is pretty powerful. I can make you whether the police have to come or not to help me, but I can make you go to a hospital against your will and hold you up to 72 hours while you're evaluated by a psychiatrist while you're there so that I can protect you. It's a huge amount of responsibility. You know, it's a huge amount of power that we have. And I remember being so frustrated with one of my clients who had part of her presentation was she was consistently suicidal and had a lot of parasuicidal behaviors like self-harm, but also had some pretty serious suicide attempts in her life as well. And that's a very, very stressful place to be, because I think every therapist's deepest fear is that someone on my caseload is going to kill themselves and it's going to be my fault. And I was stressed out. I was burnt out. I got into a huge fight with one of our nurses about this patient. She was just really running me ragged. And I remember my supervisor sat me down and she said, Jasmine, walk me through the whole thing. And, walk me through a lot of things. She therapized me. But at the end of the day, her message was like, your job is not to keep her alive. You don't have that power. Your job is to make sure that you do what you can within your ability to get her connected to resources and services that she needs so that she has a deeper desire to keep herself alive. People leave mental health hospitals all the time after psychiatric stays and kill themselves that day. Or decide they don't want to kill themselves anymore and then get hit by a bus, unfortunately. At the end of the day, it isn't our job to save anybody, and I am licensed and trained to do that. So you all aren't here to save people. You're here to educate them. And so think about that. Think about why it is that you want to work with this population, because when you start seeing yourself as a savior, then you're no longer seeing yourself as human, or you're dehumanizing someone else. And so I just encourage you to think that. Plus, most people don't want to be saved against their will. That's why when Christians tell other people, I'm going to pray for you, that feels like fighting words, right? It feels judgmental. Because now you're saying that I'm unacceptable the way that I am and that you have the power to change me. And so I encourage you to do that. Our job is to support and guide and educate students, not to save them. And then individualism versus collectivism. Understanding where you stand and where your student stands is really important in terms of how you're going to motivate them to motivate them through challenging behaviors and to learn the curriculum that you want them to. And then the teacher as the expert. You are the expert in your professional role. You are often an expert in child development. You are often an expert whatever subject you teach, in whatever grade you teach, but you are not the expert in that family, that community, or for that student. Just like I am a mental health expert, but I am not the expert in your life. That's why therapists don't give advice. That's why the whole adage of like, well, what do you think about that? Answering a question with a question. It's actually something that's useful because I'm not going to give you advice because I don't have to live the consequences of that. Most people see me 1 hour a week, and however many hundreds of hours are left in that week, they do by themselves. And then gender preferences, understanding that, and you can see it so clearly in school sometimes, or at least in school and even in curriculum, that making sure that you're not only encouraging boys to play with at the water table or things that are like science related, and encouraging girls to play in dramatic play, et cetera, et cetera. And if you do have a gender preference, acknowledging that so it doesn't impact you. Sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't mean to push.
It's all right, it happened. So those are the barriers that we have to cross. Those are the barriers that we have to be aware of. And one of the ways to be aware of that is through mindfulness. How many of you are talking about mindfulness in your work now? So this is short. So when we think about mindfulness, It's really paying attention on purpose. How many of you drive the same route to work every day? How many of you sometimes get to work and have no memory of the drive? We just go and we're on automatic pilot. So we have to be aware of that, and we have to pay attention on purpose. We have to be in the moment. We have to suspend judgment, and we have to practice mindfulness as a way of being rather than doing. And when we do that, we must also be aware of some basic competencies, and we're going to go over 14. These are competencies we should have to be non-judgmental, because we have a tendency to judge those who we feel are different. We need to be flexible, be resourceful, personalize our observations, pay attention to our thoughts and feelings. We need to listen carefully. We need to observe attentively, assume complexity. Things are not nearly as simple as they appear. We need to tolerate the stress of uncertainty, have patience, manage our personal biases and stereotypes, keep a sense of humor, show respect, and show empathy. And once we have developed these competencies, then we're ready to become members of a team. And in your packet is an article on change teams. And when you go home, or when you all leave this training, especially those of you who are here as a team, how many of you are here with your team members? Wonderful. And if you're not here with your team members, I'm hoping you will share this and share the PowerPoint with them. But the first part of this talks about what a change team is and who should be on your change team. And then it talks about the team members are people who want to see positive change, who are enthusiastic, who have a certain degree of skill in making change happen, have some degree of leadership, are willing to see themselves as change agents, and understand they can't do it alone. And for those of you who are using Pyramid Model, this is a great tool to use as you begin to build your leadership teams. So think about what the job of a team is, how is to lead and organize a process towards becoming anti-racist and anti-bias, to lead a process to evaluate where the organization is, to help the organization envision what it could look like, to lead the process to establish specific, clear, and meaningful goals, to build community and move the organization to collective action, ensure the integration of the work, and to think like an organizer and helping the organizer and helping the organization move towards its goal. So please take a look at this and use it as you see fit. Also in your packet is the Racial Equity Impact Assessment. And it looks like this. Of course, I think that everything that we gave you is amazing, but I do hope that you will be able to take the time and look through it. Is what are racial equity impact assessments? And the assessments describes where are the decision makers and points that affect outcomes, what decisions and actions may be reinforcing the status quo. So for instance, one of our school districts wanted to encourage more participation, more volunteers to come to the school. And when they were meeting, they also thought about, okay, if we're encouraging more volunteers, then we need to make sure our children are safe. So someone came up with the idea that we need to fingerprint our volunteers before they come and work with the families. On the surface, that's a great idea. But this is an underserved, under-resourced area full of marginalized people, a lot of people who may be undocumented. And they did not think about the fact that if you now make it mandatory for fingerprints, that you're not going to increase parent involvement, you're going to decrease it. That people are not going to subject themselves to such, and what is it? My words are just leaving. What do you call it when you, invasive. Sorry about that. Such an invasive process. So we talked about it and talk about change team agents. Don't ask me to be on your team if you're not going to value my voice. And I don't want to be tokenized. If you want to know what I feel and what I think and hear where my skills and expertise is pointing to, then you want me, because I am a change agent. So I did speak up and I said, this is what I think will happen. It will decrease, and I went on. And then finally someone said, well, what do you recommend? And when people raise dissent, don't weaponize, well, what do you think? Because we do that. Well, what do you think then? but really be open. So what we settled on was web-based security system, background check, because really what we wanted was to make sure that they were not child predators. And you can check the child predator list and get the information that way, and it's not nearly as invasive. The racial equity impact assessment also looks at what decisions and actions may be reinforcing the status quo. I said that one. Implicit bias and current inequities. What alternative action options could produce different outcomes? Which action will best advance equity and inclusion? And what reminder supports and accountability systems can be structured into routine practices? So use this form as you're thinking about racial equity and how you'd like to achieve it. And why do we want to use a racial equity impact assessment? To engage stakeholders in decision making, to bring conscious attention to racial inequities, to avoid and minimize adverse impacts and unintended consequences, and to prevent racism from occurring in the first place, to get ahead of the curve of rapidly replicating racism, and to affirmatively advance racial equity, inclusion, and unity. And I keep using the term racial equity while we've been talking about racial inequities, but racial equity is achieved when we get to the point where race no longer indicates how people will do in this society. Right now, my race, as a Black woman, I am more likely to die in childbirth. My child is more likely to die after childbirth. I'm more likely to have diabetes and heart disease. I'm more likely to live in a poor area. I'm unlikely to be unwed, and I'm more likely to be uneducated. Racial equity exists when my being Black will not dictate my outcomes, and that's what we want to get to. So we would practice using the REIA, the Racial Equity Impact Assessment, but because of time and because it is late and you all have been with us for 2 days, I'm going to let you do that with your teams when you get back to your environments. I'm going to quickly go through how we reduce bias. We have to disrupt the system we've been talking about for 2 days. And how do we do it? First, I want to say that this is Miss Marie Greenwood. She passed away 2 weeks ago, just 9 days shy of her 107th birthday. She is the first African-American contracted teacher in Denver Public Schools. And she was still dancing at our church and our liturgical dance team up until 102. So I wanted to honor her by putting her picture up here today. So, designing interventions to address implicit bias. High-quality professional development helps. We develop more supportive relationships with students, create bias-free classrooms, implement problem-solving approaches, encourage students' participation in school activities, recognize the importance of families, and facilitate community engagement. So we know that. Interrupting bias is multifaceted. It's breaking habits. I used to be late all the time. And I can't even say I was on a relational time zone. I was just late. If I was supposed to be at work at 8:30, I got there at 7:45. At first, I was supposed to be at work at 8, and I got there at 8:15. Then my boss thought, maybe we change our hours to 8:30, she'll get there at 8:30. Nope, I got there at 8:45, until I got a new boss. And she said, when I walked in at 8:45, she said, weren't you supposed to be here at 8:30? I said, yes. She said, you're late. I said, I'm sorry. She said, don't be sorry, just don't be late again. And I was never late again. It was as simple as that. I broke the habit. I would sit down and have a drink of coffee and plan to be late. It was a very bad habit. And I broke the habit. One time my dad said, nothing beats a made-up mind. I made up my mind. So it provides teachers and administrators with a toolkit of strategies that we could practice weekly to reduce bias. And before the intervention, all teachers and school personnel can take the implicit association test that Jasmine talked about. And all you have to do is Google implicit association test, and it will come up. Take the black-white test. It'll tell you what your preferences are. They have several other tests. If you prefer Christians over Muslims, if you prefer smaller people over bigger people, it's really interesting to get some insight into where your biases are. And there are 5 strategies that are provided and some examples. So let me go through this with you now. The first one is stereotype replacement. This is when teachers recognize that their response is based on stereotypes. They label the response, reflect on why it occurred, and determine how to avoid the response in the future. This is the first step to awareness halfway there. You look at a child, and you look at a boy, and he's running all over the place, and you go, yeah, boys are wild. Then you put that in check. And you say, that was a stereotype. And then we have to replace it. Label the response, reflect on why it occurred. Maybe he's not just wild, maybe he had to go to the bathroom in a hurry. And then you begin to disrupt that system, that way of thinking. Then the counter-stereotypic imaging. Individuals keep positive exemplars accessible to challenge a stereotype. So if you believe, for instance, that blondes are not smart, you replace the image with blondes who excel, who are smart, who are doing amazing things. And that seems really crazy, but just to replace the image with a non-stereotypic image has been proven to dismantle some of the bias that we have. The next is individuation. Individuals work to prevent stereotypic inferences by gaining information about individuals. And all this is saying is that you work closely with people, you get to know them. You join book clubs, you go to different places of worship, you hang out in the parks and communities that you serve if you don't live there. But you begin to learn more factual information so that you don't rely on stereotypes. And then perspective taking. Individuals take the perspective of another person within the stereotyped group to reduce the occurrence of group-based evaluations. But it's just taking that different perspective. How would I feel? I wonder how that person feels. How does that impact them? And then the last strategy is increasing opportunities for contact. Individuals seek out opportunities to interact positively with out-group members. Like I said yesterday, we're more segregated today than we ever were. We don't live together, we don't interact. Someone said that Sunday mornings at 10 o'clock are the most segregated times in all of America. We don't go to the same churches. We just don't have a lot of interaction, so we have to seek them out. And it's hard, because it's real hard to say, hey, Deb, I need a white friend, will you be my friend? You can't do that, but you can join multicultural book clubs. You can get to know the people you're at work with. You can decide to have what we used to call progressive dinners. Do you remember that? If you work with a diverse group and every week somebody else hosts a dinner at their home.
And also in the age of social media, that's hard for us to imagine, but this whole idea that, I'll give you a kind of a silly example. One of my favorite things is to give people my Netflix password, and I'm like, don't make your own profile, because I want to see what you're watching. Because it gives me ideas of what to watch, right? I'm not stuck in that same rut. But on I have like on my Facebook page, everybody agrees with me. I follow people on Twitter who agree with me. I follow people on Instagram who agree with me. I'm related to people who agree with me. I hang out with people who agree with me. That's what keeps us siloed. I purposely have to be uncomfortable. And when I realized that, I purposely started following things that I don't necessarily agree with so that I could have a diversity of opinion inserted into my life. While this whole digital age has really made a lot of things easier for us, it is keeping us more and more separate. Even if we're not physically separate, we are emotionally and idealistically, if that makes sense.
Can you pull the equity audit up for me? So in your packet is a blue and white equity audit. I want you to use this with your team. You have a lot of homework. I happen to absolutely adore this equity audit. The first part of it is blue and white with some indicators. Oh, there's no blue, I'm sorry. It's not in color. Thank you so much. Community-based equity audit. And the first section is your self-audit, and it's everything we talked about today. Are you aware that you have implicit bias? Do you engage in daily critical reflection? Do you engage in cultural humility? Do you practice not knowing so you can learn about families? Do you refrain from deficit model thinking, from engaging in colorblind ideology? Are you comfortable talking about race, privilege, oppression, and whiteness? Do you read books and articles to learn more about institutional, structural, and historical racism? You understand the difference between diversity, inclusion, and equity. Do you engage in authentic dialogue, honoring all voices? So the first part, the self-audit, we've talked about almost everything there. Rate yourselves honestly. And if you're not there, think about how you can get there and a plan for growth. The second part are the 5 norms in community audits. I accept every stakeholder as equally intelligent. May I tell you that's the hardest indicator? It's hard. I worked with a group of professionals, most of them were master level, and I had one group who said, no, we don't. We agree that we don't accept everyone as equally intelligent. We have degrees, we have the training, we know a lot of things that our families and communities just don't know. Rosemarie, do you expect us to say yes? And I said, no, not today. But I do expect you to get there. Well, how can we get there? Perhaps you have to redefine intelligence, because you just defined it only as education. Are you saying that you're more intelligent about a child than the mother? Redefine it. So take a look at that. So all knowledge is honored and valued. Is that true with you in your organization? The topics and questions are co-designed. So if you really want to evaluate the program, are you designing the questions and the surveys with your families and community? Initiatives that you put in place should result in improvements. And the audit, if you conduct one, is made public. And then phase 1 is that you develop a school-based leadership team with all the people there that's listed, that the leadership team engages in studies and discussions that's related to equity and oppression. So for instance, the leadership team of many of your pyramid model sites, they're looking at that behavior incident report every month, and they're talking about the results. The asset and equity-based core beliefs are defined. They assess the effectiveness of the school and community practices. Are we effective in our work? You could take this. If you like, we can send you a soft copy and you can adapt it any way you like to meet your needs. And that's how I want you to use that at home. And as we begin to wrap up in our last 15 minutes, we've done a lot in 2 days, and I'm so very honored that you stayed with us. This isn't an easy conversation. I hope we've made it interactive enough for you to really want to move forward and do something, but you do have to be aware of something called diversity fatigue. It's real. You get tired of this. You don't want to talk about it. Diversity fatigue is defined as a form of mental exhaustion brought about by the constant attention that's required to do this work. And it shows up in your body, it shows up everywhere. You get tired of hearing about it. Not another race conversation. Please don't mention equity. But if you get tired of hearing it, imagine how tired people are of living it. Some people don't get a chance to take a break from it. It's every day and it's constant. It's hard work. It requires a lot of stamina. When you're tired, notice. Notice your body. Notice the sounds you make. Notice how you push away from the table. Notice how you pick up your phone. It requires courage, it requires stamina, it requires action. Be aware of how equity fatigue shows up in your body, physically, emotionally, and psychologically. Sometimes you do need to take a break. My son is an activist, and I was terrified because of a lot of people who were doing this work. Like him, the young people were committing suicide, and I was terrified. And we began to build in fun activities for him. I talked to his sister about it, and then he got a girlfriend who helped him to have fun that was outside of activism. So, what I want you to know more than anything is that you got this. You got it. You can do it. Every step you make is a step in the right direction as you work towards equity for every single student. But before we close, I want to remind you of the risk factors for being suspended. Dr. Walter Gilliam said there are 3 main risk factors, and he called them the 3 Bs. Being a big black boy. They are the most suspended student and at every level in our schools. I added a D. Being a big black boy with a disability really raise your chances of being suspended. And at this point, I'd like to introduce to you my son, reintroduce to you, Clarence Allen III. This is my little guy. And Clarence was my 9th pregnancy. And if you've noticed, I only have 2 children. We lost a lot of babies getting him. And one of my claims to fame is that Dr. Mike Kamrava, my doctor, was also Octomom's doctor in California. So I know how she got all those babies. We went through the whole fertility stuff. You know, there are different processes that lead up to in vitro. We did all those processes and everything failed. We finally got to the point where we were ready for in vitro. And before you start in vitro, you have your meeting with the doctor. And we saved our $10,000 that took forever to save at that point in our lives. And we met with Dr. Kamrava and we said, we're ready. He said, that's great. Let's talk about the process. He said, well, we will do this and do that and do that, and then we will implant 6 embryos. And we said, no. We've already talked about this. We've prayed about it, and we are only willing to do 3. He said, oh, no, you have to do 6 because of the success rate. And we said, well, no, we're willing to take a chance that it will fail because we only want 3. He said, no, we do 6. We do 6 because it's not your success rate, it's my overall success rate. That we can't have a lower success rate. You either do 6 or you can't get it done here. And I just said, well, what if all 6 take? And he said, well, then you could have a selective abortion. Now, you don't tell a woman who's lost that many babies, who's trying this hard, who saved up $10,000 that she could abort a baby. Just not going to happen. And we said, no, thank you. We only want 3. And he said, I'm sorry, we can't do it. I held that cry in all the way to the car. And when I got to the car, I was hysterical because it seemed like now there's no hope. We're at the end of the road. I'm 35 years old, just not going to happen. I was so hysterical, my husband didn't know what to do with me. So he took my hands and he said, baby, we have to pray. And I'm just like, okay. You pray. He goes, no, I need you to pray. I think now that it was a tactic to get me to stop crying. But I prayed. And again, I'm not pushing my religion. I'm just sharing my story. And my prayer was, dear God, you know the desire of our hearts. And our desire is to have a natural child, a biological child. But if that is not your plan for us, just send us a child who needs a family, and we will love that child as if it's our own. Amen. Let it go. I was pregnant 2 weeks later. Had a miscarriage. I was pregnant again in 2 weeks because they said it was clean. They couldn't figure out if he was a twin or not. But I was pregnant, and it's funny because I was pregnant when I went back. I took the pregnancy test at home. When I went to the hospital, the doctor said, there's no way that you're pregnant again. It's not a viable pregnancy. We have to complete a dye test to find out where this embryo is. And I said, a dye test? Won't that kill the baby? And he and the nurse looked at each other. There's not a viable baby, Rosemarie. And I said, no, I'm pregnant. We know the test is pregnant, but we don't think it's viable. We think either you didn't lose the entire pregnancy or the baby is outside of your uterus. We have to do the dye test. I didn't have a cell phone back then in 1993, 94. And so they kept coming. Next thing I knew, the social workers there, we need to do the dye test. I said, no, the dye test is going to kill my baby. They called my husband at work. I wasn't even hysterical. I was pretty calm because I knew they weren't going to do a dye test. So my husband came. And my husband's so worried, baby, they said you could die if you don't do this dye test. Please do the dye test. The social worker came back. We need to talk her into the dye test. You know that you get that feeling that everyone thinks you're crazy? I'm like, I am not doing the dye test because the dye test will kill my baby. So they think I'm hysterical from the last miscarriage and all of that. And so finally my husband said, babe, what do they have to do? Tell me what to do. What do they need to do so that you agree to the dye test? This is like 6 hours now, and no one's happy with me. I said, okay, I'll have the dye test if you do an ultrasound. If you do an ultrasound and there's no pregnancy, I'll have the dye test. The doctor was mad. He did the sonogram, he did the ultrasound. He inserted that stick, and he said, if you're pregnant, it's a miracle. And I said, I believe in miracles. Looked on the screen, and his heartbeat was stronger than ever. Strong, and he said, his heartbeat is strong. He said, this baby will make it, and I'm so glad you refused the dye test. And he was born 6 weeks premature, November, which was actually the original due date, which is why they think he may have been a twin. But when he came, this kid was the answered prayer of generations. I was on bed rest the whole time. And while I was on right before bed rest, we moved from California here. They had a baby shower and going away party for us with about 300 people. People bought so much for us, we knew we didn't have to buy anything for the first year. We moved here, I was on bed rest, they lost boxes. And every box they lost was the baby stuff. Jasmine, 11 years old, said to her friend, they lost my mommy's stuff, and it was for the baby, and my mommy can't get out of bed. And she's telling her girlfriend on the bus, school bus, I've never met these people. She told her mom, the mom organized breakfast, lunch, and dinner for us. And I'm the only black person in the housing development. So when you think about how to break down barriers and bias, those people cooked breakfast, lunch, and dinner throughout my entire pregnancy. Had a neighborhood baby shower. We didn't have to buy the baby a thing. When we came here, we were all in heaven. This baby was like the king. He was so pampered, he ended up with an environmental delay because we did everything for him. If you said, Clarence, put on your coat, he went like, ta-da! Are you hungry? Want to put your shoes on? He did nothing. We took care of him. We babied him. We were so happy to have this child. And this is him, his first Halloween. And this is him when I began to think something might not be right. It started with this Lego. He never let it go. He had to carry it everywhere he went. Everywhere he went, he took that Lego with him to sleep, to eat, to bath, everywhere. By this time, I had to get out of the house because I was on bed rest in this new place. I'm the director of La Petite Academy. Do you have those here? Sort of like a kinder care. And he was lucky because I got to pick his teacher. So he could carry that red Lego everywhere he went. But he probably would have been suspended because had you taken it, he would have cried incessantly. Once he let go of the Lego, he went to an elephant. And I don't have a picture of him with the elephant that he took everywhere. And after the elephant was the hat. And he had to wear that hat at exactly that tilt. At one point, I tried to Velcro it to his head because if it wasn't on exactly right, he would have a fit. And it was shortly after this that I realized something is wrong. Something is just not right. And it was the little things, like the way that he would pick something up off the table. He didn't just pick it up. He picked it up. And at one point, I said, Clarence, put on your shoes and socks. And I remember looking at my baby, and he opened the sock, and then he tried to get his foot in it. And it was something so bizarre about the way he did that I knew something was wrong. The minute I was done, I called in my own referral to my own child find team. Hi, I have a child. I need to refer Clarence Allen. What's the mother's name? Rosemarie Allen. Same name? What? Huh? No, it's me, and it's my child. My husband was livid because he had told me many times to stop child developing our child. And I told him for once, I hope that he is absolutely right and I'm wrong. I told him the whole process. We're going in for a screening. If they find something, they'll come back and very nicely and sweetly with a smile say that he needs to come back for further testing. And when they came back and they said, we'd love to see Clarence again. We'd love to conduct further tests. And I saw my husband's whole face drop, and so did mine. And that's where we learned that he has sensory integration processing disorder, which I had never heard of. But as I checked everything off the list, I realized I had it too. And he also had auditory processing issues. But what was so amazing that he was so smart and so verbal. Remember when I said verbal children are thought to be smart in all areas? Because he was so verbal, most people didn't see what I saw. And even when he got services, so he ended up going to an integrated classroom. He had an OT, PT, early childhood special ed teacher and an early childhood teacher. They worked with him wonderfully. The early childhood teacher said, I just don't see it, Rosemarie. I don't think he's in the right place. And I said, you won't see it unless you see it. And I said, ask him a question and see if he answers the question, not if he talks. So for instance, if they said, Clarence, your sister's in college? He'd have this pause, like she asked me a question. She said, sister. I got a sister. Her name is Jasmine. Sometimes we go to the zoo. I love cheetahs. Jasmine doesn't love cheetahs. Jasmine likes other monkeys, but I like cheetahs. Did you know cheetahs can run 50 miles an hour? Cheetahs are fast, and cheetahs are my favorite animal. And he'd get to talking all about cheetahs and all, because he knew everything about every animal that ever was. And you'd be so amazed with his knowledge about cheetahs that you will not remember he never answered the question about his sister. And that was part of his processing. So after he graduated, he staffed out of that program, and he didn't need services before he went to kindergarten. But can I tell you that that was also an answered prayer? Because my husband and I went back and forth. If he needs to have an IEP when he goes into kindergarten, would we do it? Do you know there are lots of communities of color and marginalized people who will not accept special ed services because they do not want their children further labeled? We had decided before we went to that staffing meeting that if Clarence needed to go into special ed, we would not accept services, that we would pay for everything on our own so that he wouldn't have that label in school. So I want you to know how deeply rooted the mistrust of schools are. We didn't want our children to enter into a system that they couldn't exit out of, and that's usually special ed for black boys. But he didn't need it. But I intentionally enrolled Clarence into a school that we knew he would fail. He went to an expeditionary learning outward bound program where no students were doing the same thing. Everyone did their own individual stuff. They walked in, they got their paper of must-dos and may-dos, and they got to work. His teacher called me. Her name is Miss Dorothy, Teacher Dorothy. And she said, Rosemarie, I noticed that Clarence doesn't understand. He doesn't really understand when I give directions. So I met with him. And I said, Clarence, do you understand when I give you directions? And she said, he leaned back and pushed up on his toes and went, nope. Now you see this kid, compliant. I'll tell you, from the time he was born, he's 25 today, he has never been in trouble his whole life. He has never been grounded. He's never been scolded. He's never broken a rule. I don't think he's ever lied about anything. He has never been in trouble. He's a kid who could easily be lost because he's going to do exactly what you tell him to do, and he's going to be quiet. And if he doesn't understand you, he might take a little toy snake and go in the corner and play with it, and you just won't miss him. But Teacher Dorothy saw him. And she said she looked into those big brown eyes, and she knew he didn't get it. And he said no, he didn't understand. And then she gave him the gift that lasts a lifetime, the gift of asking for help. She said, Clarence, from now on, when I give directions, your job is to find me. So he had to look around the room. Remember, everybody's everywhere. And he had to find her, so he had to take responsibility to find her. And when you find me, you let me know you didn't understand. And then I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you 3 things to do. You tell me what I said, and then you get to do them. So it started out like this. Clarence, you need to get your journal, draw pictures of what you did over the weekend, and put your journal back. Miss Dorothy, I'm going to get my journal and draw pictures of what I did over the weekend and put my journal back. That's right, go do it. And that went all day, every day. He was lucky enough to have her from kindergarten through 3rd grade. The directions became more and more and more complex, but they stayed on that. I could see the difference. She did it at school. We did it at home. He was flourishing. This is Clarence now. This is him when he graduated from Howard University with a 3.86 GPA. And when we met with his teachers, they had a reception for the families, and almost every single professor said the same thing. That son of yours is incredible. He really takes his learning seriously. Every single day after class, he'd come to my office and ask me what he's supposed to do. But do you know, that's the gift? That's the gift Dorothy gave him when he was 5, to ask for help. Right now, if you Google him, you'll see an interview, a TV interview, and the newscaster asks a question, and he goes, what do you mean by that? Can you repeat it? This is a kid who asks for clarification and asks for help. It's the hardest thing that we do as Americans is ask for help. And Teacher Dorothy gave him that gift because this is a big black boy with a disability. All the odds were against him. He was not supposed to be there. He was not supposed to graduate on his way to law school. That was not supposed to be his story based on statistics. But it was a teacher just like you, who's supporting teachers just like you, who saw my baby and looked into his brown eyes and knew he didn't understand. She didn't punish him. She didn't push him away. She didn't think that he was being non-compliant. She gave him help that he uses today in his life, all these years later. And that's the power of you. That's the power of teaching. And that's who you are, and that's why we're here, so that big black boys with disabilities can also flourish and go to law school, and we can profit by who they become. Thank you.
And I think to get to this is the power of being seen, and that's where all of you guys can start. So when you go back into your worlds outside of this, I encourage you to start with just seeing people, because Elizabeth Gilbert said, to be truly seen by somebody then, and to be loved anyhow, that is a human gift that borders on the miraculous. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So this is my contact information. If you need it, you can take a picture because I have no cards with me. And this is Jasmine's. And we'll make sure that it's attached to our slides. Thank you so much.
We cannot thank you enough, both of you, for being here. I was sitting in the back this afternoon, and then being up here, I'm like, oh, I wish I would have been up here because I love being like in your space. So thank you so much. So the rest of you, your evaluation will be coming by email. When you complete your evaluation, it triggers your CEUs. So you want to do that. I also want to say if you have not had enough of Dr. Allen, which I personally would say I haven't, even after 3 days, there's an upcoming webinar on Friday, which you can register on the MESPA website as well. And then the live stream has been posted from yesterday too. So if you need to rewatch something, or all the materials are available. So thank you both again for being here. Thank all of you for being here. And Debbie Kay wanted me to mention that on the evaluation, she asks, what are you going to do differently? And we would love to hear the things that you are doing differently above and beyond just the evaluation form. So if you want to email Debbie Kay or me, yeah, go ahead.
They are embedded in the PowerPoint. Debbie Kay, do you know how you're sending them? Are you sending PDF or the PowerPoint? Okay, I will send links to each one of those so that you can use them. Okay.
That's it, everyone. I heard that there's a little bit of congestion in the parking ramp. So what might be different today is it's finals and students get out at 4 as well. So that might have had something to do with it. So hopefully they had a test and they got done early. Thank you all. Have a great evening.